Hey everybody, I should be live now, I think. If everybody could confirm that, you know how this goes. Somebody talk to me. I know it's going to take a minute for everything to kind of configure, but appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Adam. And hello, Mr. Over.me. Are you? Good day. Merry Christmas. Is this functional? Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Is everything okay? Whatever you got going on there, I appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Can you guys hear me? Is everything okay? Yep, you're live. It's working. Okay, great. So yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome. We're going to be doing a live Q&A for a little while. I don't know how long it'll go, but, you know, we'll just do what we do. So basically, the way this works is you guys ask me questions. We just kind of chit-chat. We can do super chats. Anybody who wants to donate to the show, whether it's super chats or PayPal or Venmo, all that stuff's in the description. You can do that. Or there's a new thing we're going to do. This is, you can thank the lovely Mrs. Koralik for this. We got a pack of Harry Potter's Bernie Bott's beans, the all-flavored ones. These are those things where it could taste like pineapple or it could taste like goat piss. And so for every $10, yes, I'm a complete slut. For $10, I'll eat one of these, and you can either give me a nice jelly bean or I can suffer. It'll be a complete gamble. I won't know either because the colors. Like, let me list some of the options we've got here. We've got grass flavored green apple, which actually grass would taste better than green apple. Marshmallow, rotten egg, sausage, lemon, soap, tutti frutti, vomit, watermelon, earwax, earthworm, dirt, cinnamon, cherry, candy floss, booger, blueberry, can't actually read the last two, banana, and black pepper. At least there's no pickle flavored one. That would have been a deal breaker. But if anybody wants to do that, that'll be a thing. It's an option. $10 per shot of torture, essentially. But otherwise, we're just going to go ahead and get started here. So, check some emails, make sure everything's good to go. Everything's live. Everything's good. You guys are here. Okay, so let's get some chatting underway. Super chats, I just noticed something. I don't know if they work on... Okay, I'm just going to leave this open because I don't know if they work over there. Okay. All right, let's get started. Am I planning to do a generation recap for handheld consoles? Probably at some point. Like, I have no reason not to do it. It's more like it's just a lot of work and I have to allocate the time for it. Believe me, I'm aware that everybody wants me to do that. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Good evening. Been really enjoying your content for the last decade or so. Well, thank you, House of Ted. I appreciate that. You liked those Harry Potter jelly beans. Well, I probably won't if anybody actually ends up doing those. I was hoping for a pickle flavor. Of course you were. Is Mrs. K different from Mrs. Claus? Yes. Mrs. Claus and I broke up earlier this year. I am with Mrs. K now. It is let's just say, big improvement. Did I ever consider doing a video on the Dreamcast fan translations that have come out over the years? Yes, actually. The problem with those is that it's kind of an ongoing project. And so I don't know if people are aware of this, but so there's obviously a lot of Japanese exclusive Dreamcast games. And there's actually one French exclusive one. And the fan community has been doing their best to try and translate a lot of those games into English. Now that things like Google Translate have made that process a lot easier. So a lot of them have been brought over. I don't remember the list off of hand. If I look it up real quick, I could do that. English, sorry about my keyboard, it's mechanical. English translated Dreamcast games. Okay. It's on the dreamcasthub.com actually. So I can list some of them here if anybody's curious. Advanced Dyson Raku, which was like a tank simulator type of thing for World War II. They translated that. Blue Submarine number 6, which I think is like, I'm not going to say a date sim, but it's like that type of game. Got translated. Bokomu no Satsujin. I don't know what that is, to be totally honest. Chaos Field, that's a good one because that's a cool shoot 'em up game. Not that that game wasn't playable in Japanese, it's just that it makes it easier to navigate the menus and stuff like that. Fire Pro Wrestling D, also, you know, wrestling games, that's better, that's in English. For some reason, Fish Life is on there, which doesn't make sense because that wasn't actually a game that was released. It was just some software for like a fish tank, whatever. Frame Gride, which is often considered one of the games that's just a shame that never came out here, because that was kind of a really fun like mech game, but having it translated in English definitely makes things better. Karos, which is a shoot 'em up. It's actually the last game ever released for the Dreamcast officially. And yeah, it's the same thing. It was totally playable in Japanese, but to have it in English is nice. This is an interesting one. Lack of Love, LOL, which of course means something totally different now. Which, if I recall correctly, was like a cool like life simulator, but for like fish and random organisms and stuff. I had a friend who was super into that game. So that's very playable now. The Lost Golem. I don't remember much about that. Mobile Suit Gundam, Fed vs. Xeon, Nakaruru, The Gift She Gave Me, which I'm pretty sure is a date sim game. Nappletail, which is a surprisingly fun, like, you know, interactive platformer of sorts, almost like an RPG, but not quite. Anyway, that game is considered one of the better translated ones because it was more demanded. Neon Genesis Typing Pro E, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion thing. Panzerfront, which is another tank simulator. Radilogy or Radurgy, depending on how you translate it. Another shoot 'em up, also translated. Rainbow Cotton, cool game, shoot 'em up. Run equals dim, something or other, English translated. Sakura Wars Column 2, Seven Mansions. Shenmue 1, the undub edition, which I actually played some role in, just because I was so adamant that get made, because it was back in the day, you know, you could play Shenmue 2 in Japanese audio but English subtitles, but you could only play Shenmue 1 either all Japanese or all English. You couldn't swap them before, you know, Sega did the official versions. So I was pretty adamant that we take the Japanese audio and stick it into the European build of Shenmue 1, because then you'd be able to transfer your game, save over, and all that fun stuff. But that proved to be very difficult because there are different things about the Japanese game. It was not as far along in development as the Western release, but it also had differences like the Coca-Cola cans. It had a couple extra characters and a couple extra cutscenes, so it caused some problems, but they eventually managed to get it to work. So yeah, I remember that one being significant. Then there's Shenmue 2, the English dub edition, which is exactly the opposite, where you took the Xbox English audio and threw it into the Japanese Dreamcast game, or the European build of it. Seaman got a sequel, Seaman 2 on PlayStation 2, yes. Space Channel 5 Part 2 got translated to English using the PS2 assets, if I remember correctly. The idea was that they used like the FMVs from the PS2 game, and then they did their best to kind of occasionally pop in and put English where they could. Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, Super Street Fighter 2X, Taxi 2, which is not Crazy Taxi 2. It was a French exclusive game by Ubisoft based on a movie series that got translated into English. What's Shenmue? The demo got translated. Yukawa's Treasure Hunt, which is a puzzle game about the director Yukawa. And then, this isn't on there. I know that King of Fighters 2002 just got translated to English as well. Not that it was a particularly complicated game to begin with. But yeah, so there you go. Hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if you're going to get an English translation of Seaman 2. In my experience, it seems like the PS2 community isn't quite as, I don't know, on it about that kind of thing as the Dreamcast community seems to be. I don't know what that is for or why that is, other than just the fact that the PS2 can't do unsigned code, at least natively. By the way, I've got my water here. I've got a couple of coffees. And as a reminder, for anybody who's curious, I have these disgusting Harry Potter jelly beans. There's information in the description if you want me to suffer. But anyway, Merry Christmas. Let's see here. Merry Christmas, Adam. Gotten into several YouTube streamers in the last year, but you were my first back in 2016/2017. Yeah, I'm just very old, but I appreciate it. You love listening to Adam ramble. Thank you. Appreciate that. A team is working on Sakura Wars. I'm assuming it's 3 and 4. The 3 is blocked, so I'm assuming that's what you mean. Coffee with lemons. Not this time, because I forgot the lemons, but I do have water. Sega Gaga is also being worked on. Yeah, dude, Sega Gaga, they've been working on that one forever. I think that's probably the most demanded game to be translated into English on the Dreamcast. It just never has. And I'm no programmer, obviously, but my understanding of that one is that it was programmed in such a way that you can't just kind of drag and drop text, because a lot of it is like image based as opposed to like text based, and that kind of makes the process incredibly complicated. At least that's my understanding. Lou Malnati's Christmas dinner? No, they would be closed today anyway. The missus made us some chicken and vegetables and potatoes and stuff like that, so we already ate. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hope you guys enjoy the thumbnail. I was at the Home Alone house not that long. Actually, if you watch my travel channel, I just put out like this whole adventure to Home Alone filming locations and other John Hughes filming locations in the Chicagoland area. How you guys doing? Everybody have a nice Christmas so far? Those of you who celebrate? Or are you just enjoying the day off? Carol's Cookies? No, that was a birthday thing. It'd be cool to see you do another collab with Review Tech USA. It's been a long time. I mean, that's really up to Rich. There was a time where that was going to be a thing, but it just kind of, fell apart. He certainly doesn't need me. Do you know what I mean? When is Jesse and Jerry on the stream? Well, Nor Column 3, I'm pretty sure you are Jerry. And that's the most Jerry thing possible, is to suggest that you should be on the stream. Jesse I might call, though. See if he's around. Yeah, maybe later. When are you back in Amsterdam? No current plans. We were there a few months ago. We were in August. The missus says we were there in August. Watched Home Alone 2 last night. I love how they did a bunch of two-tone shots, different interior with different exteriors. Yeah, actually, so the missus and I just watched Home Alone 1, like, I don't know, what was it, like 2 hours ago? Wasn't that long ago. And we just felt like watching it. Good movie. And in the video that I did on the channel, on the travel channel yesterday, you can see a lot of those locations if anybody's interested in that. Everybody's just kind of chilling, relaxing. That's good. My coffee's too hot, which is a huge problem. Thomas has a huge headache. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. If aliens visited the Earth and shared their technology with us, would you do a retrospective video on... Oh, wow, that just jumped away. Would you do retrospective videos on video game consoles that were made by alien companies? No. I don't know how to answer that. Hey, Adam, thanks for all the years of content. Your videos inspired me to spend 3 weeks hunting in Japan, visit a total of 6 to 7 hard-offs, and brought back a total of 77 half pounds of worth of tech. Well, I'm really sorry about doing that to you. Much apologies on that one. My bad. Okay, just want to make sure everything's good to go here. Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Just double checking stuff. Partial to the second one because it takes place in New York. The second one is good, but if you actually, like, as an adult, watch both of them back to back, you really realize they're the same movie. They really are. They just kind of hit all the exact same beats and everything, and yeah, so it's fun though. Hit the like button. I agree with you. You should do that. New playload when? I'm gonna assume New Year's Eve, as it typically comes out at the end of the month. Is it okay to ask what happened to Mrs. Claus? We broke up. I found someone better. Let's just put it that way. Sometimes relationships, they don't always go the way you expect, and sometimes things break down, but then when life shuts a door, it opens up another one, and I found someone far and away superior. So, babe, if you can hear me, love you. She says she loves me too. That's the key, guys. Find someone that actually loves you back. Home Alone 3, while not as good, is underrated. Home Alone 3, yeah, honestly, so I did the video where I was talking about going around to parts of Chicago, checking out John Hughes stuff. I completely forgot that Home Alone 3 was a thing, even though I actually like that movie. And the house for that is actually not far from the traditional Home Alone house. In fact, the Home Alone house, as you know it, the one that's in the thumbnail here, is actually technically in Home Alone 3 for like 2 seconds. Did I ever meet the Red Letter Media guys? I've met Mike one time, completely by accident. So right after the Phantom Menace, like 70-minute review, the one that blew up, after that came out, Mike was suddenly like super famous. Around that exact same time, like literally while it was still going viral, I had a film of mine I made got into a film festival in Milwaukee called Firestarter. And when it got in there, I was like, oh, cool, I get to go to Milwaukee and, you know, present my movie. And so it was a lot of like the local Milwaukee film scene guys, right? And then at one point, Mike walked in, and a lot of people knew who he was because, like, it had, you know, that whole video had just been a big deal. I talked to him for like all of 2 seconds. We were briefly friends on Facebook after that. But then he eventually he got big enough that he started mass unadding people because I think he was probably getting harassed a lot and stuff. So he just started getting rid of people he didn't know. But yeah, he's the only one I've ever interacted with directly. Those guys are very much kind of like, they don't need anybody, so they just kind of stick to their group, and that's totally fine. Armando Torres just kind of super stickered, and he says, let's celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. Oh, that's a YouTube automatic thing. So Armando didn't actually say anything, but at the same time, YouTube is telling me that we should celebrate the fact that Armando, this is the 5th super on a live stream. So I think he just did our first bean. Can you correct me if I'm wrong on that, Armando? Is that what you paid for? Tell me, and then if I have to, I will suffer. There is a Home Alone 4 as well. There's also a Home Alone 5. Home Alone 4 is one of the worst things you will ever see. And yeah, it's terrible. I know they collabed with Chad Vader. They did not. I know that firsthand because I worked on Chad Vader. The Red Letter Media guys made a lot of videos about how much they didn't like Chad Vader. And we'll leave it at that. All right, Armando bought a bean. The missus says, oh God. So for those who aren't aware, they maybe missed this. So the missus and I picked up a pack of Harry Potter's Forbidden Bernie Bott's beans. It's those kind of, you know, like jelly beans that could taste like anything. So some of them are good and some will be disgusting. And because I am a slut, for $10, you can buy me a bean. And Armando did that. So do I just pick one at random, Armando? Is that what you want me to do? Or do you have like a specific color in mind? I mean, that might get a little complicated. So should I just pick one? I also reserve the right to spit them out if they're disgusting. I just want that on record. She's getting toilet paper for me. Or a paper towel, sorry. I did meet Jake Lloyd once. Yes, Anakin Skywalker himself went to my college. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi. Thank you.
I also want to see this.
Wait, say hello to the folks.
Hello.
Yeah, she's here.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
All
Merry
right.
Chrysler.
All right, Armando says just do a random one.
Yes.
Oh, you're going to make me suffer here. She's so happy to see me go through pain.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it.
Okay. All right, there it is.
Oh, it's green.
It's green and brown.
It's going to taste like vomit.
I don't think that's the vomit one. I don't know.
You don't know. That's the point. Just
I know.
eat
All right.
Eat it.
Oh, it's watermelon.
Oh, God damn it.
Sucks
I
of
wanted
you.
to get a bad one.
Of course you did. That's what everybody wants.
Well, they know what they got to do. They got to...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's watermelon. Yeah, I can eat that one. I can do that all day. You want to buy me more watermelon? I'm all for it. I'm just saying, the bad ones are in there. But this is up to them to choose. What?
I really want you to get the vomit one.
She really wants me to eat the vomit one. This is what you call a real relationship, everybody.
That's because you don't really vomit or anything.
I don't really vomit or anything.
No, listen. Hear me out. Just hear me out. You don't drink or anything, so you don't really get the sensation of being like, oh yeah, I'm going to throw up, and then actually doing it. So, you know, maybe you need to just suffer a little.
Find yourself a girl who wants you to vomit for fun.
Alright. I'll come back.
You'll come back if anybody... You guys will get... Alright, I guess that's a double whammy. Hypothetically, if you buy me more beans, you also get to hear from Mrs. Koralik more often.
That's if you want to. I get it if you don't like me.
Oh, they love you. Alright. Okay, that one was good. Sorry to disappoint everybody. I'm sure we'll find another one that sucks. Yeah, the missus really wants me to be in pain. I don't know why. I got her a nice gift and everything. Oh. I did, though. I got her perfume. I'm a nice guy. Alright. Let's see here. we got some questions back here. Malort flavored jelly beans? No. Thankfully, there's no licensed Malort flavor stuff. That's a very Chicago thing. So we'll go back to talking about Home Alone, because I know we were talking about that for 2 seconds. Home Alone 4 is terrible. It was actually a made-for-TV thing. Like, they were trying to work on a Home Alone, the TV series. It was being filmed in South Africa. As weird as that sounds. It was awful, and they canceled it. And they just used the footage to make, like, one really bad movie. It's beyond bad. Actually, Red Letter Media, since we were talking about them, they did a really good review of it because they actually had Macaulay Culkin on it. You literally, nobody's going to be able to make a better review of it. That's not even possible. Okay, Armando donated for yet another one. Here we go. She's coming back. All right. Ready?
I'm going to have to go shortly because a friend wants to talk.
That's fine. All right. What, you want to pick it for me? No, I'm not going to let you do it. Why am I stupid at me? Okay.
Well, no, because how am I going to know what they are?
I don't know what they're in. That's the point. Okay. Oh, please don't be a cinnamon one.
If it's a cinnamon one,
well, the funny thing is, cinnamon is supposed to be one of the good ones, but cinnamon is revolting. I might actually throw up if it's cinnamon. Oh, it is. Yeah, that's cinnamon. No. That.
Yes, he suffers. Why would you then put coffee in your mouth? Use water.
Because what the fuck else am I supposed to do? I would easily eat the vomit one over that shit ever again. Ugh. Sorry about the language, everybody. Merry Christmas. But you forced me to eat cinnamon. That's what happens. Thank you, Armando. What did I do to you, dude? Yes? She's just over here, like, giggling. Here, you got something to tell the folks?
Make him suffer more, please. It's funny. What? You didn't get me Sephora gift cards for Christmas.
No, I got you a nice perfume you liked.
Weeks ago when I was there.
Oh my god! She was like, let me have it now. I'm like, this is your Christmas gift. You have to wait till Christmas. No, I want it now. I'm like, if you want it now, it counts and you can't get mad at me later. Oh, of course I won't. Where's my Christmas gift?
Yeah, but I make you nice pancakes and everything.
You do, but that doesn't get you out of that.
I don't care. Sephora.
Yeah. If anybody wants to buy her a Sephora gift card, no, don't do that.
Yeah, no, don't do
No.
I
have to.
Aha! You ripped it.
No! Go away. All right, come back.
Okay.
All right, let's take some questions. Yeah, people are dying watching that. Okay. I picked up a Switch this summer. Yeah, she just walked away the second we started talking about video games. The irony is she plays more games than I do.
I'm on a game right now.
She's literally playing ESO right now. I picked up a Switch in the summer, and they have checked it out with a screen protector and coverings this Christmas. I don't know who that was really to. Anyway, Armando, in all seriousness, thank you very much for the donation there and making me suffer. If you guys want to make me suffer, $10 gets you a random Harry Potter Bert's terrible piece of junk beans that I have to eat. Ugh. Black licorice is in here. Let me go over these again, just so if anybody's joining and you're curious, like, what's going on here. Here's what we got. Some of these are good. Some are bad. We've got grass, which is bad. Green apple, bad. Marshmallow, probably good. Rotten egg, bad. Sausage, lemon, soap, tutti frutti, vomit, watermelon, earwax, earthworm, dirt, cinnamon, terrible, as we just found out, cherry, candy floss, booger, blueberry, black pepper, and banana. Up to you if I suffer. That's your call. But thank you. Yeah, fake cinnamon's disgusting, man. Like, real cinnamon's good, don't get me wrong. Like, cinnamon rolls, all that stuff. That stuff's great. That artificial cinnamon, I'm gonna make... You know what, Armando, for what you did, you have to see this. Let this be on your soul, dude. Ugh. Green apple is not great. What are you talking about? No, it's not. Ugh. Armando super chats, but this time not enough for a bean. Thank you, Armando. Just because I don't want to do that again, but I will. Thoughts on these fan Star Wars prequel edits? I've only seen a couple of them. I'm assuming you mean the prequels, but are you including, like, the newer, like, Patterson cut of, like, Obi-Wan and stuff? Let me know what just clarify there. Otherwise, or I could just answer in general. I remember watching some of the prequel edits, like, back in the day. Obviously, everybody approached it differently. Phantom Menace has a lot of versions where Jar Jar is not in there. You cut down on Jake Lloyd where you can and try to make the movie shorter, which is not, like, the best way to do it. I saw some creative ones where they tried to basically take all three of the prequel movies and merge them into a single film, but I don't really think that works too well. Supposedly, of all people, Topher Grace, you know, from That 70s Show, Supposedly, he cut together a really good edit of the first 3 movies as a single film. And those who have seen it claim it's really, really good, but he's never distributed it. But, you know, you just got to trust that. As for, like, the Patterson cut, I think it's a much better way of watching Obi-Wan. But at the same time, like, the source material is what it is, and there's only so much you can do with it. Because you have to film stuff a certain way for it to work. You can make stuff less stupid, and you can waste less of my time. But at the end of the day, it is ultimately a fan edit, and isn't so much, like, you know, canon. So you just go, eh. Does that answer your question, dude? All right, let's see here. Artificial cinnamon, you 100% agree? Yes. You guys are disappointed there's no pickle flavor. The British have terrible culinary skills, right? Even they know not to put pickles in stuff. Yeah, she agrees with that part. Am I a fan of honey mustard? Yes, I am. We got a super chat from Gollum64. What is your favorite Sega Game Gear game? I haven't played it enough to really be sure of this, but the answer I'm going to give you, so you guys know I like my McDonald's Treasureland Adventure for the Genesis. It sort of has a sequel on the Game Gear in Japan only. Now, I haven't played it a ton, but what I did play of it, it was actually pretty fun to the point where I was like, I kind of want, like, a consoleized Game Gear just to play that game. I just kicked my water over, but don't worry, it was closed. Everything's fine. I think that might be my answer, only because, like, you guys know I'm not super into handhelds, so I just spent a ton of time playing them. I do remember this really fun Donald Duck game, though. I don't remember the name of it entirely, but I remember Donald Duck, and you had to, like, jump on things, which doesn't really say much because most games were platformers anyway. That's probably the one I have the most memories with. Like, if I were to really sit down and do the Game Gear retrospective someday, I'd have to look at all my titles, and then something would come out to me. But I will say, the Sonic games on there, not great. Not great. Thank you for the super chat. I wish there was a pickle for Adam. Why do you guys want me to eat pickles? Pickles are gross. Do you like sand even though it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere? Yes, I do. I enjoy a nice beach. Instead, I'm doing this. Hey, Jesse, what's up, man? Merry Christmas, everybody. What about McKids on the NES? Very different game. Gunstar Heroes. I forgot there's a version of Gunstar Heroes on the Game Gear. I totally forgot about that. That one's pretty good. Haven't they done consoleized Game Gear mods? Yes. The Bahar Bros have been talking about, like, hooking me up with one for years, but it just kind of never happens because it's just a matter of sourcing parts, and it's just kind of a low-demand thing. I would totally do a video on it, you know. I got a few more videos in the pipeline for what is technically the rest of the year. What's your favorite Japanese commercial that is 100 times better than the same campaign commercials we got in the US? Well, the obvious answer is the Sagata Sunshiro Sega Saturn commercials. If you guys are somehow not aware of this, the Japanese marketed the Saturn in, like, this bizarre way where they created this mascot, this guy named Sagata Sunshiro, who's like a ninja. And his whole thing is, like, he would basically go around Japan and see, like, kids, you know, doing something. Let's say baseball. They're playing baseball. And they're having, like, they're playing actual baseball. And he'd be like, no, you can't do that. You have to play baseball on the Saturn. He would go beat the crap out of all these little kids and then force them to play the Saturn, and they would just have a better time, but they'd usually leave very injured. It was like the same premise for, like, every commercial. He would just beat the crap out of people and make them play the Saturn. That was awesome. That was way better than it was marketed here. So much so that I don't even remember the Saturn being a thing in the States until after the Dreamcast was over. Eat pickle, become pickle Rick. It's a win-win. No. Isn't Game Gear essentially just a Master System handheld? Yeah, effectively. There are a few there's a few differences. The Game Gear runs at a lower resolution, and I believe the Game Gear has a higher color palette. So, as a result, Master System games can work on the Game Gear with, like, an adapter, but not the other way around. And that's probably why they never made, like, a Genesis Game Gear like a Super Game Boy equivalency. Even though the Master System hardware was in there, that slight difference probably made it too difficult, but I don't pretend to be sure of that. Was kind of disappointed on the Stellar Xbox video. Well, what did you want to see in that? Opinions on censorship for Japan. You're going to have to elaborate on that. Favorite restaurant that is not, like, pizza related in the world, or, like, here? Elaborate, please. Favorite Crazy Taxi version on console? I'm going to go with the first one on Dreamcast. That's just where it's at, man. Are you guys enjoying your Christmas so far? Anybody do anything fun? I know we got a lot of people just kind of bouncing in and out saying hello. Appreciate that. Going to move this over. Wait, no, I'll leave it up there. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Okay. Saturn commercials were wild. Yes, they were. Okay. The Nintendo Switch Flash Cart. He wants my opinion. I'm tempted to do my own video on it. The problem is right now we just don't have enough information. It could be legitimate. It could be fake. We don't really know how it works. So I'm kind of like waiting. So I'm not just making clickbait videos like Nintendo Switch Flash Card. You know, I don't like that stuff. We got a super chat from Gollum64 again. He says, I got 2 3DO games. I'm very happy. Well, congratulations, Gollum64, on your Christmas gifts and your 3DO gaming. I hope you have a good time. Did you ever see my 3DO, like Ultimate 3DO video? I like went nuts and overkilled the 3DO. It's got RGB modification, so beautiful video quality. It has an ODE in it that is loaded with an SSD. So it's like way too much stuff you wouldn't actually want to do. And it's like perfect though. It's like every single game, beautiful quality. It's amazing. Thank you for the super chat. We got another one from Crusher Bad who says, Merry Christmas, Adam. I bought an Atari 2600 Plus as a present for myself. This is something the 3 console players would never make. All right, so you're the only person I know offhand who actually has one of those. What are the compatibility issues with it? I know people were saying that it's like emulator based and there's some problems with it. Have you tested enough to conclude that? Are you going to do videos on it? Crush Your Bad 64 is also a YouTuber, everybody, in case you don't know. That dude has been doing YouTube longer than I have, actually. And I give him props because he actually stuck in the game for that long. So I've met him too down in Atlanta. Good guy. I don't know if any of you went to PRGE, but he also helped contribute some stuff to the Jaguar library there. Let's see. Merry Christmas, Adam. Got myself the Bayonetta Let's... I'm assuming you mean long play, like vinyl records. What did you get for yourself for Christmas? Well, so far, Armando got me a disgusting cinnamon-flavored jelly bean. Any of you want to give me a jelly bean, that's up to you. I can taste disgusting things like rotten eggs. Thanks. No, the missus and I just decided to just have a fun Christmas together. Camera, focus. There you go. What are the good mods for the OG Pong consoles? Is that even a thing? Armando, you're laughing over there. Good boy. Yeah. No pickles. Fortunately, there's no pickle-flavored Harry Potter disgusting beans. No pickle ones. I'm very happy about that. I would gladly eat the vomit one over a pickle-flavored one. No problem there. Top 5 Resident Evil games, including remakes. That's a tough one. So I probably would say 2 remake, 2 original, 3 remake, 1 remake, Code Veronica. That'd probably be my order. Love the Joker shirt. How's the weight loss going so far? I have to admit I've gained a couple pounds in the last week. We've been eating Christmassy. I'm doing all right. I did have some pizza recently, though, because if you saw I did this Home Alone tour video on my travel channel, and by happenstance, there was a Home Alone themed pop-up shop pizza place in Chicago that was based on Little Nero's, which is the fake pizza place that they go to in the movie. So I was like, we got to do that. That'd be cool. So we did. So, all cheese pizza, lovely cheese pizza just for me. What webcam do you use? I'm using this 4K eMeet webcam, although it's only rendering in 720p intentionally for the purposes of the stream, just because I don't want, too high a bandwidth. It's unnecessary. There's nothing to look at. It's just a fat guy sweating. Is there a Domino's flavored jelly bean? Fortunately, no. I don't have to suffer like that. No Little Caesars flavor, fortunately. Shout out to the Pong console modding scene. Is that a thing? Like, for real? Did not know. As for Crusher Bay, says, I'm working on a video for the Atari 2600 Plus. Also working on an updated status of the Atari VCS and how games are still being released for that console. Well, I look forward to it. Chicago question. What are the 2 tavern-style pizza places you recommend people go to when they visit? So the funny thing is, Candace, your wife, is the one who introduced me to the fact that tavern-style is a Chicago thing. I did not even know that. So in other words, I'm not really sure how to answer that. Because if I think tavern-style, we never refer to that here that way, would be thin crust, but cut into like squares and small triangles as opposed to like New York style where it's like a series of big triangles. With that being said, growing up there was one place I loved called Giappo's, but it no longer exists. These days I am yet to find a thin crust pizza place anywhere near as good. Any cardboard flavor? Nope. Again, the flavor options are grass, green apple, marshmallow, rotten egg, sausage, lemon, soap, tutti frutti, vomit, watermelon, earwax, earthworm, dirt, cinnamon, cherry, candy floss, booger, blueberry, black pepper, and banana. For $10, you can make me potentially suffer or give me a nice treat. That's up to you. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, I guess, I suck. Adam, would you say the reason his obsession with Shenmue? What? We got a super chat. I said super champ, I think. Super chat from the Zombie Fanatic. Thank you very much. Hello, Adam. Merry Christmas from the UK. I know you don't talk about things like this, but what do you think about the proposed PS5 Pro Specs leak? First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, you're kind of in luck. I actually did an entire video about that. And all I said was grain of salt. We have some rumors that dev kits have maybe gone out with those specs, but until anything's official, nothing's official. At the moment, I'm trying to get the camera to focus. Woo, my hand. There you go. Until that happens, you might as well take it as like, oh guys, my cousin at Nintendo totally told me that the next Switch is going to have 8K. They're skipping 4K because it's not enough Ks. I don't put stock in stuff like that. Like, there are some credible sources that occasionally, get something right. But to me, until it's right, it's rumor mill. I'll super chat you $50 to see you eat a pickle. Fortunately, I have no pickles. I don't allow them in my home, so I don't have to worry about that. But for $50, if you actually do that, Gene, I will eat 5 of these stupid things. That's your call. Do you like the Yakuza games, and do you personally think of them as the spiritual sequels to the Shenmue? First of all, yes, I do like them, and absolutely I do not. The only thing they have in common with Shenmue, other than the fact that some of the developers themselves went on to make those games, is that they're games that take place in Japan that are highly Sega themed. That's kind of the end of the list. As far as like tone and gameplay and intent, not in any way the same games. So no, I definitely don't think of them as spiritual successors. The spiritual successor to Shenmue is Shenmue 3. And actually, I'm going to give a shout out here to George Kitchen, a member of the Shenmue community. He released a game called Dreams of Saturn, like literally yesterday or the day before. It's a fan-made Shenmue 1 prequel that's very tongue-in-cheek. It actually is a PC game. It's totally free. He's done a couple of bug patches. This is going to shock a lot of you. I've been sitting here playing it because it's free and I'm just demoing it. I actually beat it through 3 times, looking for bugs and all that. And you can download it for free off the Shenmue Dojo. Doesn't need any installs. It's just drag and drop files. Just click open, totally DRM free because it's a free game. It was a lot of fun if you're a Shenmue fan. It's a nice tongue-in-cheek prequel. Adam, are you mad at Warner Brothers Discovery for the canceled Shenmue anime thing? No, because I didn't even watch the first one. I don't watch anime. Even Shenmue anime, I wasn't going to watch it, so nope. Sorry. The only reason you ever see me do that is I'm trying to catch focus of the camera. Will you ever see the conclusion to Shenmue? I hope so. This wasn't meant to be the Shenmue chat exactly, but it just kind of happens. Hey, Adam, I like your channel, and I like Shenmue. Well, great. Thank you. Shenmue Santa says, Merry Christmas. Stop by the MJQ Jazz Bar today. I actually did Game Park, which I believe is Luis Bonilla. How you doing, dude? I did, because I was just playing that Shenmue, like, fan-made thing by George Kitchen. Which is controller compatible, incidentally. All the info is on the Shenmue Dojo if you want to check it out. Yeah, they canceled Shenmue Season 2, the anime, not for any fault of the shows. It was because of the Warner Brothers acquisition from Discovery. They just mass canceled a ton of stuff they didn't see any sort of interest in, and that was among the list. Sorry, you're Shenmue man to me. I apologize. Don't apologize. It's just kind of funny how all of a sudden it was all about that. I don't mind. It's not a problem. You guys get to choose the subjects. That's kind of the whole thing. Yeah, and that it prioritizes, of course, to anybody who super chats or PayPals or Venmos or any of that stuff. But the extra incentive today, if you want to make me suffer on this Christmassy day. Yeah, the stupid jelly beans. Oh, they almost fell over and would have spilled everywhere. Alas, this cap prevented that. Kyle says, Merry Christmas, Adam. Thanks for all the good years of content. Thank you very much for watching. What would be the ideal launch lineup for the next Nintendo system? I try not to predict Nintendo too much, because they always have this way of not going with what makes sense, and it ends up working in their favor. So I'm just like, you know what? Just let Nintendo be Nintendo. All I know for sure is whatever they do launch it with, it's going to have to be like a big hitter. My guess is whatever, I'm guessing Mario Kart 9 would be like the finale swan song of the Switch, and there'd be like an ultimate edition or whatever for, let's call it the Switch 2. That would be my guess. That alone, that'll sell consoles right out of the gate. After that, it can just be all shovelware and it wouldn't matter. Adam, what is the ultimate Dreamcast setup? That's obviously a matter of personal opinion. In my case, I have an HDMI modded Dreamcast with the DC digital. So that you have native HDMI output. Obviously, you configure it, kind of the way you like. I personally add an M Classic to that at that point, just to make it, even prettier. I also put in the mode, which I did a video on, which is an ODE. So you replace the disk drive, and in that you put an SSD, 2 terabytes with the entire library on there, plus all the indies, and then a ton of room left over. That's how I do it. You guys really want me to eat pickles? Eat the beans off the floor, and then I'll send 50. Now, unfortunately, they didn't fall on the floor, Gene. But if you send the 50, I will eat 5 of these in a row. That's your call. New Sega console for the win. That is not happening. Do I still use IDE hard drives? No. I don't even use mechanical drives if I don't have to. I do have some mechanical drives just for storage purposes, like, because I have a lot of footage from all my videos over the years. It's just not financially possible, or even technically possible yet, I don't think, to have like a 14 terabyte SSD used for archiving. But anytime I can get rid of a mechanical drive in favor of an SSD, I will do it. Is the Sega Dreamcast still the greatest console of all time in your opinion? In my opinion, yes. Obviously, a lot of people have various opinions on that. My personal favorite. Drop them on the floor, pick 5 up and eat them. Why, Gene? It's already going to be gross enough. All right, I agree to your terms and conditions. You want me to just take these, put 5 of them on the ground, and then pick them up? I will do that. You have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. I've screwed up the quote, but you get it. Do you have Wonka candies? I personally do not. Don't recommend SSD for archival, exactly. It's also just prohibitively expensive. Shenmue is my subject request. Well, we've been talking about it. The Joker on your shirt is staring at me and I think he's aroused. I'm scared. Well, that's on you if you're judging. If you know. Do I own any Adventure Time games? I do. I have the 2 for the Wii U just because they're part of the Wii U set. But it's not like I've got them to, hey, I want those. Candace is telling me to ignore Gene. I don't have a choice. I'm a slut. So if he pays me to do it, I don't have a choice. Pickled tomatoes can be very good. No, pickled anything is terrible. It's the law. Did I play through David Crage's Omicron, the Nomad Soul on Dreamcast? No, I remember playing it a little bit, like years ago, but that's all I really remember about it. Have I watched Wonka? No, I have not. It looks stupid as hell to me. I don't really like this whole trend of like, hey, we're out of IPs. Let's go back and like ruin other ones that actually work. I have no interest in that. The only thing that tends to be good that comes out of these things is the YouTube reviews of people hating them. Godzilla -1, though, that was legit. You go see that. It really vindicated me as a Godzilla fan. I've been a Godzilla super fan like my whole life, and a lot of the perception in the West has always been, oh, Godzilla's just a dumb guy in a monster suit, and it's the stupid thing. No. And finally, us Godzilla fans who stuck all the way through it are like, told ya! Godzilla's an allegory for so much more. Like, yes, there are obviously entries in that series that are dumb, but like, told you. Gene super chatted $49.99. Technically, you're 1 cent off, so you screwed this plan up. He says, empty the entire box on the floor, pick any of the random 5, or have the missus pick 5, throw them on the floor, and you can eat them. You were technically off by 1 cent, but I'm going to do this anyway because you let me stay at your house sometimes. So I'm just going to take 5 of them. I'll try to get 5 different colors here. Okay, that one looks like a repeat. So let's put that away. That's 6, so I'm going to put away this green one because I don't know. Okay, all right. So, Gene, here we go. We have 5 right there. See them? I'm going to put these on the floor. You'll have to trust my word on that because I'm not moving the camera. But I'll put these on the floor and then I guess pick them back up and eat them one at a time. This is happening, everybody. They're on the floor. On the floor. All right, let me get them. Okay. Oh, good. There's a hair there. Okay, great. Which one do I do first, or should I just do this? In the meantime, while I wait for Gene to get back to me, we got another super chat from the Zombie Fanatic for £2. You think the Switch 2 will be on the same level as Xbox Series S? I've always thought it would probably be more like a PS4 Pro in your pocket. I don't think Nintendo's going to do more than that. That's my opinion, though. Obviously, I don't know. So thank you for that. Another super chat from Hugo Martinez who says, is digital future with full ownership possible? If you ask me, no, it is not. But I will say you can definitely do a lot about consumer rights so people get less screwed. I just don't see a system where, say, for example, for digital content to truly be property, there's way too much that has to change, including the ability for users to be able to sell their own digital games within the Xbox ecosystem, for example, meaning there has to be a privately run or publicly traded store ecosystem controlled by Microsoft where they don't take any money out of it. I just don't see that working that way. I just, I see that presenting too many potential issues that they wouldn't want to deal with. Because imagine for a second if, I'm Bob and I'm like, hey, I've got a digital copy of like, I don't know, some Persona game and I only want $20, but everybody else is like asking 50. And then I'm like, okay, cool, I'll sell it, like, how does that work? I assume Microsoft would just extract the license and move it or something. Like, I don't know. Or is it possible you just screw people over and then if there's any customer interaction problems, it's Microsoft's issue to deal with? Sorry, I got distracted here. I'm just going to eat one. Here we go, guys. We're going to go with this purple one first. For those who are just joining us, I'm going to explain this really quickly. For $10, you can make me eat a jelly bean of these disgusting Harry Potter jelly beans. Some of them are like booger flavored and stuff. Gene put down $50 to have me eat 5 of these stupid things. So here we go. First is going to be this purple one. It's sausage. That one's not bad. It's weird. It's sugary sausage. I wouldn't enjoy eating it again, but there can definitely be worse, and I'm sure there will be. Okay. The true test is if I can swallow it. That's what she said. And if I don't, and it goes on this thing, It's like Armando, where he made me eat the cinnamon one, and I nearly threw up. Okay. Here we go. We'll go with one of the yellow ones. Okay. Cloudy yellow one. Lemon. Pleasant. Nice. Thank you, Gene. So far, this has been very pleasant. Well, sausage one was okay, but... Did the hair make it better? Not yet. Probably, clearly one of mine. Look at me. By the way, wearing my late mother's Christmas hat. After she passed away and I had to, like, clear out a bunch of stuff in the house of hers, I actually found a photo of her when she was, like, in college with this hat, and she was just getting stoned. My mom wore this while getting baked when she was in college. Okay. Let's go with this yellow one. Okay. That's the rotten egg. That is rotten egg. That is rotten egg. Ugh. Cinnamon one's way worse though. Ugh. Okay. Yuck. Okay. This yellow one. Here we go. Oh, that one's really good. That's a banana one. I can go out. Yeah. All right. I'm scared of the last one though. Looks like turd flavored. Look at that. Like owl pellet. Okay. Okay, guys. Here we go. Okay. Black pepper. Oh my god. Ugh. That actually straight up does taste like black pepper. Like black pepper's fine, but like a concentrated dose of it. This is the Hall of Failure. Yeah, gross. Anyway, for $10, I'll do more because I'm a slut. Okay, Merry Christmas to you. Thanks, Gene. Are you still hitting the gym? No, I was never hitting the gym. How dare you accuse me of working out? Why would you do that? Why couldn't they make a coffee flavored one? That would actually be pleasant. I hope that was worth it, Gene. Not only were they gross, I had to eat them off a floor. Being a YouTuber sucks, guys. I'm just letting you know. Anyway, let's take some questions here. I wasn't procrastinating. I was just chatting. We need to keep physical options alive, otherwise you'll own nothing. I completely agree. Obviously, I've done a lot of videos talking about that. What's my OnlyFans pricing? I don't have an OnlyFans, unfortunately, but I'd probably do the free one because I'm not that smart. Oh, now I'm burping up the sausage in the sausage one. That's the revenge of the sausage one, man. Like the burps, I wasn't accounting for that. That's not good. Ugh. Yeah, floor spices. Top 5 worst Resident Evil games. I don't know if I can do a top 5 worst ones. All I know is I absolutely hated Resident Evil 6. And I think there would be others I would be not a fan of, like the online ones and stuff like that. But I Survivor I didn't think was very good. Some of those, but maybe Gaiden. But the thing is, it's just because of the nature of those games. Ugh. My bad. I saw you lost weight. Or your podcast were you losing weight? Oh, no. I'm slimming down. I'm just not exercising because I wouldn't do that. I mean, come on. Like, I'm willing to diet and sans disgusting, sugary, vomit-flavored stuff, I guess. But, yeah, I don't want to, work out. Come on. Opal as well. Yeah, things are good so far, other than this terrible bean. You went a full day without food. Would you eat a pickle for dinner or no dinner at all? Absolutely, I would not eat dinner. No amount of starving would make me eat a pickle. That's just disgusting. I'm really appreciative there's no pickle flavored one here. Like, really appreciative of that. Because if I hit that, that's the end of the game right there. Have I ever played Resident Evil Dead Aim? Yes! PS2 game, right? I think that was just one of the Survivor series, but it had a different name in Japan, and we just got like, or was it Resident Evil Gun Hero or something like that? I don't remember the name of it. Sorry, I was just checking my phone real quick. When did Atari start to decline? I mean, like originally, you'd have to argue like pretty damn quick. When they made the 5200 and they launched it with broken controllers out of the box, I don't think there was really any coming back from that. Let's check, make sure we got a bunch of notifications here, make sure everything's okay. So far, so good. Okay. So reminder, if you're just joining us, you can, if you want, obviously we're just a Q&A, we're just hanging out, chit-chatting. Merry Christmas, everybody. We just have some fun. If you wish to support the channel, you can super chat any amount you want. I will prioritize your question. I accept Venmo and PayPal. There's links in the description. I pay attention to that. And as a Christmas gift to all, and to all I suck, for $10, I'll eat one of these Harry Potter jelly beans that can be good or can be disgusting. That's up to you. That's just an optional thing. Anyway, do I have Windows 11? No, I'm on Windows 10. There's a rule with Windows where you stick to every other iteration of Windows. So Windows 7 was good. Windows 8 was the clown car. Windows 10 is good. Windows 11 is not so great. And it goes further back than that. You guys know. So Windows 12, I'm all for it. Does Sega get the majority of profits from games or pachinko machines? It's been a long time since I looked into it. That definitely was true for a while, where they were like making most of their money from pachinko machines, but they've done a lot better with games and stuff lately, especially in Japan. But don't forget, in Japan they're more of a conglomerate where they own things like hotels and stuff too, so they have a lot of income streams, though they did get rid of a lot of their arcade stuff over there, as I'm sure a lot of you guys know. Merry Christmas, Adam. Where's your gift? Well, your gift is to watch me suffer occasionally if anybody gives me $10 and I have to be in pain. That's your potential gift. Otherwise, Merry Christmas. Bulls rant. They suck. They're going to blow that team up before February, man. 11 is actually a good one, Adam, but okay. Hey, Gene, you're the guy who made me eat stuff off the floor. I'm not sure I trust your judgment on this. That's my catty face. Do you have Windows XP? Right now I'm using Windows 10, as I said. I do have an XP PC that is around just for the purposes of archiving old data, because old stuff likes old stuff. So like when I have to back up a CD, I'm just doing this to focus the camera. When I have to back up like say a Neo Geo CD game or something, it's easier to do that on an XP PC because you get more of a pure rip. So I typically stick to stuff like that. Do you like Doom on the Atari Jaguar? I don't remember particularly thinking it was that great. Although the Jaguar, man, is like, I want to love it more than I do. I love it as like the history of it, the idea of it. But the amount of time I've actually had any fun in it is limited. It's kind of that system you play with your buddies where you're all just kind of making fun of it. That's kind of how I feel about it. Hi from the UK. Met you in Blackpool a few years back. Well, hey, how you doing? I would love to go back to that con. That was a fun one. Play Expo Blackpool. Good one. Which Sega console do you like the best? Genesis or Dreamcast? Dreamcast, definitely. I mean, come on. Genesis would be my second favorite, though. Aquaman 2 short review. Haven't seen it. End of review. It has a great Rayman game. That's true. Rayman on the Jaguar, I mean, it was made for that system. It is definitely a good version. It might be the best version of that game, actually. When are you and Santa getting together? Spoilers. I'm becoming him. I'm just not quite as old as he was. I definitely have the weight, though. Ho, ho, ho. A belly full of jelly beans. Ah! Favorite Xbox console? The original. OG. what are your thoughts on the new Yuzo Koshiro game? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. What do I think of Windows 8? My exact quote was, "It's a clown car." Do you have any thoughts on the canceled Panasonic M2? I really wanted Kenji Ono's original build of D2. I think they actually had one of those, like the prototypes, at Long Island Retro. There are a few of them out there. So you can actually check them out if you go to certain conventions. I think that the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas actually has one of them. But it's too bad it didn't come out, but it's not that shocking that it didn't. We have to push for a Dreamcast Mini. It's not the right time. Technologically speaking and economically speaking, it's not quite there. I mean, Sega, granted, this was like 5 years ago. I told this story in a video I did earlier this year. Like 5 years ago in 2018, when I was helping Sega do Shenmue re-release stuff, they were kind of picking my brain about other stuff. And one of the subjects that came up was the Dreamcast Mini as an idea. And the basic consensus they had was, we either make it expensive but accurate, which people wouldn't like because they'd say like $300 for, a Dreamcast Mini is ridiculous. It's more than the system actually retailed for originally, which is true. Or they make it a lot cheaper, but then they have to use like lower grade like PC ports that aren't really the authentic Dreamcast experience, and they just wouldn't be as good. They're effectively just little emulated things that wasn't quite up to snuff. And they thought people would like the price point, but they'd hate the content, just like it didn't do very well. Like the PS1 Classic, where it was just kind of buggy. So they just kind of sat on it. And as I understand it, that's still what they're doing. I don't think they have any plans to actually do it, because the mini craze is kind of over. It's not impossible. I mean, every year the tech gets a little cheaper. It's about finding that sweet spot. And I remember in that conversation they were talking about like what other ones to do, and like all the problems are already out there. Like you can do Master System really easily, but the only place where that would actually do well would be parts of Europe. Saturn would be a pain, and the only country where it could work would be Japan. So Dreamcast is the only one that has like more mass appeal, but the technology is just not quite there economically speaking. And I know people always point out like, hey man, I just use like a Raspberry Pi and did it. It's like, yeah, you did that as an individual. You're not trying to sell that and market that on a bigger scale. What do you think of Tears of the Kingdom? I haven't played it. Sorry. If you had to save one game from your collection, what would it be? I have an autographed copy of Shenmue 1 for the Dreamcast that is signed by Corey Marshall, the American voice actor, Masayo Matsukaze, the Japanese voice actor, as well as Yu Suzuki, the, of course, creator of the game. That would be my number one. Like, if I had to save one game, I'd run out the door with that. Favorite arcade game? Simpsons Arcade. Why do you not like the ending of the latest Godzilla movie? Referring to Godzilla -1. I would openly talk about this, but it's such a fresh movie that I don't want to spoil it for anybody. So I'm going to not. All I'm going to say is that's a really solid film. And the ending is the movie is an allegory for PTSD, essentially. And it all leads to a very specific direction, which is more or less finding some measure of hope in a society of hopelessness, which is all fine. But on the other hand, you do have a giant monster. And he's an allegory, but at some point the movie has to kind of conclude that. And how do you do that and have those two things stick? It kind of gets a little silly at the end. That's all I'll say. And that was only my issue, and that's all I'm going to say on that. What is in that closet currently? Controllers and cables and things. How often do I go to Galloping Ghosts? I have never been there. I know, shocker, right? They bring their stuff to all like the local cons, so like I've seen their Beavis and Butthead arcade and Primal Rage 2 and all that. I'm not an arcade guy, so it never really meant a whole lot to me. Shenmue is from Sega. Yes, it is. Open it. I'm not gonna open the there's nothing to see. It's just cables and controllers and stuff. Actually, that might be partially inaccurate. I think I can show you one random thing. Let's see here. Ugh. It's just kind of a mess in there. Look at that stack of Retro Fighters controllers. Here's something cool, though. The ASCII GameCube keyboard. I found this in a Japanese junk bin years ago. These things are super crazy expensive now. There you go. There's a look in that closet. Bye, closet. Is Heath Ledger my favorite Joker? Oh, easily. Easily. His performance is legendary in that film. He won an Oscar after he was deceased. Tells you everything you need to know. Last game I played and enjoyed a lot. I spent quite a good chunk of time playing the Atomic Wave Dreamcast conversion of Blue Dolphin for a while there. That's a really fun run and gun game. Yeah, I asked people actually in a recent video on the Retro Fighters Striker controller video if people wanted me to do a video on the Atomic Wave conversions for the Dreamcast. It seems like people want me to do that, so I may sometime in the new year. Toho will still do a better job in making sequels than Legendary Pictures has with their films. Toho's history of making Godzilla sequels is not good. When you look at... Alright, so obviously they made 1 million of them, but all I'm going to say on this is it's very rare for Toho to make like a legitimately good, emotionally deep Godzilla film. In fact, I'd say they've made 4 out of all the movies they ever made. Maybe 5. And I'll go over them very quickly. Gojira, obviously, legendary film, one of the most significant movies of the 20th century. It was followed up by Godzilla Raids Again, one of the silliest quick cash grab movies ever, which eventually led to King Kong vs. Godzilla and just down the road. So that one was probably the only serious one of the entire Showa era. So the one that's debatable in the Showa era would be Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, which doesn't seem like it would be. That's actually a really legit movie. It's very, very good. It was taken very seriously. Then they did Terror of Mechagodzilla after it, which was silly and stupid. And then it killed the entire Showa era. Just putting that out there. So after that, the next like legit serious one that people really kind of liked, and even this is, all right, I'm going to add one here. Godzilla vs. Destroya. Very, very good. Very serious in a lot of ways. A little silly in other ways. The Japanese cut's more somber. That's where the series ends. Like the Heisei era ends there. So they didn't make a good sequel to that. In fact, that's when they turned it over to TriStar, who made Godzilla 98. So the next legit one they made was GMK, which is an amazing movie. Part of the Millennium Era. Has no sequel. They never made one to it. They just made a different canon. So then, Shin Godzilla. Amazing film. 2016. Wins Best Picture in Japan. Never gave it a sequel. So Godzilla -1... may get a sequel, we don't know. All I'm saying is, of all the legit Godzilla movies that Toho made that are like serious, smart movies, the ones that had sequels were terrible, goofy follow-ups. So I don't know, man. I wouldn't trust. But then again, the legendary 2014 movie is one of the more serious ones, even though Toho didn't make it. And it was followed up by Godzilla King of the Monsters, which is a stupid name to call it because we already had that. And that movie sucked. It was the worst one of the legendary era. So I don't know what it is. They can't do it. Sorry, I'm very passionate about Godzilla. Can a Japanese Saturn run on US voltage without a step-down converter? The answer is technically yes, but long-term, you're not going to want to do that. So the United States uses, if I recall correctly, 110 and sometimes 120 variable voltage, whereas Japan uses 100. Now, that means it'll work and won't fry it, but that difference of 10, 20 over time will chew away at the PSU and break it down. So it is recommended with ongoing usage to use a step-down converter. That's just the recommendation. Do I like Jet Set Radio? I do. The Dreamcast game. I have to admit, Jet Set Radio Future for Xbox, not so much. Do you have your collection catalog somewhere? I do mine in the GameFAQs and Moby Games. I keep my own personal database of things. I don't use online ones. Like, I was starting to use GameEye for a hot minute. Which is, they randomly like my stuff on Twitter all the time, but they don't follow me. I think their guy who runs it likes me. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So I was looking at that, but so many games are just not on there, particularly imports. And so I was like, it's not of any use to me. So I was just like, all right, screw that. I'll just do it by myself. No, Sega is not making a console in conjunction with Tesla. YouTube Cribs, thank you. Just watched the Chicago Christmas movie location video today with my family. It was interesting. I'm glad you liked it. CB Hubs. Thank you. Happy Console Gamer. When are you guys going to collab? We did. You just didn't see it. It's actually on my travel channel. There's an episode we go to Vancouver and he and I made a video together where the premise is that we weren't going to make a video together. Let's see here. I'm surprised nobody had a comment about that ASCII controller. I'm just really surprised. Gene telling me to put my money where my mouth is. I don't know what he's referring to. Pay him to open it. Oh, referring to the closet, which I did for free. Now, if you want to pay me, you can donate to the channel for super chats, just to support the channel, PayPal, Venmo, whatever. Or you can give me $10 and I'll eat one of these disgusting Harry Potter beans that could be vomit flavored. That is entirely your call. Make sure I check my phone, make sure nothing important happening here. Nope, nothing important. Actually, Paul Niemeyer, the creator of the Mortal Kombat logo, just texted me and wished me a Merry Christmas. Actually, let me text him back. Let's see if he would be willing to be on call. He may not be interested. Would you guys want to hear from the creator of the Mortal Kombat logo? Let's see here. I'll text him. See if he's interested. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Let's see here. I'm looking for more questions. When are you gonna make a video with James Rolfe? He doesn't need me, dude. I've hung out with him a few times. Like last time I saw him was at Portland Retro Game Expo. Like he knows who I am. I don't know if he remembers my name exactly. It's just like that guy he sees. You know what I mean? Like I'm in that relationship with him. I'm friends with a bunch of his friends, if that makes any sense. But again, I don't. He doesn't need me. The only reason Scott the Waz invited me to a video once is just because he grew up watching me. That's not the case with James. Side note, how is it that we never had your friends say boob shakalaka? Oh, you're referring to Tim Kitzrow. It's good. It's a good idea. I didn't think of that. Adam, you always said that you knew that things in the gaming world would become all digital eventually, and wasn't something you were trying to fight in one of your figured out podcasts. Why weren't you fighting it? Because it's inevitable, dude. Like digital content is going to take over. Like I'm more than happy to warn people about the problem with that, and maybe you can get some rights out of it, but you're not changing that. It's kind of like being in 2010 and trying to save Blockbuster. Like the writing's on the wall. Like it's not, you're not fixing that. The best you can do is just kind of enjoy it while you have it and try to shield yourself a little bit from the oncoming storm. You guys are smart. You're watching content, like that, where you explain what's coming. Basically bunker down, the hatches and just prepare for the digital apocalypse that's coming upon us. Is that the GameCube keyboard controller comfortable to play for long periods? To be honest with you, dude, I never used it. Like there was no point. I think it's really only good for like Phantasy Star Online, which I'm not going to use it for anyway. Paul says no, he's at dinner with his family. Yep, sorry guys. YouTube inserted ads in this live stream. That seems to be a thing they do now. Who's Maximilian Dude and Adam collab? When? I don't know who Maximilian Dude is, so I can't help you with that one. Favorite first-person shooter game? Call of Duty 2. Xbox 360. Yes. Oh, we got a super chat from Zesty. What up? Says, things you'd suggest to do in Amsterdam. Well, the obvious joke would be edibles, except that's legal in most of the U.S. now. There's a really cool game store that I think you would dig, Zesty, called Game Over. That's probably the most exciting thing you are personally going to like. The cheese there is really good. Make sure they have a lot of good food there. The touristy type of things is like the Van Gogh Museum and like the Anne Frank house and stuff like that. I have to admit, my last trip there was a little ruined because the missus and I got extremely sick. I think we got COVID from from British Airways. And so that kind of ruined our evening. Well, our week, really. So we didn't have a whole lot of time to be able to go out and do stuff. So, like, the first day we were fine, and after that we just kind of fell apart. I'm trying to think. Like, in general, it's a very walkable city. It's very flat. There's a lot of good foods and a lot of touristy stuff. It is weird. Amsterdam at times feels like it's trying to be an American city, and a lot of other Dutch have actually told me that. Like, they almost don't consider it part of the country because it doesn't really represent most of the country. At least that's what I've been told. I'm obviously not, Dutch, but yeah. Are you married? No, I'm not. I just called my girlfriend Mrs. Koralik just to be cutesy. You want to check out the park you forgot the name of. Good luck, Gene? Is Sega slowly secretly rebuilding its empire? No, not really. I mean, they're doing that whole new era, new energy thing, but like they'll have new games and stuff, obviously, but I don't think they're making any sort of new console or anything like that. Uh, Selections of cheese in Switzerland are the best. I'll have to trust you on that. I've never been to Switzerland. I still believe that Adam's first major claim to YouTube fame, Vader Gamer. What? Are you referring to Chad Vader? You might be. None of Europe tried to be American. That's not true. Was there any work on Shenmue 3 going on during the Dreamcast era? Yu Suzuki worked on this. I mean, that's always been speculated. I don't know if there's any proof of that. There are definitely created assets for what looks like an expanded version of Shenmue 2. The long-held kind of myth, and it might be true, it might not, it's a legend, let's put it that way, is that Shenmue 2 was intended to end and disc 3, like after the Kowloon stuff and all that stuff that you do in Guilin, like that fourth disc where it's just kind of running through a forest, was actually meant to be the beginning of Shenmue 3. And that much of it was done. So it looked like they probably weren't going to get a third one, but since so much of it was done, they just decided to throw it out there and have the game end with that, which was probably one of the smartest things they did, because other than making progress in the story, it also ends that game on a ridiculous cliffhanger. And I really believe that if the game hadn't ended on that cliffhanger, then the fan base would never have become as rabid as it had. And just because you end on this what moment, and that kind of drove people nuts. We got a super chat from Still Alive who says, do you have faith that Sega will make the newly announced games well? I got my doubts. They tend to half-ass things. I sure hope they're good. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second, I don't know, man. Like, that's anybody's guess, because the thing is, it depends on if they're doing them internally or if they're outsourcing them to fans. Like, we just don't have enough information. I have hope, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'll give them a shot, but at the same time, it also depends on what they do with them, because there's such little information at this point. We don't even know if they're, like, mobile games. I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm sure they're going to be on more modern consoles, but, like, I just don't know. There's not enough to it yet. They look great based on what we've seen, but that doesn't say much. But I don't think they would so brazenly put out there, like, here's all these legendary IPs that we're known for, that we've kept dormant forever, and then intentionally make them like just mobile games that are very limited and crappy or whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean they'll be good, obviously, but I think they're trying. I think they're actually legitimately trying. Thank you for the super chat. Have I seen One Piece? No, I don't watch anime. Not a fan of anime. Sorry, everybody. I know there's a lot of broken hearts over that. Is the Saturn good? It is much better than its reputation. And I think that a lot of people have figured that one out, that Sega just had this really cool 32-bit console, like, alongside the PlayStation and the 64 that most people never got to experience, mostly because Sega themselves sucked at marketing it. And they made it just too expensive and too complicated. It has a pretty good library. It's just that, like, in traditional Sega fashion, the best stuff on it is the stuff you've likely never heard of. Sega is a little bit like me. They make decent content that they are terrible at marketing. Um, except for Sonic. Sonic's the one thing that everybody knows, so that's why they're always forced to make more Sonic stuff. Should have done better with Sonic Frontiers. Now that's interesting because I assumed Sonic Frontiers wasn't going to be very good, and then a bunch of people told me it was fantastic. And I know it's had some patches and extra content as of the last year or so. What do you think of it ultimately? Yeah, Saturn is definitely a system that more people have grown to respect. Do you think there will be more from Shenmue Saturn? I really wonder what the other materials and how much ready was in this version. So here's all I can tell you about that. I know that a copy of it exists at Sega Europe's office and Sega Japan's office. I've never seen it. I was in there once. Well, I've been in Sega Europe's office a couple times, and I won't name names because the guy doesn't work there anymore, but he was very high ranking at Sega, and we were just chit-chatting about it, and he was like, there's actually a copy in the other room, and I was like, what? And I was like, can I see that? He's like, no. He's like, we can't even see that. That's got to be like, they have to turn nuclear keys, like from the people in Japan, like Sega of Japan has to approve it. He's like, we've never even got to see it. We know it's in there, but like, what it is anybody's guess. So beyond that, there's a lot of rumors, like there were multiple versions of it. Like there was an entire Saturn build, which is not the version you tend to see footage of. The version you see footage of most of the time that's called Shenmue Saturn is most likely for Project Black Belt, which was a system that was in between the Saturn and the Dreamcast that never came into existence. At least that's the purported rumors, just because the Saturn really shouldn't have been capable of doing the things you're seeing in that footage. And that might be where the Sega 64 concept comes from, where this is a thing, you can look this up. There's prototype artwork of what looks like a Sega 32X, a white one stuffed in the back of a Sega Saturn, like in the RAM card slot. And the basic consensus is, what if, and this is all speculative, none of this is proven, what if Sega basically was like, yeah, the Saturn can't make Shenmue, it just doesn't have the hardware for it, but if we make this add-on, put that in there, it gives it the extra juice necessary to play the game the way we want it. So in a theoretical world, they might have been considering making a standalone Project Black Belt and an upgrade pack for anybody who bought the Saturn. And I'm sure somebody, if any of that is true, was like, did you learn nothing from the 32X? And so that's clearly why that didn't happen. So even if that game exists, I don't think there's even hardware to be capable of playing it. But that's purely speculative. Thoughts on Sonic Dream Team for Apple Arcade? I'm not familiar with that. Frontiers was peak fiction. What do you mean? Are you asking me? I'm just reiterating from the comments. Somebody had a problem with it. I've been to Dawita earlier this year, actually. Thanks to Adam's video, I found those Shenmue hidden maps in one of the Bomber Jacket store. You're welcome! I was told recently somebody went to that guy's store and he was out of them. It was like it was finally gone because it was like a hidden secret. If they're still making them, there is a place you can still get them, like right when you get into, I think it's Yokosuka Chuo Station, the bigger one. Like when you walk out the front doors and you just kind of see the world and there's this bridge, take an immediate left and there's like a little touristy shop with like magazines and like flyers and stuff. They typically have the Shenmue guides. Sega should make an add-on for the Dreamcast. Technically they did in the form of the karaoke player, but I can understand why you wouldn't really count that. What's the best made Sega game on a Nintendo console? Ooh, that's a good one. Man, I mean, my personal favorite answer would have to be Sonic Adventure for the GameCube, but then again, that's just because I like Sonic Adventure and I played on the Dreamcast anyway. I don't know, man. I'd have to really sit down and think about that because personally, in most cases, unless it's exclusive to that system, I probably wouldn't care about the fact that it was on Nintendo hardware. I don't have them in front of me, so it's kind of hard to like mentally visualize. I'm sure a lot of people would say something like Billy Hatcher. You know. Are the Shenmue weather patterns actually accurate? It is funny you mentioned that. That's an old Easter egg. If you beat Shenmue 1 once and then reload your save, you actually can get the accurate weather patterns of how Yokosuka's weather was in those exact days on a second playthrough. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you guys. So if you're just joining us, I'm going to give you a little refresher update here. So yes, this is a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays stream. We're just hanging out, chatting. You guys ask me questions, I talk. I don't know how long we'll go. We're not going for a marathon one here. You guys are welcome to super chat at any time if you want to prioritize your question or just support the channel, those stickers, whatever that is. PayPal, Venmo, all that stuff's in the description. And as a Christmas holiday bonus, my gift to you, if you donate $10 or more, for every $10, I will eat one of these stupid Harry Potter beans that come in all sorts of flavors. We've got good ones and bad ones, such as grass, green apple, which is also terrible, marshmallow, rotten egg. We had that one. It was terrible. Sausage. We had that one. It was very weird. Lemon. That one was actually good. Soap. Fortunately, we have not run into that. Tutti Frutti. Vomit. I really want to avoid that. Watermelon we had. That was good. Earwax. Earthworm. Dirt. Cinnamon, that was disgusting, which was to be expected. Cherry, candy floss, booger, blueberry, black pepper, which was nasty, and banana flavored. Like I said, $10, I'll eat one of these on camera, and you can potentially make me suffer. That's, if you want that. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to me. Thank you. Let me get the camera to focus. There we go. Adam, are you from Chicago? Yes, I am. Sega also made Choo Choo Rocket Universe only for Apple Arcade. It's interesting that Sega's putting so much interest in that, just like Yu Suzuki was with Air Twister. But then Air Twister got a wider release now, so that's cool. The GameCube versions of SA1 and 2 were enhanced versions over the Dreamcast ones. Yes and no. I'll give it to you that Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is better because it had more time to cook, so they, bug patched some stuff. I never really liked Sonic Adventure 1 on the GameCube as much. I did the DX version. I always thought initially that it looked better, but then it felt kind of just wrong. I'm sure a lot of people would argue it's probably the better version, but I think that the Dreamcast version is the one they ended up porting to more things later, or at least to the PC, and then from there. The GameCube one's kind of an oddity in of itself, if I recall correctly. That or I had played it so many times that by the time I played it on the GameCube, I was like, I want to play it on the Dreamcast. I know you're usually busy, but have you been playing anything recently? Not a whole lot, especially in December, man. Like, it's all about making videos and stuff, and then, the holidays are here, and my birthday happens. It's just like, I don't have a whole lot of time to play anything. Adam is from the suburbs. Originally, yes. Actually, my newest video on the travel channel, when I'm doing the Home Alone tour, believe it or not, I showed part of my high school in that video because part of the Breakfast Club was filmed there. So it was contextually relevant. Is earwax there? Yes, earwax is one of the flavors. Dave says the DX version was the one that has been ported so many times, but he still would agree the Dreamcast version is better. There you go. Sonic Adventure 2 or Twisted Metal Black. That is funny. There's a reference because I think I bought both of those games like the exact same time because I was waiting for years for Twisted Metal Black and I was waiting for new Twisted Metal that didn't suck, and I was waiting for Sonic Adventure 2, and they both came out like the exact same time, and I think it was like June 2001, so I got both. In the end, I have to say I had more fun with Sonic Adventure 2. Twisted Metal Black I think just didn't age as well. I loved it at the time. I still like it, but because it's the PS2, man, it just aged really badly. Maine North High School. No, Maine North doesn't exist. Maine North was demolished in the mid-'80s. It was actually already concluded as a school when John Hughes used it to film The Breakfast Club. So Maine South is the one I went to, which is, of course, its sister school. Maine South, they shot the end scene where Judd Nelson walks on the football field and does that thing. That was my high school. In fact, Home Alone 1 and 2, if you watch those again, watch Buzz. He's wearing this like high school jacket with a hawk on it. That's my high school. Does Yu Suzuki have a copy of Shenmue Saturn? Why doesn't Sega make it publicly available? It's old times. They don't have money from it anyway. So I think you missed a good chunk of what we said there. First of all, according to Yu Suzuki, he has no idea where it is. So he doesn't have access to it. So it's not like he's just sitting there playing on Saturn when he's bored. And the other part of it is, it is very likely that the hardware for it simply doesn't exist. It probably didn't run on what you would call a stock Saturn. It would have required Project Black Belt, which simply doesn't exist to the public. So even if you were to dump the game in some capacity, it likely couldn't run on anything. What cables do you recommend for the Dreamcast? Modded or unmodded? Modded, I would just go with, like a DC HDMI or DC digital, plus an M Classic. Unmodded, something like the Gecko, which is an HDMI box you just plug into the back of the Dreamcast, and then also an M Classic would be my suggestion. Great stream. Have to go now. Enjoy the jelly beans and Happy New Year. I'm not enjoying the jelly beans. I'm gonna call them the Helly beans. How about that? But thank you. Merry Christmas. Dreamcast Sonic Adventure has better textures and colors in my opinion. SA1 for GameCube has better character models and GBA compatible versus VMU. Yeah, I mean, it's, they're gonna be different. Do you like waking up early? I'm very much a morning person, yes. I don't stay up particularly late. I've gotten into the habit of doing that because I like to fly, and a lot of flights are in the morning. Most flights are in the morning, so I want to be able to make them. Have I played Starfield yet? No. Bethesda said they'd send me a copy, but they never did it. Jalapeno beans, Eugene? I assume that's a reference to that story I told you. And Dave, are you here still? I'm going to tell a story. I don't know if Drud's watching. How far was Shenmue 3 on the Dreamcast in development before it was canceled? Like I said before when we talked about that, there's not even any official confirmation it actually was in development about that. Yeah, Dave, if you're here, we'll talk. Maybe I'll tell that story. Adam follows Patrick Bateman's morning routine. Not really. He was in shape. All right, so Dave, you remember the time we went down to Orlando and Drud took us to this like barbecue place? We were in line, right? And so I'm looking up at the the options to barbecue. Barbecue, you traditionally get a meat and you get like 2 sides. It's kind of the rule. Maybe a dessert if you want to. And I was just kind of like, I wonder which sides are going to be good here. And then I'm kind of an affable social guy. So I just turned around to like a local and I was like, yo, dude, you ever been here before? And this guy had like long, I'm just going to say it, like long rednecky type of beard. And he just had that vibe of like, what are you doing down there? Like that kind of vibe to him. Nice guy, certainly seemed to be. But that's just how he looked, just to give you visual reference. So I turned around and I was just like, yo, you ever been here before? He's like, yes, I have. And I was just like, all right, what kind of sides do you recommend? He's like, oh, I love the jalapenos. And I was like, I had to look back up there because I had no idea what he just said. And I was like, sorry, what? He's like, jalapenos. The jalapenos. I love the jalapenos. And it took me a minute to realize he meant jalapenos. And I was like, ah. But of course I didn't laugh. And I was like, oh, all right, cool, dude, thanks. Which I didn't get them anyway because I hate jalapenos. That just made me laugh. Focus. Do you like Power Stone? Yes, I do. It's too bad we're never going to get a third one. It is funny how many people think the Power Stone games were made by Sega. They were not. They were made by Capcom. Best retro video game store in Chicago, in your opinion? There's not a lot of them here. It's the best one is probably Video Games Then and Now or Video Games Etc. They moved locations, but it's still probably the best one. But I would not argue that it's actually like that great of a store. Yeah, Dave remembers. When you were at Sega Europe, did you learn more about unreleased Dreamcast games? Any new things? No, not specifically. They did actually, funny enough, when I was at Sega Europe, they did let me rummage around in their Dreamcast closet. So their Dreamcast closet is just like a single closet. It has like every European release sealed. It also has not beta discs, but like magazine publication discs, like the white labels, but then also some that have silver labels. And they also, sorry, I'm just trying to get to focus. They also have a lot of system disc launchers, which is like a boot disc for GDRs that they made. They had a bunch of stuff like that, but nothing that was like, oh, look, there's the unreleased copy of Shenmue 3. Oh, look, there's the unreleased Castlevania game. Like none of that was sitting there or anything. It was just, I mean, they were very willing to let me look at it. It was just, there was nothing that interesting in there. The most interesting thing was the fact they had a stack of System Disc 2s. We got a super chat from, I'm going to say Efrain Estorga, which I'm pretty sure is Mexican currency. Thank you for that. I'm going to start subs in 24. What's better, YouTube or Patreon? Patreon. Patreon's, if you're subscribing to me for content, Patreon's the way to do it. A, because it's easier for me to keep track of it. B, they frankly let us keep more of the revenue. And C, I can definitely make sure you get, if you, depending on the tier you subscribe at, you get early access to, you know, the videos, you get the shout outs, all that kind of stuff. Just Patreon's easier to deal with, to be honest with you. Thank you very much for the support. Why is Shenmue 2 so much fun to play? Because it's an amazing game, man. The thing with Shenmue is that you either are into it or you're not. It's a game that absolutely demands your patience, like right from the get-go. You're either on board with that or you're never going to be on board with that. It's really the only two ways to do it. I do recommend, by the way, so I mentioned this earlier, but there is a fan-made Shenmue game that just came out a couple days ago, PC only, free to play, free download. I'm helping to bug patch it, actually, as far as like playtesting. I've beaten it 3 times. Called Dreams of Saturn. It's pretty funny. It's a very tongue-in-cheek interpretation of a prequel to Shenmue. It's not canon, obviously. It's just fan-made, but it's very well done. You can get it over at the Shenmue Dojo. It's fun, and it takes... If you know the game, you can beat it in a couple of hours. If you don't know the game at all, and you want to explore it like a Shenmue fan would, then it can take quite a while. It's fun. Again, it's free. But yeah, Efren, thank you very much for the support. Favorite Japanese snack? Dude, I've had so much good food in Japan. That's kind of impossible. And I don't know if I really sat down and like ate snacks. Probably their pastries. They're better at it than people think. When you've been to the UK, have you ever tried a pastry from Greg's Bakers? Yes, in fact, I have a video on it on my travel channel. Check it out. You'll notice it. It's in like the thumbnail. It just says Greg's, like the logo's in there. Tried asking Shane, didn't get much of an answer. I assume you mean Shane Lewis, Rerez? I'm not sure. Shenmue 1 or 2, who wins? I'd go Shenmue 2. I mean, I consider all of them one game, but if you got to actually separate them based on their actual breakup, I would go Shenmue 2. Low-key Japanese snacks are kind of mid. What? Based on your name, you sound like you're actually Japanese, though, so it's fair if you want to make fun of them. I guess grass is always greener, right? Do you have Little Samson or Flintstones Dinosaur Peak in your collection? No. No, I do not. Most of the stuff that I have in my collection that's valuable like that is stuff that I got years ago where I am unaware it became valuable later until somebody pointed it out to me. And I've told this story before, but I remember, you know, like I completed my Dreamcast set in like 2008. And then once that happened, I stopped paying attention to it as far as like what it's worth. And I actually remember an era where Toys R Us had tons of copies of Mars Matrix in their clearance bins for like $5 a pop, and I just ignored them because I was like, I only need one copy and that's it. And years later, people are like, well, you know all the Dreamcast games. What's Mars Matrix? Where's a good place to get it? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know, Toys R Us. And of course, they were out of business or whatever. And at the same time, it was like, how much, you know, should it cost? And I was like, dude, it's like a $5 game. Look it up. It's like hundreds of dollars. I'm like, what happened? So when that happens, you kind of tune out a little. So the ones that are valuable that I have, I'm not usually aware until somebody mentions it to me. Merry Christmas. Have you covered most of the Ferris Bueller locations in Chicago? Not most. Again, I did on my travel channel, like the video I put out literally yesterday is a John Hughes tour around Chicago. We did some of the Ferris Bueller locations. You should check it out. Do you own a Neo Geo AES? Yes, I do. Do you think the Dreamcast era is hiding from us some unreleased games that will be released someday? As in, do you mean, are there Dreamcast prototype games that have not yet been dumped? If so, absolutely. I know one of them firsthand, actually. Dear Avenger 3. I even did a video on it. That's a whole long, weird story. There was a copy of an unreleased game called Dear Avenger 3. It did come out on PC, by the way, but there was a Dreamcast version in production. And I guess someone in New Jersey found a Dreamcast build of it. If I remember the story correctly, there was like some church somewhere doing like a, you know, some sort of, not an estate sale, but like, hey, donate all of your things and we'll try to sell stuff for revenue for the church. And so somebody donated a whole bunch of like discs, and these volunteers are like going through it and they see a bunch of junk music CDs and whatever. And among it is this Dreamcast prototype disc, and they noticed that was special. They were like, that's weird. So they took it out of the church sale and they decided to sell it online, and it got bought for, I think it was $500. and then it vanished. Just went untraced after that. And all I'm going to say here is that a while after that happened, the guy who bought it reached out to me. I guess he watches the channel, or he did. And he was like, hey, I live in San Francisco. If you're ever out here and you want to play this Deer Avenger thing, I don't know how to boot it up. I don't know, he didn't know much about how to get it to work or anything. And he was just like, yeah, you can come out and play it if you bring all the stuff necessary. So I brought a Dreamcast. I brought the system disc. I even brought capture devices. And the dude let me play it and capture footage of it, but he wouldn't let me dump it or anything. And I have never heard from him since. Because the reason is we were in communication exclusively through the YouTube messaging system, the direct message system, which no longer exists. So I can't even go back and like find his messages. He's never reached out again. So the footage of it that exists on my channel, as far as I know, is like the only footage of it being played all the way through. What do I say? Ferris Bueller's overrated, Dave says. I actually totally agree. Sorry. Can I grow a massive beard? I mean, yes, but I trim it. In fact, it was trimmed a bit yesterday. Have you ever played a game which left an absolutely profound effect on you? If so, what was it? Obviously, yes. So Shenmue. It like helped define part of my trajectory as a content creator and frankly my life. It's a great game if you get into it. That's the thing. Could Sega have continued to fight and sold the Dreamcast? Do you think it had a chance for greater sales and success? Under the conditions they existed in at the time, the only shot they had of saving it was what they had tried to do. Honestly, Sega did everything right with the Dreamcast. They really did. In the time in which they had it, the era in which it existed, the conditions in which they were in, they did everything right. It wasn't enough. The thing that could have potentially saved it. Sorry, I'm trying. Every time I do this, guys, I'm just trying to get the camera to focus. All right, whatever. It's gonna be out of focus, I guess. It likes my hand, but not. There we go. The thing that could have saved the Dreamcast, maybe they did try to do. It just wasn't agreed to. If you guys recall, at the time, Microsoft and Sega had a partnership. Microsoft had actually allowed the Dreamcast to be Windows compatible, Windows CE compatible. It says it on the face of every single Dreamcast system, compatible with Windows CE. In fact, in Japan, Microsoft had even made a disc web TV for the Dreamcast. So when it was obvious the Dreamcast was going to fail, Sega went to Microsoft, all too aware they were working on the Xbox at the time. And they were like, let's cut a deal. Don't release the Xbox. Don't do this. Back us completely with the Dreamcast. Just financially back us. We'll just continue to fight Sony and Nintendo together. And then when this system cycle ends, we'll work together on the hardware. And then, you can put Sega's name on it in Japan for sales. And then if you want, you can put Microsoft's name on it in the West. And then, we'll just exclusively make games for it. Like, this was kind of the deal that Sega made. And Microsoft turned them down flat. They were like, no, that's like eating a tumor. Like, they just didn't want to do that. And part of me is glad that never happened. And then part of me is like, that would have been interesting to see if that had happened. I talk about this if you are a Patreon backer, you already have access to my next podcast. If not, I think it actually comes out tomorrow anyway. But somebody asked us the question, like, what would you have done to save the Saturn? And the problem is, if you really want to break it down, you have to go all the way back in time and be like, what was the reason all those things happened? And basically, the original sin of everything that was Sega's problems was the Sega SG-1000, as weird as that might sound. So I talk more about it, in elaborate detail in that. Maybe just listen to the podcast tomorrow. Adam, play Shenmue 5 right now. How high are you? What's your best Christmas gift of all time? Probably the time I got a Sega Genesis as a child. There's actually, I had found a photo of me and I posted it, I think, on Instagram and stuff, of me holding a Sega Genesis in the box, like when I was a little kid. And it's funny how that would eventually kind of partially define my life, since I carry the Pluto around and do that all the time. A DVD wasn't going to save the Dreamcast. No, the technology just wasn't quite right. You got to remember the Dreamcast came out at a very reasonable $200 back in 1998 in Japan, or equivalency of, and in North America only a year later. Putting a DVD drive in there wouldn't, I mean, you would have added to the cost of it, and Sega's goal was to make a game console that was affordable and could get a quick install base. They didn't really have the benefit of knowing that DVD would become the revolution that it was, because DVD's revolution would happen largely because of the PlayStation 2, that is correct. It was also Sony's format, or at least partially theirs. So the idea of Sega having to pay licensing fees to Sony for every Dreamcast sold was not an appealing prospect. I don't think that gets talked about much. But at the same time, the other thing that really made the DVD scene boom was the DVD release of The Matrix, which didn't happen until 2000. Sega could not have had that foresight in 97 or 98 to know that. So if they had done it, it's very possible it would have been this other trajectory of history where, like, yeah, the Dreamcast was technically capable of it, but what a stupid move. It made the system twice as expensive and nobody cared. And you can't just argue DVD compatibility was all, because otherwise, how do you explain the new one? The new one came out, 6 months before the PlayStation 2? Was just as capable, was a DVD player prominently, had 8 games ever made for it. You can't argue that a DVD player alone would have done it. It's one of many factors. I believe the Saturn could have succeeded in Japan sorry, let me reread this. I believe the Saturn could have succeeded if Sega didn't ruin their reputation with the 32X and moved on to the Saturn right after they tried to extend the Mega Drive, and had they had a 3D Sonic game on there. See, I agree with you, sort of. This is, again, a discussion I had on the podcast. Now, the funny thing is, that always sounds correct in post, like years later. But here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that the Sega Saturn and the 32X launched on the same day? That's how disorganized Sega was. November 21st, 1994 is when the 32X launches in North America. November 22nd, 1994 is when the Saturn launched in Japan. And because of time zones, it's the same day. The simple reality is Sega was a very divided company and was approaching things very differently. And what they did, as stupid as it seems now, actually made sense at the time. You got to remember, I'm going to give you a history. I'm basically just going to talk about what I talk about in the podcast anyway. So why not? Hear me out. Why not? Let's have a discussion about why the Saturn could never have been successful regardless. Basically, the reason the Saturn even existed at all was because Sega, a Japanese company, wanted a successful console in Japan. That's what they wanted. Makes sense. But everybody assumes the Genesis and Mega Drive was a success. Actually, in Japan, it was a huge flop. It was dead last in the console wars over there. And that was massively embarrassing to the Japanese, because they were a Japanese company, and how is it our major console that's so successful in other regions is failing like crazy in its home country? That's where a lot of those crazy iterations of the Genesis or Mega Drive come from, was Sega constantly trying to retry the Japanese market with different ideas. Let's stick it in a Laserdisc player. Let's stick it in a boombox. Let's make a portable version of it. Let's make a portable version that only works on planes. Let's do all these things that just tries to appeal to a different niche of Japan. And it never worked. But meanwhile, they couldn't just drop it, because all the money they were making as a corporation was coming off the money they were getting from the Genesis and Mega Drive from Europe and North America. So then when it came time to finally quit on the hardware, they had to look at it differently. They had to be like, okay, we need a system for Japan that will work for the Japanese. Let's do it. That's how you get the Saturn. Now, they intentionally did not put a Mega Drive slot on it because they didn't want it associated with a system that was a failure, at least in Japan. Now, we look at that in North America and Europe as that's insane, because to us it was a success, but it makes complete sense from their perspective. Meanwhile, they were like, it's like you're holding a wolf by the ears. You don't know what to do here, because if you actually stop supporting the Genesis and the Mega Drive in Europe and North America, you're afraid that all your revenue stream is just going to go away, because that's obviously where they were getting their money. So they went, okay, what if, and this was a very short-sighted thought, the idea was, what if we make the next gen system the 32X and it's just like an upgraded thing for the Genesis? And that was born out of a couple of different reasons. One, they were trying to squeeze more life out of the Genesis, and that's where they got that SVP chip technology. That's how you got virtual racing, but that was prohibitively expensive. They were also intimidated, as funny as it sounds, by the Jaguar. So they were like, we need to keep the system relevant in North America. And if it works, then like we'll just stick with that. But that only made sense for like a couple of weeks. But at the same time, they made it anyway. So then you get to this point where both of them exist at the exact same time. And then they were like, that's unsustainable. And Sega's a Japanese company. They were obviously going to stick to that. So they axed the 32X. As much crap as people give the 32X, you forget it was actually a pretty big success initially. It actually did pretty well. It sold very well because everybody just assumed this was the upgraded version of the system. And in an odd way, it almost is a huge pro-consumer move. Because imagine if current consoles, right? Like imagine you had an Xbox One and Microsoft's like, hey, you can buy our new system for $500 or you can buy this $200 add-on that makes your old system the new one. That seems very pro-consumer. And that's kind of what Sega did with the 32X. They were like, we're going to give you just this upgrade thing. It's $150 instead of buying a $300 upgrade system. Sounds pretty good. But they realized after it was out that this couldn't be sustained. So they were just kind of quietly killed the 32X. And they never adjusted the Saturn for North America. That's what the Pluto was all about, was trying to redesign the Saturn for North America. And we know obviously it exists because I'm literally holding, well, I'm not holding it at the moment, but I have one in the other room that's not mine, but I've got access to it. My point is, it's easy to say, oh, if Sega had just done this, it would have worked. But you're not accounting for all the reasons that didn't happen. History is fascinating. Should have made the Saturn for Japan only. That's absurd. That would be like Sony saying, we're going to make the PlayStation 2 for just Europe. It's like, why? Hindsight is not 2020. You can't. I mean, it is 2020. You can't think about that in the time. It doesn't work that way. Imagine developers being told, all right, you have your game and you're going to make it for the Saturn and you're going to make it for the 32X. Two completely different pieces of technology that just doubles production costs on everything. It would be Sega competing with themselves. Not smart. Nothing about what they did was smart, but that's really not smart. Get a 32X or a PlayStation. I got a PlayStation. If you guys saw I think it was either my 32X recap or my PlayStation recap. I actually told that story. Let's see here. So the DVD wouldn't have helped at all, though the mill CD format, as you said in prior videos, led to piracy, led to hurting the Dreamcast. The mill CD format definitely didn't do Sega any favors at the time, other than the Bleemcast exploit. For those who don't know, Sega, when they made the Dreamcast, put 3 data formats in it. One was GD-ROMs, which is what most of the games were made on. CD-ROMs, which was just for music CDs. And then there was a bonus one called Mill CD, which was really just a CD-ROM that was slightly enhanced that could read data. So the idea was if you had a music CD with just an extra line of code, it could have like visualizations and stuff like that. That was all it was ever meant to be. But hackers figured out, even though you can't replicate GD-ROMs, you just can't, you need a disk presser. If you extracted the data and converted it into a mill CD format, the Dreamcast would play it. Hence the pirated games. That didn't do Sega any favors at the time because it got cracked not super quickly, but like within a year, people figured that one out. And that caused a lot of problems. So the only benefit they had to it in the time was that it made it easier for certain developers to make games or programs. Game Shark, for example, used the mill CD exploit, stuff like that. VCD software, things like that as well. And then Bleemcast made their 3 discs using it, which was kind of nice for Sega. They were like, you totally can't do that, but go ahead, it's fine. So yeah, in the end, the irony of it is the reason the Dreamcast still has a relevant scene now is just because anybody can make games for it and Sega stays out of it. But there's no doubt that it definitely had a negative impact on sales during the console's lifetime. Saturn could have been saved Had development kits been more refined and properly documented to allow developers a better understand their hardware from the get-go. I completely agree with that. Sega didn't do a good job of explaining that hardware, probably because they themselves didn't understand it too well. It was very complicated hardware they just kind of threw together. I mean, there's always that rumor about the last-minute additional processor. Obviously, in North America, there was a very poor understanding of it because it wasn't the system they were intending to have. It was, it was just a mess all around. It was very poorly handled. No denying that. It would have been a lot smarter if Sega had been like, okay, we need a Japanese-centric console, which incidentally did work, by the way. In Japan, the Saturn was a huge hit. It outperformed the N64. People, again, tend to ignore that or just don't know it. Yeah, there's no doubt they could have made a cleaner system. If the Saturn had been a little more capable and easier to program for, it is possible that when all the devs were leaving Nintendo because of the cartridge stuff, they could have stuck with Sega. Part of the reason they didn't bounce over to Sega was because of partially they've been burned by a little bit by the Sega CD and 32X, but mostly because the Saturn was so difficult to program for, whereas Sony had a disc-based system that was easy to program for. Are there any burned Saturn games? I mean, anyone can burn Saturn games. I assume what you're asking is there any indie Saturn games? If so, yes, but all of them require exploited hardware in some capacity, mod chips and the like. Sony was also a very trusted electronic maker. While true, that is not in of itself enough. And I actually made this point in my recap videos years ago. Obviously, now everybody associates Sony with video games, but you got to remember where they were in '94 when they launched that thing. Every company in the 5th gen is some rando company that was known for other things and tried to make a video game console. Commodore, for example, did that. I don't have the list off the top of my head, but like Apple would eventually try the same thing in the 5th gen. It's 5th gen. It's all the 5th gen. Apple, literally, trusted Apple Corporation made a video game console that nobody cared about. Sony, being a trusted electronics company, did not mean success. If anything, it was actually a detriment to them. Most of the companies that tried that time around failed for that very reason. Didn't the Saturn have two 32-bit processors? If I recall correctly, that is yes. Although I think there are some games that just deliberately ignore the second one. Philips was a very trusted electronics company. Exactly. Granted, that was 4th gen. To be fair to the CDI, it actually did what it was supposed to do. And it actually was a success story in Europe. It's just that people think of it as a video game console when it's actually more of a multimedia device. Sony was the electronics manufacturer in the 80s and 90s. Yes. Can the Saturn burn games? Not natively. What was really necessary was to release the Neptune. I don't know why. I don't think that would have helped. I've held the only Neptune prototype that exists. So the Neptune was a Genesis 32X combo. So it's really just the 32X, but as a standalone system. So in that case, you're basically telling people, rather than upgrade their Genesis, they have to buy a separate console entirely. That it happens to be backwards compatible with the Genesis, yes. But doesn't really, it's not the Saturn. And it's also not something, obviously, that Sega committed to. So, I don't know, dude. Honestly, going back to clean all that up would be a huge pain. I really think it all starts with the Sega SG-1000. Like, if they fumbled that right out of the gate, and there was really no recovery from that. I mean, you can think about it. Sega in Japan was not a hit until the Saturn. And think about what they released in that time. The SG-1000 failed immediately. It was destroyed by the Famicom. It literally came out on the same day. Sega SC-3000 also came out that same day. It was destroyed immediately. It was repackaged and repurposed as the Sega Mark II, also known as the Sega SG-1000 II. That did a little better, still failed. Sega Mark III, aka the Sega Master System, didn't do very well in Japan. Was even re-released as the Sega Master System in Japan, did even worse. Sega Mega Drive, even though we all think of it as a hit, huge flop in Japan. To the point where that's what motivated the Sega CD, by the way. The Sega CD came into existence because the Japanese were like, look, we need to make the Mega Drive a hit in Japan, but it's not working. What else can we do? Oh, CDs are cool. Karaoke is very popular in Japan. What if we push the technology angle? So we give them this thing. They can have a music CD player and a karaoke player at home. All they have to do is buy our Mega Drive with it. That's how the Sega CD came into existence. Did not work. And then so eventually, yeah, you get the Saturn. The 32X did come out in Japan, but later, and that was just kind of a token release because they wanted to be able to say it came out there. It took that long. Do I own any HD DVDs? Not many. I had a few. I got rid of most of mine. The only one I had that was interesting, although it's not interesting anymore, was the Smallville Season 5 HD DVD. However, that was destroyed in my house fire, so I no longer have that. The reason it's not interesting anymore, other than that, is that they did eventually a whole Blu-ray set anyway. In a third world countries like Ecuador, a console that can read burn games is a successful console. Well, it's successful to the population. It's not successful to the company that makes it because they're not making any money off the system. Hence the concept of Famiclones. Wii U or original Xbox? Original Xbox. Though I do love the Wii U. It is a very underrated system. So how's everybody doing? Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, this is, of course, a Christmas live stream, Q&A. You guys ask me questions. Priority goes to anybody who super chats or PayPal donates or Venmos. I've got all the information on that in the description. As a bonus, if anybody pays $10, every $10, you can make me eat one of these stupid Harry Potter jelly beans that can taste horrible. They can be things like vomit flavored, or they can be nice like cherry. We've had some successes. And we've had some disgusting things I've had to spit up because they were repulsive. So that's up to you. That's just for fun. Is the Japanese 32X region-free? No version of the 32X is region-free. And annoyingly, the 32X has one Japanese exclusive, which is Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3, I think. Unplayable, basically, unless you speak Japanese. And it's just annoying. The Europeans got two 32X exclusives, FIFA 96 and Darkside. And then the US got most of the releases since that was the primary audience for it. Does Yu Suzuki have the source codes and materials from Shenmue 1 and 2? No, Sega does. That's how they were able to do the re-releases in the first place. They handed them over to D3T and let them handle it. Oh, we got a super chat. Thank you. From Razor987, who says, enjoy your console retrospectives. Great work. Thank you very much, Razor. Appreciate you. What would happen if the Dreamcast had a DVD player instead of a GD-ROM? We kind of talked about that. Long story short, I don't really think it was ever going to happen that way. And technologically speaking, it just... When people ask that question now, it usually means they don't know much about the history of DVD. Because most of that wouldn't have played out the same way. The technology was in its infancy then. It wasn't plausible to put it in a video game console in 97. Dreamcast, you have to remember, launches in 98 in Japan. DVDs don't really start hitting until like late 99, 2000. So that you know, if anything, not really till 2000. So they couldn't possibly have predicted that. What is Neptune? Sega Neptune is a prototype 32X Genesis combo. I did a video on it because there's only one. It's in the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas. They let me have access to it to make a video. Do you remember the Poly Station or the Game Station? Yeah, they're Famiclones, aren't they? Do you think we'll see more original Xbox backwards compatibility games because of the Activision Blizzard acquisition? Very possible. It has been teased a couple times. It is very doable. I mean, there is a bunch of stuff, the Activision library that existed for the OG Xbox and the 360, that Microsoft could do that if they want a little bit of goodwill to the community over the Activision fears, let's say. Whether or not they'll actually do it is anybody's guess. I would love to see it personally. But other than that, I don't think so. I think those are your best bets. For them, it would just be easy money because they now own those assets, so why not resell them to you? Kind of sad there isn't more room for console makers, much like phones. Yeah, I've had this discussion before, and I'm going to pop quiz you guys. Who was the last Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Sega entity that made a legitimate effort? Like, that actually made what you would consider a video game console that just failed. And I'm not including things like the Ouya. Digital consoles are not consoles. And like Evercade is like a fan thing. I'm not counting that. What's like a company that tried and it didn't work out? While you guys think about that, we got a super chat from Mr. Demon Sushi. Good name. Watching the Home Alone 4 Red Letter Media video you recommended. Good stuff. Merry Christmas to you and the missus. Thank you very much. Yeah, I told you that's a fun one, right? Like, there's nobody who's going to do a better review of that because they literally got Macaulay Culkin there. That's amazing. Says, let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. So, Mr. Demon Sushi, we are celebrating you for your first super chat. I appreciate the support. Thank you, everybody, for that. Nope, not the Ouya. Not Atari. Zeebo is an interesting guess, but because they never existed outside of Canada, it's really kind of hard to count that. Not Neo Geo. Not Philips. Not 3DO. Not Logitech. Not Apple. Not the Hyperscan. That was not a real attempt at a competitive console. That was a child's toy. Definitely not the PC Engine. Not any of the micro consoles. Not Nokia. Nokia's never made a home console. They just made the N-Gage, which is not a home console. Yeah, nobody can get it. It's funny, too, because I've got videos on it, but most people have never watched them because it's such an obscure piece of hardware. It wasn't Mattel. Not the Steam Machine, because they never used physical media. Sega was on the list of the 4 companies, so not them. Not the Steam Deck, because it's, again, digital. And it's also not a console. It's portable. Nope. I'm kind of stunned. None of you have got this yet. It's not Coleco. Soldier Boy is a funny answer, but no. Not Amstrad. Commodore? Nope. Come on, guys. Somebody's got to know this. Nope, not the Bandai Palladium. Not Samsung. Well, sort of Samsung. Alex Red 94 is the closest. Jack Simple. Boom. New one. Now, granted, that wasn't by Samsung, but Samsung did do a version of it. The answer to the question is VM Labs was the company that made a legitimate effort at a home console in June 2000, I believe it was. I did a couple videos on it, and it's the new one. We were talking about it before. DVD-based console, had everything going for it, hypothetically on paper, failed miserably. And we have not seen any other company make a legitimate effort in a like home market console since. We've seen like half-assed attempts from things like Ouya. I know people talk about Google Stadia. They sold you a controller and a service. They didn't sell you a console. So yeah, kind of interesting, right? It has been 23 years since anybody made a video game console that wasn't Sega, Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft. A legitimate effort one. That's a key catch to it because there are, so like people mentioned Zeebo. They made a system only in Canada, which was not, had no real chance at competition. Nuon at least tried. They tried to have this like global preach and they just failed spectacularly. I didn't say it had to be a success. They just had to make the effort and really try to get in. I don't remember all the details with the Zeebo. I do remember that it was I know it was funny because Christmas, but it was a very Christian-friendly console that the Canadians came about with. In fact, funny enough, I think it was Sunshine. I don't know if you're watching still. My buddy in my Discord discovered that their website still exists. VeggieTales, VeggieTales, like the Christian kids CGI show, actually had Zeebo exclusive games. You can still buy brand new from the VeggieTales website. This system came out in like 2008. It's just a really low-grade DVD player that only came out in Canada. I would love to find one, but I was at Toronto Retro Game Expo, and I couldn't find one there. It's not a system you see very often. But if you do, it's not expensive because it's junk. What are your thoughts on the new old Sega games recently announced? Hey, Dave, I actually did a video on that specifically. TLDR, cool. Hope to see more. Apparently, I played the Xbox for 700 hours this year, and I work 45 hours for a week. Well, you are dedicated. Stadia is a glorified Fire Stick, hardly a game platform. I agree completely. It's also just a service. I mean, somebody told me, like, at Google, to their credit, when they shut it down, they actually refunded a bunch of people. Does anybody actually verify that? Because I never had it for obvious reasons. Apple tried to make a console, and Halo was supposed to come out for it, an RTF style gameplay. Yes, the Apple Pippin, I have it. They sort of got it out there. Marathon, which is made by Bungie, sort of a precursor to Halo, and I don't think anybody would argue canonically. Its only physical edition on console was the Apple Pippin. And yes, there was supposed to be an RTS Halo that when it wasn't going to be on the Pippin, it was actually the next up was the Dreamcast. There was a version of Halo, which we now think of as Halo Wars, that was in development for the Dreamcast, which also never got released and eventually became what it is now, which is probably for the best. CDI came out in 1990. Okay. Was anybody questioning that? Should the Bulls trade Zach LaVine? It's inevitable at this point. Like, he's doing that thing that all the superstars do where they're just kind of like, oh, I'm perpetually injured until I'm traded, then suddenly I can play. It breaks my heart, man, but if I don't blame him for not wanting to be here anymore. Like, the Bulls have just completely fallen off, and he's only got a few years in him where he's going to be like a legit contender, so I don't blame him for not wanting to stay. You got fully refunded for your Stadia? Okay, that's good. Marathon's getting a reboot, also good. Do you own a Pioneer Laser Active? Yes, I do, and I have like 5 games for it, actually. Out of the 3 major console manufacturers, do you think will be the last one standing in the market from your opinion? Okay, so just to slightly rephrase, you're asking which Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft who's going to have the last console. I would bet on it being Nintendo, to be completely frank. So Nintendo has kind of wisely, through sheer oddity, put themselves in a corner where even though even Microsoft, Sony, and I guess you can argue Valve and any sort of PC infrastructure is a competitor, they kind of act outside of it, so they kind of function no matter what anybody's doing. So they're not really under any direct threat of any of those platforms, really. And they've been doing that since the Wii. And it obviously works for them. Granted, the Wii U didn't, but that's different reasons. But yeah, I think that they'll probably be fine. I think the first one to bow out would be Microsoft, not because they can't afford to stay like Sega did, but more like they've just kind of lost interest in it. If you guys heard about the Xbox leaks from like earlier this year, granted those leaks were based on information that was over a year older than that. So now at this point, it's almost 2 years old information. Microsoft was effectively claiming if they don't see some sort of heightened return on activity by 2029, they're probably going to fold up shop as far as the Xbox brand. Now, grain of salt, because that's just somebody's thoughts at Microsoft at that time, and that could change for any number of reasons. But it is worth noting that the Xbox brand historically has never been profitable. It's always just been more or less a jobs program at Microsoft. And that's always sounds ridiculous to people, but it's true. Like, the original Xbox was so in the red, but by the time it was considered over, they were net negative $4.4 billion. And then they went into the 360, which would have done fine, but then the Red Rings of Death fiasco thing really kept them down. Now, we don't have all the numbers on the Xbox One, and especially because we get into that digital age where you just don't really report as much of that stuff. I do know that Game Pass is difficult for them. Not because difficult as far as financially, because they have to pay out these big bulk deals to developers, and the only thing they get back for it is the subscription, which doesn't necessarily pay for what they're doing. So we don't have access to all those numbers, but it would not surprise me if you look at the entire history of the Xbox brand, if it's just simply never made money. And of course, the obvious question is, why would you keep doing that if that's the case? And the simple answer is it's just a jobs program, and it's market relevance, and it's being competitive and stuff. The thing with Microsoft that's fascinating is, despite being one of the biggest companies in the world with the most financial acumen, they really only make Windows. That's the only thing people want out of them. Every time they make anything else, people don't really care. The Xbox brand, people care about, even though it doesn't necessarily make money. So it's more like social marketing than it is anything else. Like, this is how Microsoft is still relevant to you. But it does come to a point where you get some of these old dogs who've been running Microsoft for a while who are just kind of ingrained in doing that. You can have new people come in and are like, this is not smart. Why are we doing this? Because they just weren't there at the beginning to understand why it was made in the first place. That's a possibility. Sony, I don't think, is in any danger of financial reasons they wouldn't stick around. It's more like where else do you go with it? Like when the consoles are all digital, are they even consoles anymore? They're, to me, the most X factor. Yeah, love my Zune HD. You get exactly what I mean. Zunes were cool. Microsoft made a good product. Nobody cared. But Microsoft can just let you play games on your PC. Exactly. Why they support two different infrastructures? There's no reason to keep the Xbox brand in that situation. That's kind of the whole point. But that was the question. Robert says, Merry Christmas, bro. Merry Christmas, dude. If Xbox bows out, Sega should re-enter. They're never doing that. Never. It's far too lucrative for them to not have to deal with hardware. The other thing is just from an internal perspective, their entire infrastructure has changed. They don't have like tons of teams constantly competing to make games for one specific machine. It doesn't work the same way anymore. Adam, what would be a holy grail console for a collector like you? An RDI Halcyon? I always screw up the pronunciation of that. That one's like effectively impossible. So I don't know. For me, I know I'm spoiled because I have most of these things. I think the one I still want the most is an FM Towns Marty, but like that's something you can get on eBay. It's not impossible. A Casio PV1000 or whatever would be cool to have. But most of the systems I want are just like display pieces. There's nothing where I'm just sitting there being like, oh, I really wish I had the, the PV1000 so I could play X, Y, and Z. I can't even name a game on the system. It's more about just it would be cool to have. If I can include iterations of other consoles, the Sega Iowa Boombox would be my number one I want it video game console, but technically a system I already have as far as its library. Would you say the Sega CD marked the beginning of the fall for Sega? The technology wasn't utilized well and was abandoned pretty quickly, but technically did have 200 plus games. No, I wouldn't say that. I know you kind of missed the discussion. I'm guessing you missed the discussion earlier. The original sin of Sega's hardware failure, believe it or not, is the Sega SG-1000. It was a whole long discussion, so I'm not going to do it again, but that's where I would put it. What are your thoughts on Project Dream, their attempt at a Dreamcast 2 and shutting it down? Lady Decade actually covered part of this. Yeah. Bull. Project Dream was just a fan-made initiative to basically collectively bitch at Sega and say, make a system. We'll design it. You make it. It's not real. It's not a thing. No. Hey, Adam, I love your channel since I was young. Merry Christmas. Well, your name also appears to be Adam, so Merry Christmas, fellow Adam. Thank you for watching. Watching me be blurry. If you are just joining us, thank you. Merry Christmas to everybody. If you, trying to do, so it's a Q&A. You can ask me questions. Try to answer everything. We just chit-chat, hang out. And if you want to support the channel, support me, I take super chats, PayPal, Venmo. That stuff's in the description. You can sign up to my Patreon. You can hit that join button, whatever that is. And as a Christmas gift to all of you guys, anybody who donates $10, for every $10 you donate, I'll eat one of these stupid Harry Potter beans that can taste like garbage. We literally have things like vomit flavor in here. I've had a few. We had rotten egg earlier. That was pleasant. Sausage, which was weird. And then the burps were disgusting. Cinnamon. Yuck. There's lots of messed up ones in there. So that's up to you if you want to make me suffer or buy me a nice jelly bean. Also, I admit I'm getting a little hungry. But that's probably not sufficient for that. Anyway, I want you to get the FM Towns one day. I want to get it too. I got a lot of cool consoles in there, but that one isn't one of them. What's the biggest Dreamcast game that was in production that was never released? That's kind of impossible to say because there's, a lot of speculation around that. You can debate Shenmue 3 if it was in fact in production, which it might have technically been. But I'm going to assume the one that was probably the biggest was either Propeller Arena, which sort of got released anyway. But if we avoid or ignore that, one that we know has never been released I think it was Castlevania Resurrection. Was in production, and we got like an E3 demo of it like years later. but whether or not a whole version of it exists, we think so. But the guy to pay attention to is this guy named Comey Laurent. I think he lives in France. That dude gets access to weird Dreamcast prototypes and stuff that I don't know how he manages it, but then when he does, he dumps it. Where is the donation button? On your chat on YouTube, there should be a little dollar symbol, like in the comments section there. You can do that. As I said, if you prefer PayPal or Venmo, the information for that is in the description as well. Is there any other collection, Adam, other than the original Xbox you want to do a complete for? Technically the N-Gage, because I'm only one away, but that one is like impossible. It's a Warhammer game. I actually found it at Toronto Game Expo a couple months ago. It was like $900 Canadian, and I was like, yeah, no. Any particular reason why the Saturn isn't higher on your favorite consoles of all time? I feel like deep inside you have it higher. I do respect the hell out of the Saturn, but then when I sit down and actually think about the library on it and how much of it I've actually spent time like really addictively playing, it's an unfortunately rather short list. It's like it's full of games I know are good, but I only played them in short bursts. Like I played Panzer Dragoon Saga for a little while. I know it's a very good game. I just don't sit there and play it all the way through. Or Radiant Silver Gun, or Bug, or any of that stuff. Burning Rangers. Those are obviously good games. I think the biggest problem is I didn't have it as a kid, and so that really makes it like harder to form those early memories. We got a 10-pound sticker chat from somebody named 80, who I believe was the guy asking for the donation button. I'm just going to assume that this is for this, right? So awesome. We'll go ahead and do that. Thank you for the suffering. Okay. Mix it up a little bit. Okay, some disgusting Harry Potter bean. It could be a good one. I guess I apologize if it's not disgusting. Let's see here. What do we got? Here, let's go. All right, how about this one? Does everybody approve of this one? I don't know what this is going to be. Okay. You want this? Here we go. Okay. That's the grass flavored one. Oh, God. It really does taste like grass. Sugary grass. Oh, you know the way like grass can smell like when you cut it with the lawnmower and stuff? The chlorophyll smell? Oh. Yeah, Merry Christmas to me. Thanks. Oh. That was pleasant. Thank you, Addy. Appreciate you. That was nasty. That's sitting there for a minute. Doesn't sound so bad. Try eating it. It was not good. There were worse ones. The cinnamon one was by far the worst. But no, that was not a pleasant experience. Thoughts on the Super Nintendo? It's my favorite console ever, with so many legendary titles like Chrono Trigger, Super Metroid, and Donkey Kong Country 2. But I know you're a big Dreamcast fan. Super Nintendo is my third favorite video game system of all time. In fact, I will say this. It would be my second favorite if it's just up against the Genesis. I give the Genesis the edge only when you include the Sega CD and 32X, just because the additional content they provide, mostly admittedly from the Sega CD, just kind of pushes it over a little bit to me. But Super Nintendo, wonderful video game system. Michelle Riggs says, this is John Riggs' wife, everybody, says, Merry Christmas, we miss you, be thankful there isn't a pickle flavored. We are very thankful for that. Also, I have been told to tell you, Michelle, check your DMs. Check your DMs. I think Facebook messages, I don't even remember. Just check your DMs. That's what I'm supposed to tell you. Is there an 87 octane gasoline flavored jelly bean? I doubt it. This is funnier last year with the Lou Malnati's cookies. That was my birthday stream last year. This year on my birthday stream, we didn't have any gross food. Sorry. Oh, that grass one is still sitting, man. Ugh. I'm going to ask, do you mind talking about the new Switch flash card that got announced recently? I don't know if you call that an announcement. I know what you're talking about. I don't think that was an announcement so much as a, I don't know, teaser, a leak, a reveal, or potentially fraudulent. I would be very curious. The only reason I haven't done a video on it is just because it could be, I don't necessarily want to echo rumors until we know a little bit more. If it's legit, that's crazy awesome. If it's not, then I don't want to be responsible for spreading misinformation. So if it is cool, if it is real, great. I'm very curious to see how that works. But yeah, we'll see. Daniel at GameWave. First of all, Daniel, hi. Miss you, dude. Merry Christmas. Check your DMs, dude. I've been trying to get a hold of you on Twitter and Instagram for like 2 months. I want to review the Driving Strikers. And I think you guys sent me 2 copies that got lost in the mail. And I just want to know, what address are you sending them to? Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. Also, Merry Christmas. What are your thoughts on the Drawn Together show from Comedy Central? That's a random one. I haven't thought about that show in like 20 years. I don't know if I ever saw an episode of it. I just kind of remember seeing ads for it as the show went on. The Switch flash card will be released when the Switch is dead. I don't know if that's true. The thing with that is it depends on how the thing works, right? So what we can say for sure is that this is not unprecedented. There are flashcards for Nintendo hardware. Obviously, Nintendo would not be a fan of this. The Switch has also been hacked before. Anybody with an original launch model can hack theirs pretty easily. So that's not new. But the thing with the flashcard that's a little dangerous is the online element of it and the updates element of it. Because Nintendo, unlike other cartridge-based games, they actually have individual identities or individual serial numbers for not only each game, but each copy of each game. So there's actually been ROM dumps of Switch games that are actively banned online because it's the same serial number repeating over and over again. So they know which one is a problem. So if that happens with flashcards, sure enough. The only way you could ensure that you don't have a problem, I would think, now granted I'm not building this thing and there's definitely smarter people in the world, would be if you were dumping your own pre-existing library of games onto a single card and just did it for convenience purposes. But if you're like downloading ISOs and it'd be ROMs in that case, that's when I think you'd you'd have problems. Daniel says, my DMs are carnage. I'll message you ASAP. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. We got a $5 super chat, so I don't have to do the jelly bean because that wasn't enough. Thank you. Zula S Death 5 super chats and says, do you think Nintendo will make a successor to the Virtual Boy or take some route as Sony did with the PS5? PS Ginger is great palate cleanser. I don't have any ginger on me and I don't want to. I'm fine. I'll suffer. It's all right. A successor to the Virtual Boy, I guess you would have to argue, was the 3DS, and it was successful. How there was never a Virtual Boy collection for the 3DS is like a crime. How that didn't happen, I don't know. As for take the same route as Sony did with the PS5, you will have to elaborate on what you mean. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have I been to Yu Suzuki's development studio in Japan? I have not. I was never invited over there. To YSNet? I know people that have been there, but I wasn't invited to that. Is it better for Japanese games to buy a Japanese PS2 or mod a console to play them? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the current modification methods are for the PlayStation 2. I know there was this DVD exploit that suddenly made self-booting discs. I haven't heard anything about that in a long time. I don't know if they ever really got that working. If you're still thinking the old mod chip method, it would be easier to just import a PS2 because they're cheap as hell over there. However, if you don't care about playing the actual discs, it's easier to just do like a free McBoot mod and put an SSD in it. I did a video on that. So you can just put effectively a hard drive in the system and then just dump ISOs on there from your computer very easily. Again, I did a video on it. You're welcome to watch it. And if you do that, then it's super easy to just play imports that way. And you get the better load times and stuff. But if you're thinking you just want to have an actual Japanese PS2 just to have a Japanese PS2, I will say they are comically cheap over there. Sorry about the focus problems, guys. We got a super chat from Cax who says, Merry Christmas, man. Glad we got to hang out a few times this year. See what's up next year. I'll make sure Catnip behaves in Japan. Merry Christmas, dude. Yeah, we've had our fun times. Pizza gang and all that. Although I'm forbidden from pizza. Though I did have a little bit recently because of the Home Alone video. But, you got to do it. You got to do it. And yeah, have fun in Japan, guys. I'm a little envious that I'm not going to be there. I do enjoy Japan. But, yeah. Plus, you guys can pick up all the games for me. I don't have to do anything then. Great. Thanks for the super chat. We got another one from Rational Skeptic who says, should Sony do another Vita? I purely speculative on this. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Purely speculative. That PlayStation Portal thing, that might be the litmus test that Sony is using right now to be like, do people want another handheld from us? Because Vita, even though it's very cool, I actually have a hacked one. I should do a video on it at some point. I just never have. People like it, but it was not this big financial success to the point where they bowed out of that. And they did it. You have to remember they did that at the time when they were in very significant trouble. So it was smart of them not to push on it. With the Portal being a potential success, it opens the door to the possibility they might be interested in that again. So it's not impossible, man. It's not impossible. Basically what I'm going to tell you is, and what they probably would tell you too, is if you want a successor to the Vita, your best bet to vote for that is to buy the Portal. Now, that may not guarantee it, but it improves the odds. Speaking of which, to all Shenmue fans out there, go buy a game called Air Twister. That game could eventually lead to the release of Shenmue 4 just because it's Yu Suzuki trying to generate more revenue. So, when are you coming back to the Bay Area to hang out with Jerry and Jesse? First of all, Norcom, I know you're Jerry. I know that. I don't know why you're pretending it's not you, other than the fact that you just maybe are full of yourself and you speak in the third person. I don't know. I don't have any immediate plans for that. Daniel says he thinks Nintendo would prefer to forget the Virtual Boy ever happened. Yeah, there's some truth to that, but I mean, if you ever actually sit down and play a Virtual Boy, there are actually some really significantly hidden gem games on there. Obviously, Jack Bros is a really good game. That game is expensive for a reason. That's actually a really good game. But some of those games just getting liberated from the hardware would be nice, like Wario World and stuff. Air Twister, yeah, go out and buy Air Twister, everybody, if you want to support the potential of Shenmue 4. Hater, yes, Jerry, we hate you. God. Okay, just kidding. He's a buddy. Rational Skeptic super chats and says, what's even the point of a PS5 Pro? Would third-party devs even use it to its full potential and make it do all games at 4K 60? That's beyond, wow, I'm spacing out on the English language suddenly. That's pure speculation. We have no idea. I mean, first of all, you have to assume they even exist. I made a video about the potential rumors of a PS5 Pro not that long ago, and the environment that created the PS4 Pro and the Xbox Series X, or Xbox One X, are not the same conditions that exist now. Those were basically made because they had to address the problem that everybody thought that the hardware was too outdated already from the onset, and just to correct that mistake. People don't really complain about that nearly as much as they do on the Series X and the PS5. So I don't know if that is going to be there. People talk about PS5 Pro and an upgraded Xbox like it's an expectation, when really the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X were the outliers. History indicates that's actually a very rare thing to have an upgraded console. In fact, the only other times it ever happened was, you can argue, the Game Boy Color, the new 3DS, and the Super graphics. That's like it. So it's not like a standard thing to expect it to happen. Now, could it happen? Yeah, absolutely. Because if it's an excuse for them to sell more consoles, they'll do it. Now, we live in the digital age, so it's not like just because the hardware is better that all the games suddenly run 4K 60 or whatever. The developers have to then patch games to run like that. How many will? Hard to say. Thank you for the super chat. Again, if you super chat, you're supporting the channel. I'd prioritize your questions. You can do that through PayPal. Super chats, obviously. You can do Venmo. And if you do $10 or more, for every $10, you force me to eat one of these Harry Potter disgusting beans that can, again, either be good flavors like Tutti Frutti or terrible flavors like vomit. This is the paper towel of shame of the ones I had to spit out. We had cinnamon, disgusting. We had rotten egg, black pepper, and grass. You guys are just cruel to me, man. I'm gonna have some water. I should probably have water. Candace says she's happy to hear me talking about her precious so positively, referring to the Virtual Boy. If you like Virtual Boy content, Candy's Classic Game Shrine, go to her channel, subscribe, watch those videos. She is to the Virtual Boy what I am to the Dreamcast. But even more so because she actually covers the system, whereas I have been perpetually ignoring it for 15 years almost. The punchline to that story is basically based on the fact that when I first started the channel, one of my initial goals, I'm not kidding, I was like, I want to do a review of every single Dreamcast game because that would be awesome to have an entire catalog of that. I have never done it. Except for the indies. Those I'll do. But even then, it's just like first looks. I never sat down and like beat every single game and did a review of every single one. I realized like how ridiculously impossible that would be. Because then I thought about the number of games. You know, there's like 800 games in the Dreamcast library because of the Japanese stuff. And 800 games. If I released a video a day, which I could never do, it would still take me over 2.5 years to finish. Yeah, that's not happening. If you ask the cow, then yeah, I think a cow would enjoy the grass flavored one. I submit that is probably true. What platform is Air Twister on? It has physical editions on PS4, PS5, and Switch. It has a digital edition on Xbox. We're going to need a PS5 Pro for GTA 6 to run 4K 60. Well, probably true. Let me throw this at you. By the time GTA 6 is out, which is likely holiday 2025, the new iteration of Nintendo hardware might very well be here. Probably is about PS4 Pro in a pocket. And I will bet you at that point we are right around the corner, maybe a year away from the PS6 and the Xbox Series X 2000 or whatever crazy thing they decide to call it. So what they'll probably do is what they did with GTA 5. They put it out on relevant systems like PS3 and Xbox 360, then resell you an updated version a year later. So I don't know if they would care about having the PS5 Pro. That would be my guess on how that plays out. Daniel says he's heading to the U.S. conventions next year, so maybe I can play one there. You should, man. Coming out to the States, we'll hang. Which one are you going to? If you're going to any retro game convention in the United States, if you can only do one, if you can only budget one, Portland Retro Game Expo. The only problem with it is it's in Portland, Oregon, which is probably America's worst city. But it's the best convention, so you have to like, it's like this. It's like a juggling act. A year away from PS6. No. A year away from PS6 in 2025. Meaning I'm speculating that 2026 is when you would get PS6, not 2024. No. Because that's 3 years from now. Xbox gets the Shaft again, huh? I'm assuming you're referring to the physical edition of Air Twister. That's not Xbox giving the Shaft. That's Microsoft giving the Shaft to physical media because they have... So to Sony and Nintendo's credit, their threshold for how many a minimum order is on physical editions is substantially lower than Microsoft's. I don't know the exact numbers, so let's just... These are fake numbers. Warning, fake numbers. If Sony and Nintendo say, oh, you can do a physical edition and all you have to do is produce 1,000 copies, Microsoft will be like, okay, you have to produce 50,000 copies. And if you can't justify 50,000 copies, you don't make it at all. Microsoft has a much higher threshold because they don't encourage physical media, which is depressing. But it is what it is. I'll give Sony and Nintendo credit all day on that one. You could not have things like limited run games or special reserve games or any of that stuff if it weren't for that factor. Now, granted, Microsoft has played ball a couple of times, but it's an oddity. Midwest Gaming Classic and Play New York are the ones I'm invited to, but I don't mind coming to Portland for a short period. You're going to Midwest Gaming Classic in Milwaukee? I'm actually going to be a guest there. So I'll see you there, dude. The Pluto will be on hand once again. We should hang out. Oh, by the way, announcement, I'll be at Midwest Gaming Classic. I might also be at Game On in Phoenix. That there's a potential conflict timeline there, but like I might be at that one. But I know I'll be at Midwest Gaming Classic in Milwaukee. I'll probably be at Portland as well. What do you think of the Steam Deck? I don't. It's an all digital handheld platform. It's in no way appealing to me. Like, I respect it as a piece of tech. I like the idea of it. The idea that so many people who have all these games digitally on PC are just like, oh, cool, I can just take them on the go. It just doesn't do anything for me personally. Drop a like, dude and dudettes, says Sega Herman. I agree with that. You should like this video. I appreciate that. What was the last purchase you made at a convention that required a pretty penny? So there is, okay, I can tell you the answer to that, but technically I got it for free. So I don't know if that answers. So here's the story. I actually told this in an episode of Playload. So in a couple of months ago, I did a video on Playload where I got the Brazilian exclusive portable Sega Master System. I think it's called like the Super Compact or something like that. I forget the name offhand. And it's like a $1,200 console in the box. Now, the dude who was selling it is this guy named NT Games. He's a really nice guy. He's from Brazil. He lives in the States currently. And he brought it there. He was like, you know, he was only asking like $350 USD. And when I was talking to him, he's a big fan of the channel. I've done interviews for his channel and stuff like that. I helped him make content while we were there. And then he's like, if you want it, dude, I would just give it to you for free, but I can't justify it. I'll sell it to you for $200. And I was like, I'm never going to get a better deal on this thing than $200. So I bought it. But at the exact same time, I had a bunch of duplicate games and stuff I didn't really need. So I brought them with me and I sold them to Kelsey Lewin, my buddy who runs Pink Gorilla. I'm sure a lot of you guys know her from Metal Jesus Crew. And all the stuff she, you know, took, she gave me $200 cash. So in essence, in a roundabout way, I just traded a bunch of duplicates for something I really wanted, even though it wasn't directly by that means. Does that count? We got a super chat from Rational Skeptical. Thank you again. Adam, how long do you think Sony can get away with charging $70 per game while Microsoft just dumps their library on Game Pass? First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, it's a loaded question for a lot of reasons. One, the whole $70 game thing. Everybody's complaining about that. Nobody likes that idea. Who would? No one is ever going to sit down and celebrate, oh, a game is more expensive now. The simple truth, though, because of inflation, games are cheaper now than they ever were. You can go back to the 80s and games were $60. But you adjust that for inflation, that's like $150, maybe not quite $150, but well over $100 today, maybe $120 or so. And that price, the concept of the $60 video game really stayed that way all the way through that time for the last like 30 plus years while inflation continued to be a factor. So games have just been getting cheaper that entire time, which is why things like DLC were born, because developers just weren't getting enough revenue. So they had to be like, okay, we need to get it from other places. We kind of did that to ourselves. Now, the concept of Game Pass, the thing with Game Pass is it's a rental service. You know, if somebody's charging you $70 for a physical edition, keyword physical, then it is not necessarily a rental. It is actually your property. So you're purchasing it as opposed to temporarily having access. That question's a little unfair in the sense that it's like saying, like, pretend we're back in the year 2000 and some new Dreamcast or PS2 game dropped. And you're like, dude, it's not fair. Why is Sony and Sega charging me $60 for this game when I can go to Blockbuster and rent it for $4.99? Because one is yours and one is not? You know what I mean? So it's not really a fair equivalency. But at the same time, Microsoft, in that regard, we were trying to talk about this earlier, they can eat this forever. They have like infinite financial pockets to deal with it. But it's also unsustainable, which might be the thing we heard about where they might be bailing in 2029. But that's, again, purely speculative. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Hopefully that answered your question. And then thank you guys for the super chats in general. Again, as a reminder, if you want to do that to support the channel, I appreciate it. You can do that. You can do Venmo, PayPal, little stuff in the description about that. And anything that's $10 or above, I will eat one of these Harry Potter disgusting beans. Some of them are good, like lemon flavored, and some are things like rotten egg and vomit flavored. Fortunately, we have not run across the vomit flavored one yet. There's earwax flavored too. Let's see here. How How influential was Super Mario 64? I would argue maybe the most influential game of the 5th generation. Like, if that game is not the game that it was, the N64 wouldn't have been a success. And the idea of 3D games being taken seriously wouldn't have been a success. I think if people forget, like, prior to that game, 3D games were seen more as like a novelty and usually weren't handled very well. I mean, the examples prior to it was most of the Jaguar library and stuff like that. It was like that big polygonal stuff like the 32X was doing. In fact, Sega, to their discredit on this one, was so sure 3D games were not the future that they bet on the Saturn being a 2D machine with 3D elements, which is why their 2D games look amazing, but their 3D content was like, ugh, because it wasn't really meant for that. That game redefined everything to the point where Sega more or less had to give up and say, all right, we need to rebuild around 3D, hence Dreamcast. Those beans must be from Europe. No, I bought them in Indiana, but you can get these anywhere in the States, really. A lot of candy stores and stuff like that will have these. Have you heard about the new microtransaction laws in China? I feel like a lot of companies in China are going to struggle. I don't know anything about that. I did read very briefly that China's reevaluating their video game policies because they realized they missed out on something like $80 billion in revenue, but it's just a headline. I don't know any of the details. Microsoft can afford to dump their games on Game Pass, but good luck getting AAA publishers to drop their games on Game Pass for much longer. So that depends. So here's the thing. The way Game Pass effectively works is, let's say I'm Microsoft, and I know this is stupid, but it's an object in front of me. Let's say Blockbuster came along and they're making a game. I know it's dumb, just work with me. Blockbuster comes along and they're like, we have our new multi-$100 million game that we've been developing, and we're going to sell physical editions. And I'm just like, all right, I'm Microsoft. And I'm like, look, how many copies are you expecting to sell of this? And let's just say, for argument's sake, even though the math probably won't work because I'm just making this example up as we go. Let's say they're like, oh, we're expecting to sell 1 million copies. Okay. At, $60 a copy. And so Microsoft's like, all right, if you put it on Game Pass, we'll just give you $100 million, like guaranteed money. Now the gamble there is that they could actually that could hurt their non-Game Pass sales so much they never reach the numbers they want. But at the same time, it's $100 million in guaranteed revenue, and that's a hard thing to ignore. So that's the trade-off with how Game Pass works. But at the same time, where Microsoft's angle is they have to hope that enough people stay subscribed to Game Pass to justify that. And I would bet it usually doesn't pan out. But again, that's how that basically works. Dead Island 2 Standard Edition is $100 in Canadian money after taxes. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Canadian money isn't really money. I'm just kidding. Maple Monopoly bucks. Your currency is called the loonie. It's hard to take that seriously. Again, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing. We love you, Canada. That's important. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Merry Christmas from London. Merry Christmas from Chicago. Sorry, I was answering Christmas texts. Adam, are there any other channels you would recommend for fixing tech or good content? Mr. Mario. Although he's not so much fixing stuff as he is just like upgrading the crap out of everything. He's very good at that. What do you think of limited run games and the costs and Merry Christmas? Well, I like limited run games as a concept. I mean, I know some of the guys over there, although I did. A lot of them don't work there anymore. I like the idea of what they're doing. I do think that they are kind of a victim of their own success because the initial idea behind limited run games was let's give physical media editions to games that would otherwise never get it. But then it became so big that it's like, are you just giving physical editions to games that maybe don't need it and don't deserve it? And now it's like games people actually do want are having an inherently limited release. I can understand why people have problems with it, but again, it's just kind of how economics eventually works with stuff. If the company was successful, it was always predictable. As for the costs, you're going to have to elaborate on what you mean by that. Do you mean just how much a game can cost over there? I mean, yes, but that's video games in general. They're not usually free unless you're doing it illegally. One thing I am thankful to limited run games though is that they, like I said, their initial idea of giving physical editions to games that normally wouldn't get them is very noble. And I'm personally thankful to them because I know that they were responsible for the Shenmue 3 limited edition, which wouldn't have existed without them. They also gave us the complete edition of Shenmue 3, which was the one that actually had the DLC and patches on disc. That only exists in one form, and that's through the physical edition they gave later, which is a very rare release because most people, even Shenmue super fans, were just like, I've bought too many copies of this game, I'm not doing it. So it's, there's a lot of nobility in that. But then it's things like that aren't their fault, but people think there is, like Streets of Rage 4, right? Sega didn't have much faith in it, and which is why they didn't develop themselves. They let .mu develop it, and so they were like, okay, we're not going to do a physical edition of this ourselves, but you can approach limited run games, see if they're interested, do a small print run, see who cares. And it did really well, but so limited run did their job, but then people don't understand that just because limited run did a release of it, that doesn't mean that's the only version that will ever exist, because limited run doesn't own the game. They were just a temporary physical edition publisher. So then a company like Sega or .mu can turn around and be like, oh, it did really well when we sold that initial batch through limited run. Screw it. Let's do a bigger, wider release and just release it at Best Buy and Walmart and everything. Then people get mad thinking their limited run game is devalued. It's like, limited run never said they owned it. So I can see why they'd be frustrated about it. Super chat from Cax, who says, I was watching a Neo Geo video from Happy Console Gamer yesterday, and he said, yeah, I bought this Neo Geo game for $20 CAD years ago. It's about $2 US. Yeah, the Canadians have a good sense of humor about the value of their currency compared to the US, because it's like an eternal joke for them, is like, I mean, not to get any more political even, or maybe it's more economical, is Canada, if you honestly, doesn't have a reason to have its own currency other than just national brand identity, because it's a currency that's not globally traded, really. It's really just useful for them, and then it's a constant exchange problem they have to do with, like, the United States or the European Union, well, specifically the Eurozone, to a lesser extent the UK. It's just, they're not really a country that their population is small enough but not isolated, that it doesn't necessarily justify it. But what else are you going to do? You're just going to embrace, say, hey, we're just going to accept the USD as our official currency? The national pride element of that would be very hurt. Most Canadian culture, correct me if I'm wrong, Canadians who are watching, Canadian culture seems to be defined by how intentionally not America you can be. Almost if you go out of your way to do so. Meaning you brand the Canadian flag in places where it just doesn't make any sense, like the Wendy's logo where the apostrophe is the maple leaf, McDonald's logo where there's a maple leaf dead in the center, stuff like that. And I love Canada, don't get me wrong. It's interesting to go and watch Canada and be like, what did they do on purpose that even if it was their own detriment, they did it just to not look like America? Is Chicago pizza better than New York pizza? They both have this very strong place in my heart. It really depends, because if I were to take my two favorite places from both places, so my favorite place in Chicago for pizza and my favorite place in New York for pizza, I would take Chicago over it. But that said, if anybody messes with my favorite New York style pizza, they gonna die. Because that place is amazing. Because it's just not a fair comparison. They're two very different things. What is the meaning of life? Live, laugh, love, enjoy the time you have, because you only get to do this dance once. Canadian currency is worthless. Venezuelan currency, dead. Yeah. Zimbabwe currency, that's my favorite one, where they had like that $1 trillion bill or whatever. Kansas City barbecue or St. Louis barbecue? That is not, Robert, firsthand, because you took me to the greatest rib place in the universe. You already know the answer. Obviously, Kansas City. My favorite pizza place in New York, by the way, is Uncle Paul's Pizza in Manhattan. It's near the MetLife building. My favorite place in Chicago for pizza is Lou Malnati's Pizza, which is also only go to a city location. Never go to the suburbs. Suburbs are franchise locations. They don't try as hard. Japanese pizza is disgusting. I'm sorry. No. Ugh. All right. Let's see, we got some Discord messages. By the way, if you guys aren't in my Discord, go join my Discord. It's a constant chat over there. It's fun. Everybody hangs out. Did you guys check out my, for those of you who maybe missed it, You obviously like the thumbnail for this video, I hope, because it's Home Alone reference and all that. But you should go check out my travel channel. Yesterday, I posted an adventure video going to the Home Alone filming locations along with other John Hughes locations. It was a lot of fun. It was a video I made like over the course of like 3 months. Dave says, speaking of Kansas City, F the Chiefs. They lost today. Hand egg sport ball. If it was up to me, every team would always lose at hand egg, and the league would be disbanded and abolished, and they would send everyone in the country an apology along with a check for having to endure football in American society for the last century. This is just me. That's how I would handle it personally. Best Daniel, who is British, I want this on record, says the best pizza I ever had was a place in upstate New York. That is a reason for that. Pizza is only good in a handful of spots around the world. New York, New Jersey, Illinois. And there's a couple of pizza embassies. St. Louis has got its thing going on. Detroit, Connecticut. It's not statewide. Beyond that, any other part of the world, and I'm including Italy on this one, don't eat the pizza. Italy doesn't do pizza the way, I mean, obviously they created the origin of it, but the modern iteration of what you think of as pizza comes out of New York. That's why it's called New York pizza everywhere. And the original version of pizza is like a flat rectangle that's just doused in toppings. It's a very different thing. So the rest of the world, I'm sorry, you don't ever get to actually have pizza unless you come to the States. Yes, I'm saying it. And then when you're in the States, you have to go to very select locations. I like every time I go to the UK, I love that country, but every time I go there, like actually Daniel, if you're still watching, we went to the con out in Norwich, and everybody's like, "Oh, we'll get pizzas. We'll order from Domino's," and I was like, "Ah, no!" They think that's food. It's not food. If I was British, I would do nothing but eat Indian food all the time. It is easily the thing you guys are the best at. Tortinos or DiGiorno's? Are those frozen garbage, Robert? Why would you do that? All right, Robert, you obviously respect barbecue, right? So I'm going to put in perspective what you just said, because you're talking about frozen pizza. This would be like if I was like, hey man, you should come out to Wyoming and we'll get frozen ribs from the gas station. That's just as good, right? No. Wow, Adam just flat out dissing the rest of the world and Italian pizza. Yes, because I'm right. Have a sense of humor, man. We got a super chat from Joshua Finzi. Good to see you, by the way. Says, Merry Christmas, Adam. Merry Christmas to you, Joshua. Thank you very much. As a reminder, super chats are always appreciated. Keep the thing going. I take PayPal and Venmo. Information on that in the description. And for every $10 you donate, I'll eat one of these stupid Harry Potter beans that can taste like things like soap, or they can be good. Or maybe the soap one will be good. Who knows? We've had some stinkers. Let's put it that way. Domino's and Papa John's are literally the only options we have in the suburbs in the UK. Yeah, exactly, because your country can't make pizza. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't invade Italy. You invaded everybody else. You didn't invade Italy. No, I'm just messing. But you guys, trust me when I say British people, just eat Indian food. That's all I would eat if I was in your country all the time. I was like, hell, every time I do go there, that's all I ever want. My hometown in California is known for a popular pizza restaurant. I guarantee it's not good. I promise you that. I am that confident. Any pizza state person will know that. And I could put it in, like, I don't know what your Saturn tubes. I love you, dude, by the way. You're awesome. I don't know what your like favorite food is or what your area is known for. You probably, I'm guessing SoCal somewhere. So that would be like me telling you that Boston is going to be really good at Mexican food. Oh, they're totally going to be better than California. It's like, are you high? That's obviously not going to be true. Boston being better at Mexican food. Beantown, where their number one dish is beans, baked beans. That's my point. It's got a Michelin star. Michelin is a tire company. I'm not going to trust them with food. By the way, that's true, by the way. Michelin star is actually the Michelin tire company. Cajun food. Yes, Cajun food is bomb. I'm with you on that one, Saturn Tubes. Obviously, the best Cajun food you're going to have is in New Orleans. There's no competing with that. Who makes the best burgers? All right. I'm going to say it. It's a part of the United States that none of you have ever been to. Well, maybe like one of you. Guam. Guam does the best burgers in the United States. And there's a reason for that. So Guam, if you're not even familiar, it's a U.S. territory that's like a 3-hour flight south of Japan. It's nowhere near here. And I've been there a bunch of times because it's my favorite like holiday spot. It's amazing. I actually went there for my mother. I took her there a couple times. My mother's like, Santa hat here, my late mother. I took her there and she loved it. But the reason, we went there, other than the holiday element of it, was I was like, you got to try these burgers. So the thing with Guam is its big tourist appeal is it's America, but it's much closer to Japan. So Japanese people go there all the time. And they want 3 things when they go there. They want to be able to ride like ATVs and go out in nature and stuff, because that kind of thing is you don't really do that in Japan. They want to shoot guns at stuff, so there's tons of gun ranges, but they also want to eat like big American burgers. So, but they're also basically made to cater to Japanese taste, but with American standards, meaning you can do medium rare and stuff like that. Most countries won't cook it that way. And so it's just, they're really good at burgers. Saturn Tubes, you lived in Guam for 4 years? Dude, that's awesome. Do I like poutine? Yes, but only in Montreal. Have I ever been anywhere in Latin America? Yes, I have been to Costa Rica when I was a kid. And I don't know if it counts because it's not technically in the center, but Cuba. I've actually been to Cuba. Granted, that'd be more the Caribbean, but I've been there. And the burgers aren't great. Fish is the thing to eat on Guam. What the hell are you talking about, Saturn Tubes? Did you even go to Mezcladas? You crazy, son. You crazy. No, they got bomb-ass burgers in Guam, dude. The American burgers in Dobuita are pretty good. The Obama burger is good. Yes, I've actually had that. They're good on a Japanese scale, meaning I just don't think the Japanese can make a good burger. I will say that Tsunami Burger, which is the place you're talking about, is the best burger place in Japan. But you got to remember the Japanese didn't exactly invent the burger. The Germans did. And then the Americans Americanized it with butter and fat. But we did improve on it. The Japanese are just kind of cloning an American attempt to cater to Americans who are literally next door at the Yokosuka base. That said, it is easily the best burger in Japan. You love Guam, which people do. The natives in Guam are called Chamorro. Yeah, the Chamorro people. I believe the people of Guam as not an ethnicity, but as not a state, but let's say they're states, would be like Guamanians. Like I would be an Illini, or you'd be a Californian. Yeah, and Coffee Slut. That is the best coffee place. That place was awesome. Any specific food recommendations in Japan? I'm bringing Dave to Kura Sushi. Well, obviously Kura Sushi. That place is fantastic. It's basically like the McDonald's of sushi, but it's awesome. We actually have them in the States. The ones in the States aren't as good as the Japanese ones, and they cost like 5 times as much. That place is amazing, but only do it in Japan. It's like 50 cents a plate. Eat all you want. It's amazing. And then they have way more creative options there. I know Dave eats sushi, but I'm a little surprised considering how picky of an eater he is that he eats sushi. But proud of you, dude. Eat more. Try new things. There's going to be stuff you can only try there. Beyond that, make sure you get some good udon. Obviously, some good ramen. Granted, ramen is actually Chinese. It's not Japanese, but there's good ones there. Dude, I did make like 12 videos about eating stuff in Japan. You might find a couple of suggestions. If you go to Yokosuka in the Dobuita area, there is good food there, but keep in mind it's all Americanized on purpose. So it'll be very compatible with you, but it's not very interesting, just like the burger place. Though I would definitely say go to an Indian restaurant in Japan. It's very unique. They like to put honey in Indian food in Japan, and it works really well. Speaking of burgers, I went to Jack in the Box today. Very average. Oh yeah, Jack in the Box is disgusting, man. It's stoner food. Okonomiyaki, I'm planning on trying. Dude, Dave, that's basically like a Japanese lunch omelet. I don't know how else to put it. It's like it's this big thing. It's very good. Best burger I had in the States was a place called Hammer Lane Barbecue in North Bend, Washington. Candace, Gene, you still watching? Is anywhere near you guys? Katsu Burger in Washington is really good. It's like Asian themed burgers, which ironically is better than the actual ones in Japan. Yeah, get Indian food in Japan as well. He runs into viewers all the time. Are you talking about me? Oh, have you ever run into a viewer of the channel while traveling overseas? Yeah, it happens all the time. He's absolutely right. Usually it happens by accident, especially since I do the travel channel now. There's been tons of cameos of people I just bumped into on the street while I'm filming, and they're like, I watch your videos. Well, now you're in one. We got a super chat from Cac says, come on, Adam, you know I've watched every Japan vid. Well, then why are you asking me, son? Go back and watch them again. Do yourself a favor and get some really good udon while you're there. Okay? Dave, I know you like your pho. Make sure you get some udon. Not so much the ramen. Keep in mind that people think ramen is Japanese. It's not. It's a Chinese thing. So it's like finding a random Chinese restaurant anywhere you go. If you're not in China, it's not really authentic. Granted, the Japanese changed it, of course, but find a nice udon spot. The best udon spot I found is actually in Yokosuka. I included it in a video. You can check it out. So that one might be easy for you because then you can hang around Yokosuka and do all that stuff and still get udon. Yeah. Oh, and Dave, I know you're a picky eater. And this goes to anybody who goes to Japan. The Japanese have zero tolerance for you changing stuff. Being like, can I get it without the rice? Can I get it without the onions? They're going to be like, baka gaijin, which means like stupid foreigner. Like, no, stupid foreigner. You don't get to change stuff. You order it this way or you don't have it. So don't be that guy. If you want to pick stuff out after, that's your choice. Don't try to make substitutions. Super chat from Captain Potato. He says, Crimbus Beardman, many happy to you. This is Captain Potato, everybody. He is a lawyer who is a potato. He commits atrocities against carrots. And his big claim to fame is that he, because he's a lawyer, he likes to separate happy families and force the children into foster homes and things. That's what he does for fun. Anyway, thank you, Captain Potato. He's a member. He's obviously a moderator. He's in my Discord. It's all for fun. But yeah, thank you guys so much. You're saying they put medium rare steaks in burgers in Japan. If you request it, it depends on where you go. Here's a rule of thumb with a burger place. The best burger places are the ones that will ask you how you want the burger cooked. Well done, medium rare, whatever it is. If they're just like, we make it one way, it's not a good burger place. That's how McDonald's does things. Keep that in mind. Oh, and the people, don't believe the hype. Japanese 7-Eleven is just like American 7-Eleven. The options are just as bad. I disagree with that assessment. Not that I would say 7-Eleven in Japan is like a quality, incredible experience. It's definitely better than the American ones. And I think that's actually by design because 7-Eleven is actually a Japanese company. And they no doubt make the Japanese ones better so that the American ones look worse. It was a big thing in the 80s. Were you raised in a farm? No. I'm like the ultimate city slicker. I openly make fun of rural areas. I don't like rural areas. I don't know how you can live like that. Shout out to Captain Potato, who I think is a farm. He just grows his own people. If anyone is ever in Manchester, the best Vietnamese food can be found at Fuck You. That's good. I'm not joking. Yeah, no, you're not. There's a lot of pho places named stuff like that. Koralik, are you in the U.S. right now? Yeah, I'm at home. I'm in Chicago. In-N-Out used to do that sage. In-N-Out, I'm going to be honest, guys. I know people in California love your In-N-Out. It's a rung above McDonald's. It's not what you think it is. I've been to over 40 Japanese 7-Elevens. They're basically the same as everyone I've been to in America, just without homeless people out front. Well, I'll give you that. But that's a huge bonus. Why all the food talk? No gaming chat. I don't know. That's just what people talked about. It's you guys choose the subjects. I'm just going with the flow. Yeah, it kind of like people who super chat or PayPal or any of that. They obviously dictate the conversation the most. But when that's not happening, it's just I just grab a question. A lot of time when we do gaming stuff, it's a lot of the same questions over and over again. So that's why sometimes I just deviate from it because it's like I already talked about what if Sega never released the Saturn. Like, you know, how many times are you gonna do that? Has the missus been deported yet? No, she's in the other room right now. She actually made a cameo earlier. Currently, she's playing ESO and I think yelling at people. If you hear her, she's playing online, I'm pretty sure, and she's just yelling at people. Portal Player says, Mr. Koralik, it looks like you are, spelled very incorrectly, wrong. Xbox is getting its butt kicked, and they are forced to discount, while PS5 is outselling them 2-1. First of all, I don't know where you're getting the 2-1 thing. That's probably true on a global scale because the Xbox is not released in a lot of countries. It's also not really competitive in Japan anymore since the shortage is over. So those are logical factors. As for forced to drop the price, that's a unique take. They're not forced to do anything. Microsoft always runs the Xbox brand at a loss. They've always done that. And if history is repeating themselves, they're simply setting themselves up for getting rid of those units so they can bring in a new one. That's economics. This has happened every time. Sony themselves has done it as well. Also, what am I wrong about exactly? When did I say that PlayStation would lose? Japan doesn't have Slurpees in 7-Eleven. Yeah, that's correct. That's very much an American thing. Gesundheit! She's sneezing. Thank you, she says. Happy Jolly Fat Bastard Day, Adam. You're well. Yeah, I guess that's me. Adam, you mentioned years ago we would get a first-generation video game recap. Any chance that's still happening? It might. I mean, there's no reason not to. The problem with that, honestly, is it's really just 2 videos. You have one for the Magnavox Odyssey, and then you have one for, like, everything else. Because it's all Pong clones. It's the same game across the entire generation with the exception of the Magnavox Odyssey. So I could do it, but the only reason I haven't, honestly, is it's... You know, like, would that be interesting? Like, honestly, you know, just, I mean, I could, but then once I've done it, if I get any other Pong clones, I can't throw them in the video. The only interesting ones are the ones made by, like, Nintendo and a couple of systems. I have them. It's just that once they're done, they're done. What happened to Mrs. Claus? We broke up earlier this year. I was single for a while, and then I'm now with the new missus, and it's been an improvement in, like, every conceivable way. Let me give you advice, guys. Don't stay in relationships that don't work. Find people that make you feel better about yourself. I'll leave it at that. I missed my chance with the Magnavox Odyssey in 2022. I'm assuming that's a reference to, like, Space Odyssey. Shenmue 4 released in episodic fashion, lower overheads for... See, the problem with that is that's kind of what actually happened to Shenmue 3. Like, Shenmue 3 was supposed to go for much further than it actually did, but development time cycles and all that, budget, it just had to stop somewhere. Let's leave it at that. You know, I don't think that's a good idea because they would have to make the entire game and then release it intentionally episodically. Telltale used to do that, and they literally don't even exist anymore. Despite making some of the best games. They literally won Game of the Year a couple times, I think. British. Yes, she's British. Have you played Proteus? No, I've not. I'm gonna have some more coffee. Ugh, how long have we been going here? I'm looking at the times now. A little over 3 hours. Not bad. You guys having fun? Do you want me to keep going, or are you guys like bored? You tell me. Hey, Mr. Demon Sushi, if you're still listening, I noticed you joined my Discord. Thank you. The Discord's free, by the way. It's not a paywall. You guys can just go in there and chat with people. We got all sorts of stuff. We got general chat, gaming chat, travel chat, Sega Dreamcast chat, movie chat, pickup chat. There's tons of stuff in there. It's fun. A lot of cool people there. Mr. Koralik, you said Xbox is kicking butt. Well, it's not. Being heavily discounted to $350 is a sign they can't move their hardware. Okay, dude, I literally just explained this to you. Like, did you leave the chat? Like, what are you talking about? When did I say they're kicking butt? I don't think I've ever said that since I was like 6 years old. If you were saying that I said that they were doing well, they objectively are. But that's by what metric? Now, $350 on a discount for the system is standard. The point there is that they're trying to move old hardware out for no doubt a new refreshed model. Plus, anybody watching, are you upset that you can now get an Xbox Series X for $150 cheaper? I'll bet you're not. Or would you prefer to pay $150 more? This is standard. Sony has done the same thing. Nintendo's done the same thing. Sega used to do the same thing. When you know you're making updated versions of your hardware, you burn off the old inventory. That's standard, dude. This is not some stupid console wars fanboy bullshit. Hell, if anything, I prefer Sony more these days because they really embrace physical media more. Well, not so much in the last couple of months, but like in general, they do. Stop with the fanboyism. Grow up. Potato chat. Oh, Captain Potato said that, of course. You're enjoying the stream. Awesome. I can't join Discords. I get in too many debates with people. Oh, at least you're honest. Hi, Adam. I'm late. Did you play the Shenmue Story of Dreams game posted on Shenmue Dojo forums? 3 times. I actually beat it the 3rd time this morning. I did a power run of it. So the first time I just played it kind of natively just to explore it and learn about it. And then I decided I was actually helping to bug test it. So talking directly to George, he's the guy who made it. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there's a new Shenmue fan-made prequel by a guy named George Kitchen. It's completely free. You can get it on the Shenmue Dojo. Download it. There's even a little additional piece of software to go with it, so you can use like a controller on it. So I was using an Xbox Series X controller on it. Plays on PC, obviously, and you just run it as an executable. It doesn't have like an install or anything. Obviously, no DRM because it's a free game. And so I was just playing it. It's really cool actually, and so I had a lot of fun with that. But then I found some bugs in it, so I was just reporting to George, and then he's sitting there taking notes, and he's updating it and sending out bug patches and all that kind of thing. So, yes, I've beaten it 3 times already, just because I wanted to make sure it was all functional and all that. So, if you guys want to check it out, it's a lot of fun. So, thank you for that question. If I was into consoles, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm saving money. That Microsoft is selling me a cheap box. Yep. Do you think Microsoft will add more backwards compatibility titles because of the acquisition of Activision? I hope so. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but in short, hopefully it's not. You can definitely make it a possibility. They haven't really mentioned it. The closest we got to any sort of not confirmation, but legitimate kind of credibility to that was, I think this woman's name is Sarah Bond, and she works for Xbox. She's like pretty significant over there. She'd randomly tweeted out like some Xbox and 360 logos, which everybody took to mean backwards compatibility updates, but obviously that could mean anything. Speculation. It would be very doable though, since they now acquired the whole bunch of rights to a bunch of games they could dump on there, which would be neat. It would be good fan service as well, and they could sell you stuff that they already have completed. Where do PC games stand with the digital-only future? Well, they're inevitably only going to continue to be digital. If you mean regarding property rights, they're not property. I mean, I did an entire video breaking down exactly why Steam stuff isn't property. Literally, their own EULA straight up says, you don't own this. Digital content, no matter how much they tell you bought it or purchased it, is not your property because they have the right to revoke it from you at any time. Steam benefits from the fact that it's run by Gabe Newell, who is just like, yeah, I'm cool with letting people do this, but it's a privately owned corporation. If he dies, he retires, he's replaced, goes public, anything. Like, literally the next guy up could be like, yeah, you know what? Nah, we're not going to do it that way. But I've done whole videos on that. We need a Dreamcast port of Shenmue 3. So, I can't confirm this. But it's been told to me through the grapevine a couple of times that at one point in Shenmue 3's development, Yu Suzuki had considered running a very watered-down version that could run on the Dreamcast. But eventually just decided he didn't want to deal with it. And, you know, getting Sega to approve it would have been a huge pain because they would have had to go through the indie route. So being limited to 700 megabyte discs instead of 1 gigabyte discs would have been a huge thing. And he didn't want to have to deal with all the bugs and the money that would have been necessary for that. It wasn't going to happen. Plus, it would have clearly been the inferior version of the game anyway. Daniel, have you messaged me yet? Because I'm going to get really mad at you if you haven't messaged me yet. I'm watching you, Daniel. You want me to review that game, you got to actually send me the game, man. I want to do it. It should have happened months ago. I'm not mad at you. I'm just pretending to be upset. YouTube Steam is not property. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Everyone forgets Activision's Wolfenstein 2009. Just because they ran it or made it doesn't necessarily mean they own that one. I don't know who owns the Wolfenstein IP. Am I Jewish? No, I am not. I'm actually like nothing. I did do that ethnicity test, like where they do your genetics. The shocker was that I was 8% Native American. But Adam, Daddy Gaben said I own my games, Steam games, indefinitely. Not according to that contract you signed. Every time you update the game or download one, that contract straight up says, yeah, we know we told you own it, but you totally don't. I assume you're being sarcastic, but I could actually pull up the quote if you really want me to read it. Cax says, Adam is only ever legitimately disappointed in me because I live in Wisconsin. Yes, I am. It's time to move, dude. It's time to grow up. For everyone else, that's a joke. Hugo Martinez super chats and says, is the mode better than the GDMU? It depends on what you mean by that. The GDMU is more of a pure experience in the sense that, okay, so the mode has a built-in, like, I'm going to say operating software, like operating system. You boot it up and it comes up to its own menu. It doesn't come up to the Dreamcast menu. So from there, that gives you a lot of options because you can creatively go through folders and organize things how you want and all that. Does technically introduce the potential of bugs that were never meant to be there, because you can also make custom options where boot times are faster and all that sort of thing. In other words, it's you know, here's the system, here's the game, and you've introduced a new element in between, and that between element can have benefits and it can have negatives. The GDMU, if you use it in its raw form, meaning you don't use any sort of bootloader software, is a clean, pure pass of the original data to the system, which means no additional bugs will be present, but it also means no additional benefits will be present. I personally err on the side of I prefer the mode, just because I don't run into those particular type of bugs. I mean, they were patching them for a while. Terra Onion kind of stopped doing that. But there were definitely issues in there because of that. Now, to be fair, the GDMU has to update too, so it's not perfect. I believe the GDMU is actually capable of running the Bleemcast discs, which the mode is not. However, the mode is able to run the Atomis Wave conversions, where I'm pretty sure the GDMU cannot. So it really boils down to your preference, honestly. I prefer the mode for multiple reasons. The big one, though, the one that won me over, was the fact that it supported hard drives. So I put a 2 terabyte SSD in that thing, and I have never looked back. Thank you for the super chat, Hugo. Monster Energy or Bean Water? Oh, Bean Water all day. I've got it here in my Blockbuster thermos. Also, why a game designer would support downloading game for free? Are you talking about this Shenmue Dreams of Saturn release? In George's case, that's just a fan passion project. If he tried to make money off that game, Sega would, crush him into oblivion. Hugo super chats again. He says, also, should you replace the PSU for the GDMU and TSC? You can. Most of the time, that's kind of unnecessary. I would say just run it as is. I'm sure you're going to be fine. If you actually blew the PSU over time, then the good news is you can replace it. Adam has a better beard than mine. Thank you. Actually, it got trimmed this morning. Thank you for the super chat. Some guy asked me if I was a game designer. Are you? Shenmue dating sim when? That would actually be a funny one. There was, if I recall correctly, there kind of was something like that the Shenmue Dojo made like 10 years ago. But the one that the Dreams of Saturn release is legit. Like, it's actually impressive because George made it in only like 3 months, and he just kind of did it for fun. And the thing that's actually the most impressive about it actually looks like it could have run on the Dreamcast, even though it couldn't. It was actually more capable. But at the same time, he used a whole bunch of unused audio from the game and kind of built a narrative around it. And to the point where it was confusing me, I was like, did he go out and get Corey Marshall and Eric Kelso and have them record new lines for this or something? Because it's a whole bunch of dialogue I'd never heard before. Like, some of it I recognize, and some of them just like, where is this from? So, if you're a Shenmue fan at all, Dreams of Saturn, check it out. It's going to have another update. Like, he's still doing bug patches and stuff on it. But it's fun. Why has your hair been so crazy in the videos lately? I kind of like the idea of growing it out longer. And the missus actually helps me style it a little bit, so I look fluffy. Have you ever played the Rent-A-Hero English translation? A little bit, not in any sort of extensive way. I know what you're talking about, though. There's I think it's a Dreamcast version and the original Xbox version as well. Why do you like Shenmue so much? I really want to know. Why do you like anything you like? Like, I don't know how to answer that. So the thing with Shenmue is, like, you'll notice that anybody who's a Shenmue fan is a fan. There's never like, it was all right. It's always like, I'm either really into it, or I hated it, or I've never heard of it or tried it. That's really all you ever get. And the reason for that is it's a game that absolutely demands your patience to the point where most gamers are just intolerant of that, because it doesn't have a quick fix set of entertainment. It constantly is intentionally trying to stop you from playing by being like, okay, here's something, here's another thing. And it's just trying to teach you little mechanics and narrative bits. And it's a game that's very good at immersing you into its world, but you have to actually like be on board with that idea of being completely immersed to the point where it's a game where you feel bad for NPCs. You're like, oh, I hope I didn't hurt his feelings. Like weird stuff like that. That's really what makes that game work. And it's very unique. Really no one else ever tried to make a game like that because it's, first of all, it didn't do well financially, to be fair. But secondly, it's just like, it's such a difficult concept to make. So you'll always notice that the Shenmue fans are usually like really into Shenmue. Shenmue is Marmite. Okay, that's a very British reference that I assume in your case is a positive, but as an American, Marmite. Maybe he used AI for the dialogue on Shenmue dating. It's not impossible. The funny thing is all the actors like around and they're usually part of the community. So it wouldn't be shocking if he just had a few of them record, but I don't think he actually did. Shenmue is one of the greatest games ever. Yes! Totally agree. I'm assuming you've played Shenmue Saturn of Dreams? The ending is right in the feels. That's all I'll say. If Shenmue doesn't get another game, would you convert it to a novel? I mean, me personally, no. I would actually almost rather it never went finished because I feel like it being a game is essential to what makes it work. We got a donation on PayPal here, so I'll read that. It says, Hi, Adam. First of all, Merry Christmas. It's for $2, by the way, so I don't have to do a jelly bean. These things are gross. Hi, Adam. First of all, Merry Christmas. It's great to catch a live stream of yours finally again. I know your goal is to complete an OG Xbox set, and your preferable get the. It's written a little odd. And you preferable get multiplats for that. I think he means you'd preferably get, and you'd preferably get multiplats for that system because the games are the best version. Well, that's not entirely true, and I think you have to reevaluate in some cases. I'm sure it's not an absolute in all cases. I know Enter the Matrix, for example, on the original Xbox is the buggiest version. There are a few games that are also totally not better or even not equal in quality with GameCube and PS2, for instance. True Crime New York has several game-breaking glitches in the Xbox version. That could definitely be true. I don't know. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit on PS2 is a totally different game with way better graphics, racetracks, and other gimmicks like bullet time effects. The GameCube and Xbox versions were developed by a different team and not good. That's clearly probably true. I didn't know that. You may want to check these out and get them in your possession. Have a good one, Klaus, aka the guy who sampled you way back in the day. Power of Sweat guy? I remember you. Klaus, are you still watching? Can you comment, confirm you are the Power of Sweat guy? Because then I'm going to tell a story if anybody else doesn't remember this. Because I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. Power of Sweat. Assuming I'm not losing my mind here and having a stroke. Power of Sweat. But Klaus, I need you to confirm that's you. You got to comment. You got to say something. Be like, yo, I'm Klaus. What's up? Ugh. Adam, Marmite seems some people hate it or they love it. Really middle ground. Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect way of putting it. Okay, real question. Have you ever tried to get a video of Corey talking to Charles Martinet so Mario can teach him Italian? No, I never tried to do that. I don't think all three of us were ever at a convention at the same time. Klaus, it is you. He says, yes, that's me. Okay, so I'm going to tell a very quick story here. I don't know what stream it was. Years ago, on one of my live streams, I was sweating, as I am now, because that is what happens when you're out of shape. And I said something, I don't remember the context of why I said it, but I said, oh, you know, the power of sweat. And for whatever reason, Klaus took that line. It meant something to him. And he's a musician. He makes himself his own, like, album. There's a song on it called The Power of Sweat, and it just uses that audio clip throughout the song. So technically, I am on a pressed vinyl record. Thank you, Klaus. I do still have the record, by the way. He says you can actually still buy a copy of that song. That's funny. Adam, this is an awesome stream. I could listen to you for hours. I hope you do more of these. Yeah, I usually just do this on my birthday. Occasionally I do Christmas. The only reason I don't normally do these anymore, I used to do them like monthly. There's two factors. One, if I'm honest, if you do it that frequently, people just kind of don't show up. But secondly, it's mostly because of YouTube's algorithm. They really don't like you having long streams on the same channel you put out regular content on, because they just interpret your stream as like a really long video that has very poor retention, and so they punish the videos you make after it. So I don't, in other words, when I do one of these, I get really punished on the view count on the other videos. They stop recommending my stuff to people because they're like, oh, like Klaus, I'm going to single you out for a second, because I'm guessing Klaus showed up just now. He'll probably stick around for a few minutes and then he'll leave. So his percentage of how much time he watched of whatever the length is of this stream will be very low. So they'll be like, oh, we don't need to recommend videos to Klaus because he clearly doesn't like Adam anymore. Unfortunately, that's what happens. So if you guys are, because I get this comment all the time now. It's like, dude, I didn't know you still made videos. I used to watch you like 10 years ago. Even though they're subscribed to me, they don't see me anymore. That's why I don't really do it. But on Christmas and especially my birthday, I'm willing to kind of be like, one hit, it's fine. Have I played Rockstar Table Tennis on 360? I did play that when it came out. I don't really remember it too well. The paddle, obviously, I remember that, but like beyond that, I don't remember it too well. Who would win in a fight, Joy or Ren of Heavens? The comedy answer is obviously Joy, but the real answer is, like, I'm pretty sure Ren, if he was just enough of a jerk, would do that. And then, actually, there's a funny story about the voice actor. The Japanese voice actor of Ren was actually a criminal. he they brought him in, like, so I don't remember all the details of this story, but when Sega was doing VO for the Japanese dub of Shenmue 2, they wanted a very specific type of tone for Ren, and they couldn't find actors they really thought were good at it, and they found this guy who was a criminal, who was like just a gangster, like, you know, Japanese tough guy, and they're like, they wanted that guy to help, like, hang with some of the actors so they would pick up on his mannerisms, but they realized that guy was just going to be way better at it. So that's the one credit the guy has, is he voiced Ren in the Japanese version of Shenmue 2. And apparently on his last day at the recording, he stole a bike out of Sega's office or something. Like, it's just a weird story. I think Phantom Riverstone did a whole write-up about that story at once on their website somewhere. Klaus, I wasn't singling you out. I was just using it as an example because we were literally just talking about you. That's a general algorithm thing for anybody. I see most of your videos, but I am the weirdo who looks at subscriptions manually several times a week. Oh, I used to do that a lot too. Do you have Phantom Dust? Yes. Yes. I'm pretty sure I do. I can't see it from here, but I'm pretty sure I do. Original Xbox, right? You want me to come back to Austria someday? Hey, Austria is cool. It's the superior Germany. Yeah, I said it. I'm just messing around now. I do like Germany too. You missed the old Rockstar. That's fair. Once they blew it up with GTA 5, like, they were never coming back. Like, there's just too much money in that. Why do you heart my comments on old YouTube videos? I heart everyone's comments on old videos. Literally, like, I don't know if you know how YouTube works. There is a section where I can see all the latest comments on any video across the board. I check it daily. I go through, read comments. If it's something worth hearting, I just do it so you acknowledge, hey, he saw me. Yes, I did. I read your comment. If I didn't heart it, it was either spam terminated, so I never saw it, or it was a stupid comment that I wasn't going to, you know, give any sort of affirmation to. Or negative comment, I suppose. You only look at subs manually. I have extensions to turn that off in YouTube algorithm because I hate algorithms. Okay. So how you guys doing? Everybody have a nice Christmas so far? What's your plans? Where are you guys located? What's going on? How are you all doing? And while I wait for you to answer some of that, I will do my little spiel again. So yes, obviously I'm live. It's a Q&A. You guys get to choose the subjects. We chat. We hang out. And priority goes to anybody that super chats or does PayPal donations or Venmo donations. I appreciate the support on all those platforms. And because it's Christmas, I want to give you guys a little gift, give you something back. For every $10 somebody gives me, if you give me $10 or more, I will eat one of these disgusting Harry Potter beans. Some of them can be like soap and booger flavored, and other ones can be nice like marshmallow. What will I get? A couple have been good. Some have been very, very bad. So, like, we had cinnamon, which was actually the worst one, rotten egg, black pepper, grass. Ugh. But of course, that is up to you. Upcoming trips in 2024, I'm sure they're inevitable. Vienna is amazing. Yeah, Vienna is a cool city. Marbella, Spain. I was almost there a couple months ago. We were in Gibraltar for a while, and then we were gonna go up there, and then we ended up going the other direction towards was it Tarifa, on our way down to Tangier. So we actually went over to Africa. I did a video on my travel channel. Do you have any game room tour videos? Not really. I have the one on my Dreamcast collection at the time, and that's it. My policy on game room tours has always been that they're that thing. I'm an old retro gamer. on YouTube. So that was the thing. A lot of retro YouTubers would come out and be like, here's my whole collection. And the second you do that, your channel dies because you've teased the lead and then you showed it and nobody wanted anything else from you. So that always bothered me as a matter of principle. But the other part is that I just didn't want to do that because I still get stuff. So the video would be like immediately out of date. I mean, if you watch the channel, you've seen Playload. I literally get stuff every month, so it would never be done. So yeah, I was just like, if you ever see in your YouTube's subscription feed or suggested, which is probably not going to happen because YouTube never suggests my stuff to anybody, but if you actually do see a video from me that says like my game room tour, bittersweet, you might like that video, but it's probably the last video I'll ever make on the channel. It's my retirement video. Obviously not financially because I certainly couldn't live off of it, but like I would just give up at that point. Oh, you commented on the Gibraltar video. Great. Appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it. Mrs. Koralik around. She's in the other room playing ESO. Well, that's good that I didn't send you more cash so you don't have to throw up the beans. That's your choice, man. I gave everybody the option. You want to make me feel gross and eat garbage, that's your choice. Am I going to auction the Sega Pluto? I don't own it, so I can't sell it. Did I ever make a sequel to The Boner? No. Boner is a funny short film on this channel that a lot of people avoid because the thumbnail is literally like what appears to be an erection. It's a comedy short film. It wouldn't actually show you that. I bet your game room looks so cool, but it's Sega Heaven. Not really, because I had to organize it in such a way where stuff kind of goes where it fits. So like consoles are in one room, some games are in another, other games are in another, etc. It's not that organized. It's organized, but not like organized where there's like this one big room where everything's like, oh, a library of everything. Doesn't work like that, just for simple geographic reasons. I just started watching your vids. What do you think is the best part of the Dreamcast? Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? Like, I would assume you mean, I mean, the obvious answer is the games, but I personally enjoy the history of it, the swan song story of it, which is, of course, the history of it, the energy that I felt as a child when that thing was released, which is a whole long thing in itself, the fact that the system is still, you know, can have new games even now in 2023. Daniel, I don't know if you're still watching. Daniel at Wave Games still makes games for the Dreamcast now in 2023 and presumably in 2024. That's a pretty cool thing. A complete original Xbox collection video when it's finished. I'm a while away from that, but the thing I learned doing last year when the Wii U turned 10, I thought, okay, I have a complete collection of the system. Wouldn't it be cool to celebrate by telling the story of the Wii U and then sitting down and talking about all the games? A lot of reception to that, a lot of positive, but a lot of negative. A lot of people were like, this is too long, this is too boring, this is embarrassing was my favorite quote. And it's just like, what did you expect clicking on a 2-hour long video where I said I went over every game? So an original Xbox video would be really hard because there's about 1,000 games in that library once fully completed. If 200 games, which is what the Wii U has, took 2 hours, you're basically saying it takes about an hour on average to get through 100 games. It would be a 10-hour video. That's longer than the longest video the longest live stream I ever did, I think, was just over 10 hours. Doing a 10-hour long video on the original Xbox full set might be a bit much. But that's also because I would actually be like, let's talk about each one as much as we can. You never did drugs, but what drugs did your friends or classmates do when you were a kid in school? Not a whole lot. I mean, there was obviously people who would occasionally have weed or whatever, but that's legal in Illinois now, so I never knew anybody who was like super like a crack addict or anything. Have you ever been afraid anyone? I'm sorry. Have you ever been afraid someone would try to steal the Pluto from you while you're taking it all over the shows and places? Not really. You know, most people either don't know what it is, so they don't interact with it, or if they do know what it is, they have respect for it. The only time I've ever been like afraid of it is honestly is like little kids who are just like, oh, I can stick my fingers in the cartridge slot, and you have to be like, no, stop it. You know, these terrible parents are like, oh, he's really excited about it. I'm like, yeah, write me a check for how excited he is because he's going to damage the damn thing. Fortunately, that's never happened. There's never been actual damage to it, but yeah. The closest we got to actual damage is this summer in July. I was at a convention in Chicago called VGS, and it was just on display. I'm standing there next to it, and everything's normal. This guy comes over, and he's just kind of looking at it, sees the sign of what it is, and it says, like, don't touch, and he's just decided, no, I get to touch it. So there's clearly something a little off in him, and he starts, like, touching the surface, which I was kind of like, he was being gentle initially, so I was kind of just, like, looking the other way, which was stupid of me. And then he tried to open the disc lid, which has if you imagine, say, a PS1, in case you can't envision what the Sega Pluto looks like, imagine a PS1. It has that giant open button, but also you can kind of, if you wanted to, you could try to grip the lid on a PS1. That's what he effectively tried to do. He just ignored the giant open button and tried to grip the lid of the Pluto and tried to open it that way. And I literally had to, like, go over and stop him. I was like, whoa, dude, what are you doing? Like, and he just kind of stood there and just kind of never said anything. He just kind of stared. And then after like 10 seconds, he just walked away. I was like, okay, that guy was messed up. And I was like, all right, we done. That bothered me enough that I actually put the system away at that point. That was the only time at a con where anything like bad almost happened to it. Adam didn't like the Dreamcast on release. He was late to the party. He confessed that in his early video. He didn't like Shenmue at first. That's half true. I didn't like Shenmue initially. I was all over the Dreamcast initially. I was hyping it up before it was released. I remember going there like that day that it came out when I was in school. It was like the longest day of my life. My mom took me back over there and she was like, this is your Christmas gift, even though it's September. And I was like, okay. And then on the car ride back, I convinced her to let me just keep the damn thing, because I was annoying her enough about it. I was playing that thing like crazy with Sonic Adventure. I don't know where you're getting that. Now, I will admit, after Sonic Adventure, NBA Showtime or whatever, I kind of stopped playing it for a while because a lot of the stuff that came out, I wasn't as interested in. I know I liked Power Stone and stuff like that, but yeah, a lot of the initial releases I kind of missed. Shenmue, when it did come out, I thought it was visually impressive like anyone did. My friend was super insistent on renting it, and we did from Blockbuster, and we were playing it, and I couldn't get into it because it was too young, and it was too immature, and I didn't understand what the point of this game was. It was a few years later where I really appreciated it, but the system itself, I was always into. I just kind of, like a lot of people with the Dreamcast, the initial burst was great, and Sega kind of threw out way too many games too quickly, and then didn't have enough to offer people later. And that was kind of, in a way, the downfall. I think it was actually, what was his name? Well, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Peter. The guy who killed Shenmue. What's his name? He took over EA and Microsoft for a bit. You guys know what I'm talking about. Why am I spacing? The British dude. What's his name? Peter something? Peter Moore. He actually said in an interview years later that he was pretty sure the mistake they made with the Dreamcast was that they decided to release everything way too quickly, which technically means he's blaming Bernie Stolar because that was Bernie Stolar's decision, and Peter Moore just kind of inherited that, but then he didn't have enough software to work with, so he claims, but because he's also the guy who killed off the Dreamcast at all, and he was the guy who effectively sold out Shenmue. I don't know if I really trust his word on that, but it's not an entirely inaccurate point because it is true. There was this kind of drop off. Speaking of Shenmue, did you play Dreams of Saturn yet? Yeah, we actually talked about it quite a bit. I've beaten it 3 times already. I actually helped do bug testing and stuff for it. But again, I'm going to bring that up if people are Shenmue fans and you want to try. There's a free game, fan-made game called Dreams of Saturn that will run on your PC. It's fun. Sorry, I was too curious and went and watched the boner, and I'm back. Well, welcome back. Hope you had fun with that. How does physical game printing work exactly? Say a PS2 game back in the day. Did they print like X thousand amount of copies and then ship those to all the retailers and that's it? Or do they keep printing repeatedly? That I'm not sure of. That's more of a case by case basis. I mean, there's the whole idea of is out of print means they just stop producing it entirely. There's obviously additional batches that get made. Basically, if the game's selling well initially, they'll keep printing more until like they either lose the license or they just consider the game no longer marketable. I don't pretend to be an expert on that specifically, but that's the general rule. Upcoming projects for the channel. Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple more videos that are going to come out before the end of the year. Nothing like too crazy or ambitious. I know I want to do this Atomic Wave video. That'll come out next year, though, like in January at some point. You get a couple more videos out of me in December, and then January comes around, and you'll notice all your favorite YouTubers just stop making content or make very minimal. That's going to happen to me, too. Partially because we're burned out, but also because December is when monetization rates are the highest in the year, and January is when they're at the lowest. So you can make a video in December and it'll earn like 4 or 5 times what it ever would in January, to the point where making videos in January is effectively pointless, other than just make sure your base knows you're not dead. So that's kind of what that time of year is for, to be totally honest. You effectively in December have to work twice or even 3 times as hard, because you have to earn all your revenue for December to survive January as well, if that makes sense. Has anyone ever tried to revoke your Dreamcast card? What Dreamcast card? In case you missed it, have you used HD Retrovision's SNES component cables on an RGB modded Nintendo 64? Yes, I have. It works perfectly. Actually, so it's I apologize for the French pronunciation because I suck at that. Guillaume Clarou. He was talking about my short film on this channel called The Boner, and he says, yes, it was fun, and it was an old school video of yours, not in the Quick Shoot series. So since you guys are probably more fans, let's put it out there that way, you probably always wondered, like, what's the whole thing with the Quick Shoot series? So when I first started figuring out productions, the whole idea was to have kind of a place for multiple types of content that my production company was going to create. Some of which would be video game content, some of which would be like short films and other things. We used to do a lot of like mashup trailers, like a lot of stuff you would do in the early mid-aughts era. And Quick Shoot referred to anything where it was just me in front of a camera just casually talking about something, as opposed to things that were more elaborate, like short films. But as time went on, all the other things got phased out effectively, and the only thing that really remained was the casual Quick Shoot stuff. There are a few exceptions left on the channel that kind of resurrected, like the Back to the Future films I did and the Jurassic Park film that I did that are on here, stuff like that. But yeah, in fact, that's eventually partially why I changed the intro. Was because that was no longer really relevant, and secondly because the audio was lost in a hard drive failure, so I couldn't recreate it even if I wanted to. So I just kind of decided, let me give a generic label to the front of the video. This is a video of some kind, whatever, enjoy it. It's just like, because let's just move on. Which people always like, that's like the weirdest way to intro a video. But I have noticed that people seem to enjoy it because they're like, that was weird. I wonder what other stupid thing he's going to say. Let's go. Some out of prints get reissues later, like greatest hits. Yep, that's true. When will you do an 8th gen recap when Switch 2 comes out? Yeah, effectively. I've always said that the Switch is an 8th gen console. Whether people like to hear that or not, it is, objectively. And there's no reason to do it while that generation is still active. Still works that way for Dreamcast indie releases. Yeah, Daniel, exactly. See, Daniel gets it. Daniel, have you messaged me yet? I'm going to get mad if you haven't. I don't see a message from you, dude. I don't see one. Yeah, I don't see one, man. Daniel, you letting me down, man. You letting me down. There's no... Everybody, let's all point and laugh at Daniel for not messaging me yet. No, I'm just kidding. Daniel's a good dude. He's a good bloke. Are you in the Home Alone house? Not currently, no. I have been inside that house when I was a kid. We did go to that house. I did a video that I put out on the Travel Channel yesterday that... where we kind of did a little Home Alone tour around Chicago, if you're interested. It's pretty fun. I'm glad you like the Back to the Future movies. You know, there's 2. I got 4 and 5. It is funny because what will always happen with that Back to the Future thing, that Back to the Future 4, when I edited that together, I knew you weren't gonna be able to fit that entire game into one movie. And I figured out, like, after playing it enough times and cutting it together, I was like, okay, this has got to be 2 films. And so I knew that it would be hard to get people to commit to. No one was ever going to look for a Back to the Future 5 because there has never been a real Back to the Future 4. So my solution to this was, other than just tagging the crap out of it all over the video, is I filmed an intro for Back to the Future 4 and 5, where I basically explained, like, hey, this is based on a video game. It's going to be 2 pieces, this, that, and the other. But what I learned over time is that most people who click on the video they don't try to watch the intro. They just click around and be like, what is this thing that could be Back to the Future 4? Because obviously there never really was one. And then people see that it's like a video game footage thing. Some people click away at that point, and other people are like, this looks kind of interesting. And then they go to back it up, and then they see some guy talking, like, nah, I don't want to see that. I'm just curious what this is. And then they jump a little bit to when the movie starts. And as they're doing that, they tend to kind of fall in love with it. But I will always get comments. It still happens. I think it happened yesterday. I will get comments from people who are like, this was really good. I hope you do the 5th one eventually. That'd be nice to see more of this. I'm like, I did. It came out a week later, and that was 8 years ago. So there's so many people who just never saw the 5th one because they just assumed I did it one time and I didn't finish it. I got too distracted by this exciting stream. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. But for real, dude, if you want me to do that game, you got to. And I want those demo discs. I'm sorry to sound greedy here, but I want to be able to cover content for you, man. So you got to message me, because I think you claimed you sent me the disc twice. I think you're sending it to a wrong address or something, because I don't know how it hasn't gotten here yet. Anyway, like I said, DM me, Instagram, Twitter, I don't care. DM me. Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to all. And to all, I guess it's still a good night. I don't know. Home Alone was just Nightmare on Elm Street without sex. You know what's funny? So we were watching Home Alone today, just kind of as a little Christmas tradition, right? And I sat there thinking, like, the movie's a little weird because it tries to establish, like, how is it possible Kevin wouldn't just call the police, like, immediately? So in the film, there's, the power goes out at the beginning, and they have that guy come up and explain, like, oh, the phone lines are down. They're going to be out for a few days. So it's like, okay, that was their kind of flimsy excuse. But that excuse completely goes out the window, because at the end of the film, Kevin obviously does call the police from his own house, which means the night he set up all the traps and everything, he could have just called the cops immediately, and he chose not to. He instead decided, let me make these people suffer, then I will risk it all on a very elaborate plan to have the police come by, which really could have failed spectacularly. But yeah, so he wanted them to suffer. There was no technical reason he couldn't do that. And also it shows, like, how utterly incompetent that the criminals, the wet bandits, were, because they knew the kid was in there, and they were still willing to be like, you know what? Who cares if he calls the police? Like, it would have been, I honestly think it would have worked better if Kevin anticipated they were going to cut the phone line or something outside the house, and so when he tries to call, nothing works. And I can't believe I'm rewriting a John Hughes movie, but you know what I'm trying to say. And then he calls them from, like, the Murphy's house, which is the one across the street, the one that was all wet and stuff. It's Kyle. Hi. He says, why do you do your videos have the following video as a video of some kind, and I hope you enjoy it? Intro. It's hilarious. I literally answered that question, like, what, 5-10 minutes ago? Basically, it was short version. I needed to replace the intro, or audio was lost in a hard drive failure, and I was like, I don't want to have tons of different potential audios for different types of videos. So I was like, whatever, it's one thing. And it makes people think it's really weird, and they kind of stick around because they think I'm stupid, and that's like, oh, what dumb thing did he say? What other dumb things might he say? I'm gonna stick around and listen to this. Anyway, if you're just joining us, Merry Christmas. Welcome to the Christmas stream. Obviously, thank you guys for the support, for watching this, watching my videos over the years, watching videos over the last month or so. Hopefully you guys continue to do that. I've got more videos coming out. Obviously, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, hopefully. And if you want to support me directly, I appreciate things like super chats, PayPal donations, Venmo stuff. All that stuff's in the description. And because it's Christmas and I want you guys to get a little back here on this, if you want to make me suffer, for every $10 donation, I will eat one of these disgusting Harry Potter beans that can be things like rotten eggs, grass, which we've tried both of, vomit, Sometimes they can be good, like blueberry would probably be nice, but the booger one probably not so nice. $10. I eat one of the beans. There you go. It could be good. Oh, there we go. Bat Conquer jumps on it immediately. So Bat Conquer says, "Merry Christmas to you and to your family." Well, Bat Conquer, you have bought a Harry Potter bean. Now let's shake it. Grab it random, so I have no idea. We got a green one. Looks like that. Okay, here we go. That's the booger one. Ugh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that was disgusting. Ugh. That was revolting. That was fucking revolting. Oh. Oh, you ever feel like congested when you're sick? And you kind of taste the congestion when you swallow a little or whatever? That as a candy with sugar mixed in it. Oh. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Ugh. No, I'm not going to finish that. Here's the Hall of Failure. It's disgusting. Ugh. Should have charged $20 for that one. Hey, it's a gamble, man. $10. You might end up giving me one I like. You might give me something disgusting like that. That's the risk we run here. But thank you, Bat Conquer, I guess. There's no dog food one. No. So let me go over the list for those who are curious. We've got grass flavored, which we did have. That was nasty. Green apple, we have not had, thankfully, because that is also nasty. Marshmallow, that's good. Rotten egg, we had. That was nasty. Sausage was okay, because sausage is decent food. It's a little weird with sugar, but when you start burping that one up, that's when it got gross. Oh, that was the booger one coming back. Lemon, which would be good. Soap, probably not so good. Tutti Frutti. Vomit. Watermelon, I know we had that one. That was nice. Earwax, thankfully we've avoided. Earthworm. How did they figure out what an earthworm would taste like? Dirt. Cinnamon, we had that was putrid. Cherry. And I feel like they intentionally make the cinnamon and the cherry one the same color just to piss me off. Candy floss. Booger, thanks a lot, Bat Conquer. Blueberry. Black pepper we had, that was nasty. And banana, which was actually quite nice. Anyway, if you want to make me suffer or possibly do me a nice solid and buy me a Christmas gift of potentially good things, that's up to you. $10 either through Super Chat, PayPal, or Venmo. I accept all of them. The information is in the description. Appreciate the support. Okay, let's continue with questions here, and I hope that everybody got a nice kick out of that. Okay. That looked tasty. It was very not tasty. No. Sorry, the chat kind of froze on my end. All right, is it back? You guys good? All right. So Daniel at Wave Games, who's a Dreamcast indie publisher, I've done videos on their stuff. There's actually a direct question to Daniel, so this is easy for me. I just can put comments through. He said, want to know the opinion of a creator. Is Wave the name of the development company? I'll check it out if it's legally, purchases legally, of course. Yeah, it's all legal over there, yeah. Adam be like Marv after getting soaked in paint. That's how it feels. Adam eating these things is tormenting. I think that's kind of the point, dude. You should, yeah. YouTube cut to an ad as soon as you said that was disgusting. That's kind of funny. Candied booger or pickles? Oh, I'd do the booger one over a pickle. Favorite part is how Kevin scared the pizza guy with gunshots. Yep. We're just talking about Home Alone now. Is there a poop one? No, at least not in this. They figured out what earthworms taste like because they just blended one in there. I can see that. What bogeys taste like. So the only way I can really explain is if you've ever been sick and you had like sinuses or whatever, and you just kind of accidentally swallowed a little bit, and there's just like that. It's not a flavor because it's not on your tongue, but you can like taste it with your nose. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it tastes like with sugar in it. Is there a shit flavored one? Not in there. How was Figured Out Productions founded? Was it you and Emery, the creators? Sort of. So basically what happened with that was out of college, I felt like we needed a production company because it's a good thing to have a label on stuff. And then the whole idea was that we wanted to be, at the time, we were doing like a lot of short films and other productions that we were attached to. And, you know, it's just have your brand out there. So Emery and I kind of created it together. I believe I created the name, and it was based on a couple of things. One, that audio you hear at the beginning, figure it out, is not me. Everybody thinks it is. It's actually my cousin. He had acted in a short film I needed him for when I was in college, and that was a line he had to say, was figure it out, but he could never do it consistently. He had like 100 different takes and he could never nail it. It was just such a weird line for him to try and say. And we just found that funny. But also the thing is, if you ever work on a film set, there's 5 basic phrases you'll hear repeatedly. Most of it is cursing because people just get frustrated. But the number one thing you probably hear a lot is, well, we'll figure it out. And I always thought that's a good name for a production company because everybody's trying to figure out how to make a production work. And that was really it. We expanded. We had 6 members for a while, but then everybody, you know, people go their own ways. So really it's just me now, which is fine. Are the beans made by Jelly Belly? I believe, yes, they're Jelly Belly officially, like Harry Potter licensed stuff. I hope your insurance covers food intoxications. It's just sugar, dude. It's just flavored sugar. So how you guys doing? Anybody have any other questions? Because the chat's kind of slowing down, so I'm more like, if you guys want to stop, I'll stop. Your call. Because we've already been going for 4 hours now. Ugh. I wasn't planning to do like one of those 10-hour, 8-hour streams or anything like that. But we're still here. Did you see the new South Park special? Not yet. I'm kind of a marathon guy, so I typically don't do that until it's like time to watch the whole series. What do I think of the LA video production scene? I've only worked in it a couple of times. It's obviously an efficient thing. And I'm supposed to check. Oh, sorry, Adam Buzzkirk. I apologize. I didn't see this. I didn't get a notification about it. I got a PayPal donation from him for $1, so fortunately I don't have to do this. He says, hey Adam, hope you have a wonderful Christmas. First, are you still planning on doing a retrospective on the handheld systems? We talked about that at the beginning. The short answer is yes, eventually. There's no current plan with it just because I've got other things to do. If you ever see that, it will probably pop up in like November or December in any given year, just because that's like the time I need to produce the most content. So anyway, secondly, do you think that EA has come back around on single-player games as Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, and Dead Space Remake will have seemed to sell quite well without any of the usual EA meddling, microtransactions, useless DLC, etc., etc.? First of all, thank you for the super chat, or not super chat, PayPal donation, appreciate it. Second, that's a possibility. You got to remember why Jedi Fallen Order was made the way it was. Disney cut EA a deal and said, you get to do Star Wars stuff. And EA'd it. You know, they just treated it with Battlefront and microtransactions and all that crap, and it just pissed everyone off. And so much so that Battlefront 2 had a direct impact on the success, or failure more accurately, of The Last Jedi, where people were just pissed off at the Star Wars brand. So Disney basically told them, you have one more chance and that's it. And they clearly said, we got to be a little smarter about this. And so they let Jedi Fallen Order be made, and it was actually successful. And I'm sure they took the lesson from that, which was, this is what people want, hence Jedi Survivor. And that It was a little buggy initially, but people seem to basically be on board with it. So that's good. Those are one of the few positives that the Star Wars brand has had lately. And I don't know the circumstances of what led to Dead Space, but I would assume it was very similar reasoning. So, I always tell you guys, I've been telling you for years, vote with your wallet. You want more stuff like that? Buy that stuff. If you want stuff like microtransactions, then that's what you got to pay for. Obviously, you guys don't want that. You're not stupid. But to answer your question, basically, I would hope so. But it's impossible to know. It seems like one of those decisions where they could easily deviate at any time. Like, as soon as the pressure's not on them, and there's not some corporate overload saying we're going to take away one of your most valuable IPs, they might not care anymore. Anyway, thank you for the donation. We got another one from Sicknick64, who apparently has bought a bean. You keep talking about those beans, so that must mean you really like the taste of them. So I'll help you out. Merry Christmas. Thank you. All right, here we go. Just so you guys know. All right. Oh, God, that's the booger flavor one. I can tell. It's the same color. Can I please pick again? Signic, since I just did this, I'll do it with your consent. That's up to you. Since this is the one I pulled, if you make me do this one again, I will. But if you let me choose another one, I will also do that. So I will wait on your response. Please. Oops, all boogers. That's a good joke. I'm waiting on Sicknick, guys. I'm just waiting for him to tell me what I got to do here. I either eat this one. Fine. He says reroll. I'm free. All right, that one's going to stay out of the box for now. I'll put it back in there. It's just that we literally just did that one. Okay, we got this one. I don't know what that is. Okay, here we go. Whoa! Whoa! That's the black pepper one. Ah! Oh my God. Ew. 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 They just made me eat the booger one and the black pepper one.
I don't blame them. I would too. Hi! You look like you're suffering.
Yeah! I just ate the booger one and then the black pepper one. And so technically I pulled the booger one the second time there.
Yeah.
And he was nice enough to let me re-roll because we had it 2 times in a row. The booger one is like, you ever feel congested and like you can feel you're sick and you just like, you can smell the taste in the...
Yeah.
It's that with sugar in it.
Ew.
It's disgusting.
I wonder why I didn't want to do
this. Is the wall of shame.
Ew.
Yeah. Thanks, Sick Nick. You sick Nick. Anyway, how you doing?
I'm fine. I was just checking to see how you're doing.
I'm dying. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need anything?
Not to die.
Besides that?
Do we have anything like good to eat?
No.
Oh.
I don't know. Do you want some ice cream?
Nah, I really shouldn't because I'm eating all the sugar from this.
Yeah, that is true. Do you need any water?
I think I'm okay. I'm all right still.
Okay.
I mostly just want sympathy.
I feel really bad for you. Anyway, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, she feels terrible, as you guys can tell.
No. Oh, I killed the Yeti in GTA, and now I have a
Wait, I don't know what that means.
I killed the Yeti in GTA Online because it's like the holiday event, and now I have the Yeti costume, and I got $50,000 out of it. So that was fun.
She gets to have fun. I gotta eat booger beans.
No sympathy for self-infliction.
Fine.
Bye.
Bye. Anyway, hi everybody. Hope you had fun with that. Oh, that was so gross, guys. I hope you had fun with that, though. All right, let me scroll back up, see what we got here. Favorite Wii game? I don't have one. No, Mario Kart Wii, to be fair. I actually am hungry, but like, I don't think we really have anything that would be... A bowl of cereal would be kind of nice, but after that, I don't know. Am I excited about Star Wars Outlaws? I'm curious. Let's put it that way. I'm curious. Is it worse than the booger one? No, the booger one is way worse. Way worse. How much... All right, I'll ask. I can't imagine she'd do it. Amy, how much for you to eat one of the bad ones? $50 and she'll do it. That's what she said. But she won't be on camera. You would have to. I would give it to her and I'd let you hear her reactions, but she's not going to be on camera. That's your choice. I needed some salt to go with that booger. Oh no. You hear a British accent. Well, she's British, yes. Yeah, Daniel, I guess you didn't know that. She and I weren't dating when we met in Norwich. We started dating shortly after that. So if you guys want me at a con, you also get a British person at a British con. How much do I have to pay you to stick the chewed ones on your beard? What, like just reattach them to my face? I mean, they wouldn't stay there. I don't even... Is that what you mean? I don't know. Favorite Wii U game? Oh, dude. Probably New Super Mario Brothers U. I like 100% of that game. Beans on toast is elite. Every British person by law is required to say that, yes. You already sent the 50. Well, no, I sent 49.9. Oh, Gene. No, that was for me to eat the 5. Amy is claiming she would eat one bad one for 50. So we already know the booger one. I can find it. I can give her that. She would do it for $50. That's your choice. But you'd only get to hear her eating it because I'm not going to force her on camera. Tell Amy my GTA online account is level 288 and I have $22 million, basically. Okay, I don't know why I'm telling her. Amy! I'm supposed to tell you that this guy named Darkmaster's GTA online account is level 288 and he has nearly $23 million. She says that's nice. Well done to you. Let's make it happen. That's your call, Daniel. You just hit me up. You know where to find me. I talked to John very briefly. I don't know if it was like a mass email or an individual thing, but I'm all for coming back. You just let me know. Does she get the 50 or I do get to keep it? That's a good question. I'll ask her in all honesty. I'm sure she'll say she gets to keep it. What do you think is fair? Darkmaster's trying to steal your girlfriend. If he could steal my girlfriend over impressing her with his GTA Online account, then our relationship wasn't going to work out. Okay, for Jean, to answer your question, for her to keep it directly, you'd have to PayPal it, just because I can't split YouTube revenue that way. So if you super chat it, I'm getting it. If it's PayPal'd, she's getting it. Is that fair? 20-30? That would be not 100. Oh, like $20 and $30. I got you. Well, that'll be my way of putting it. If you... Okay, I got a super chat from what is clearly not really Donald Trump, who says, tell Amy I got 20 billion on GTA 5. Okay, 1 second. Amy! I got a super chat from someone who says, tell Amy I got 20 billion on GTA 5. She says that's cool. Gene says, got to make sure the right person gets paid. You know, I completely understand. Like I said, if you super chat it here, I'm going to be the one keeping it. If it's PayPal, I'll give it to her. Because I can't, it's like just a YouTube logistics thing. I can't actually move money out of YouTube. It's Google. But PayPal, I could just forward it to her. If that's what you want. It's funny too, because all the PayPal donations have been like $1, $2 to me. She gets 50. Okay. That's fair though. Oh no, I agree. It's not fair for Amy to eat it and I'd be the one who gets paid. I'm with you on that one, Gene. That's your choice. Kyle, to answer your question, all I'll say is sometimes relationships don't work, and you end up in places where you realize you're not happy, and then things change, people move forward, and you find someone who's far better. You know, things close, and then other doors open after they've closed, and you realize that's the path forward. When a British person says that's nice, that's more of a hint of sarcasm. Well, of course it is. She knows that. So, Gene, are you actually serious about this? If you are, I don't know. It's up to you. Would she have to do the booger one specifically? It's funny too because Amy's a very picky eater, so this would. That's your call, man. That'll be a lot of yelling in the other room. Ah! Ah! You have to make sure we get the right one though. Which I'm pretty sure is this one. I'm pretty sure that's the booger one. It matches the picture. So I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah. Gene, if you send $50 through PayPal, I guess she'll eat that. I'll put it aside. Leave that up to you. You guys want to keep going? Are we still doing this? Love the channel. Panzer Dragoon Saga, a remake, a reality down the line, you think? Yeah. Let's see how more of these like games work out for them. You know, they Sega, I like where Sega's going with some of this stuff, but it's really kind of hard to say because that's a big one. That's also one of their highest demanded ones. But is it? You know, I don't know the numbers. How did the Panzer Dragoon like remake actually perform? You know, did that do well? Because that would have been your best bet. If that game didn't do well, then I don't know where they're going with it. We got a PayPal donation from, I'm pretty sure it's Cax again, for $1, who says Japan Gang will be going to Kikabano, a famous ramen place with insanely spicy ramen. Catnip and I are going balls to the wall hot. Dave is naturally wimping out. I didn't say that, Dave. Well, he doesn't like spicy, and I agree with him to a point, because I do like spicy as a flavoring. I don't like it when it's making me suffer, which is obviously what the evolutionary point of spicing is. But yeah. Anyway, Cax, thank you very much for the donation. Do you like the Fire Emblem series? I got Engage for Christmas. Haven't started yet. Cindy, the person you need to talk to is Dave. That is Dave's jam. It's like Persona and Fire Emblem. Dave, I don't know if you're still watching, but you should be talking to Cindy. Cindy, if you want to talk to Dave, and yes, I'm pimping you two together. I'm matchmaking. Go into my Discord. You guys can hang out. Have you been to the new Geigo building in Akihabara since it's no longer Sega branded? Yes, I actually showed it in my travel videos. We live in Wisconsin. We're already eternally suffering. That's absolutely true. Never go to Wisconsin unless you absolutely have to. To be fair, MGC is great. So Trump was in here. Now we have Obama, who's asking me, what do you think about the PS5 Pro coming out in 2024? First of all, I think it's all rumor and hearsay. I actually did a video all about why I wouldn't put much stock in it. It could very well be true, but right now it's just rumors. So So if you're just joining me, we are obviously doing a Christmas live stream here, Q&A. I answer your questions, we chat, we hang out. You can donate if you wish to support the channel. You can do PayPal, you can do Venmo, that stuff's in the description. You can also do super chats. For every $10, if you do a $10 above donation, like if it's 20, you get 2, I guess. I will eat one of these Harry Potter beans, which can be very good flavors and very terrible flavors. Here is the remnants of some of the really bad ones. We've had cinnamon, rotten egg. We had 2 black peppers, grass, and booger flavored. Ugh. Dave says, Fire Emblem is a very good game. I enjoyed 3 Houses more than Engage. It's solid gameplays wise. Story is just kind of lacking. See, Cindy, you should be talking to Dave. What do you think about the Neo Geo Pocket, Adam? I like it. I have one, I think. I think it's a pretty neat little handheld. What really kills it was just like the lack of a backlit screen. Was even at the time it came out was just kind of like, really? I find the story of its release more interesting than the system itself, to be honest. Bit of a stretch. Do you do fan meetups outside of cons? Yeah, sometimes. I used to organize them more actively, but I kind of stopped doing that for no real reason other than just being busy. Like, I would make videos and be like, I'm going to Toronto. I'm going to do a big thing at Toy Rat. Everybody come on out. I just kind of stopped doing that because it kind of relies on having a place where everybody can go, that the people there are agreeable to that. And usually game stores are the only ones that kind of are on board with that. But then it's like, how depressing would it be to make that announcement and like nobody showed up? We met at Long Island Gaming Retro. Did that video for Thanos. Lol, keep up the good work. Oh yeah, the evil Rob Thanos. Yeah. So I'm getting the sense, guys, that Gene has decided not to make Mrs. Koralik eat this. Gene, if you're watching, you have wussed out. Which is fine with me, because then I don't have to deal with it later. Is McDonald's open today? Yes, it is. Funny enough, we actually almost went there. Not for me. She wanted to check it out. Did you guys hear about Cosmix? So McDonald's created a Starbucks competitor called Cosmix. And there's only one location in the entire world currently. It's actually in Chicago. So it's out in the suburbs. So I actually did a video on my travel channel. I didn't realize I was on the hook for sending the money. Well, that's your choice, Gene, obviously. I was just curious what you're doing. Because if you're going to do it, I'll coordinate. If you don't want to do it, which is totally fine, then I just want to know. You look good with a beard in your videos as compared to your older videos where it didn't have a beard. Well, yes, thank you. That's why it's been pretty much the proactive choice, forever. Gene says, I'm looking to ensure fair representation for the talent. If you PayPal the money, 100% goes to her. I don't get anything from it. I'm just saying, don't super chat it, because super chat, I don't have a way to give it to her. But if you PayPal it, I can just forward it to her. I look forward to having Cosmix here in 2029, referring to the UK. Yeah, they're at the moment they're apparently planning to. You don't have Venmo. Do you don't have PayPal? Do you have Venmo? Their thought. Up to you. Do you think Cosmix will succeed? Well, when I went there, it was nuts, man. It still is. We actually went there a second time just to get some more because she wanted to try it. And it was pretty successful, like, still. Apparently the line is still nuts. Again, it's because it's the first location ever. Tell you what, Gene, if you really want to do that, if you can't do it through Venmo or PayPal, which is totally fine, but you actually want to do it, if you do it through Super Chat, I'll just have to pay her separately if you want. If you actually want that to happen, that's up to you. I would just have to, crunch the numbers because I can't separate the initial payment because I don't actually get paid by it until like a month and a half later. So I would just pay out of different money. So if that's what you want to do, we can do that. But obviously you're not really on the hook for that. You could easily do it through PayPal. Yeah, well, I'm just reading a quote. I've never been to Chicago, so literally come through just for Cosmix. That's not a reason to come to Chicago. But if you do come here, yeah, I mean, it's a drive. It's out there, but, it's in Bolingbrook. They are going to make more locations. The next one up, I think, is in Dallas, Texas. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I think that's going to only be in the U.S., at least for now. Do you like the part, Kevin, what did you do to my room? Yes, of course. Home Alone's a fun movie. Favorite Christmas Day video game memory? Oh, that's easily when I got the Sega Genesis, like day of Christmas. I was totally like, oh my god, it's mine. I finally have my own. Open it up, play it, and all that fun stuff. Where'd you get the beans? Actually, you can get these things like in a lot of candy stores and stuff. It's just kind of a novelty thing. They're officially licensed Harry Potter Jelly Belly edition beans. Like, half of them are good, half of them are terrible. Again, some of the flavors: grass, green apple, marshmallow, rotten egg, sausage, lemon, soap, tutti frutti, vomit, watermelon, earwax, earthworm, dirt, cinnamon, cherry, candy floss, booger, blueberry, black pepper, and banana. For $10, I eat one of these at random. I don't know what one chip challenge is, Game Hacker, so I can't say. Are you going to watch Home Alone 2? Not tonight. No. I'm hanging with you guys. She's playing ESO too. Jelly Belly also sells them as Bean Boozled. Yes, that is correct, Candace. Candace, are you going to make Gene do this or not? Because I want to know if I'm allowed to smile. I'm just kidding. Half the fun is seeing the reaction of the shitty jelly. That's fair. I mean, you would hear it, but that's entirely your call. Cosmics hopefully coming soon to French Canada. I would assume Canada would be the second country on the list to get it, just because you guys are right there. But obviously, I don't know. It's if McDonald's did a Starbucks. Candace is already pushing him. Gene, you're gonna be in trouble if you don't do it, man. Just like I'm gonna be in trouble if you do it. So you get to win twice. Sick Nick super chats and says, when you were in Japan, did you visit the Harry Potter store and the Kirby Cafe at Tokyo Skytree? I did not. I didn't even know those were things. So, no. The only one of those I ever went to, I went to a Capcom one, but that's because I was with someone who wanted to go there already. I don't really like the novelty, cafes and stuff, because I'm going to be honest, I'm not there for the novelty. I'm there for the food, and the food there is always crappy. So, it doesn't do anything for me. It's like eating airport food. So Gene says no. Candace, you are in. Yeah, Candace, good luck. You're gonna be in trouble, Gene. He's gonna come after you, or other way around. Candace is gonna come after you. I made him and his brother try the nasty beans. Yeah, they really are bad. All right, well then, unless anybody changes their mind, you can have the lovely Mrs. eat this for $50. Otherwise, this is the booger flavored one. I'm not as expensive. I'll do it for 10 because I'm a slut. Should I book to Japan? If so, what's the best time to go? Well, that's entirely up to you and your budget and your life and all those kinds of things. As for the time frame, that depends on what you want to do. Personally, I'm not a good tourist because I don't go there to see the sakuras blossom in the spring. I'm here for the video games. Where can I go to buy those? So I kind of like to go in off seasons, particularly like November, December type of thing. Although I didn't do it this year. January as well, which I'm still not doing. But that's just me. Gene says he's gonna lock Candace out if she tries. Ooh, good luck with that, man. Candace, you hearing this? I'm gonna have some water. My favorite game store video was Super Tomato. Oh yeah, it's been a long time since I went there. Tom, who runs that place, is a really cool guy. I wonder if Cosmics will have an equivalent to Starbucks Cake Pops. They kind of do. They have these Mick Pops is what they're called, but they're like little, basically just donuts. They don't come on sticks. Someone donate the 50. That's up to you guys. I guess you could do it collectively. I don't know. That's up to you. You just have to tell me what you're doing. Anybody want to do that as an idea? I mean, this isn't a win for me because I have to give her the money. So the only thing I get to see is her kind of eat one of these disgusting things. Candace says it's okay. He'll starve without me. Gene, you know that's a serious threat because you said it. I don't know, man. It's your call. Ever play Peter Jackson's King Kong video game? Oh, dude, yeah. The Xbox 360 game. I loved that game. Beat it all the way through. Super Tomato in Cardiff. Yes, that's the same Super Tomato we're talking about. McPop Donuts. That sounds interesting. They're actually not bad. The missus had a bunch of them. We had the apple ones and the hazelnut ones. She preferred the chocolate hazelnut. She preferred those. I can't convince Amy to do that on camera. She wanted to get all makeup and stuff, and it's not gonna happen. I mean, Gene, if you want to make me eat 5, I guess you can do that. That's your choice. Where's Lodmot's money when you need it? I agree. Lodmot isn't here right now. Somebody tag him. McPop donuts are a real thing. Yes, that's what they're called. McPops. I think. They're more of a thing in Europe, but Cosmix does them. I try to make Adam watch it. What? Never play Simpsons Hit and Run. Yes. OP Live is my guilty pleasure. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Oh, on Patrol Live. No, I'm not familiar. Chat's getting all fired up. Yeah, I guess. The chat just wants me to suffer. And they want Mrs. Koralik to suffer. But not enough to pay for it. Which I don't blame you. I enjoy the King Kong on Xbox for the exploits. Like what? What are you eating 5 of? I just joined. So, JK, since you just joined, thank you for asking. Because it's Christmas, I've decided to give a little back. Every time somebody donates $10 or above, every increment of 10, I will eat one of these Harry Potter disgusting beans. Some of them are good, where they're like fruit flavors and stuff. Some are terrible, like booger flavored, which we just had. And so we found the booger one. That is this one. I already had it earlier, but there's another one right here. So the missus, who's in the other room playing ESO, said that if somebody donated $50, which would be paid to her, I wouldn't get the money. She would eat it. The thing is, you would only get to hear it, though, because she doesn't want to be on camera. So that's a choice if anybody wants to do that. But if you, I think Gene talked about the idea of making me eat another 5 of them, $50, so you get 5. Then I'll do it. Did I get anything cool for Christmas? Yeah, I got diabetes from this. Cax's mom is insisting that you say hi to me. Well, hi, Mrs. Cheese, because Wisconsin. Hi, Mrs. Cax. Adam, I definitely tried to make you watch OP Live when you're here. I believe you. I just don't remember it. Does it taste bad if you don't chew? Well, I presume not, because you have to break into it to get the flavoring out. So if you're suggesting I just swallow them like whole like a bird, no, I'm not going to do that. We need a donation pool. If you guys want a donation pool, fine. It would just be easier to do that through PayPal since I can't really track it here. But whatever. That's up to you. All right, tell you what. If you do a donation pool, just make sure you put in the phrase donation pool or something like that so that I can kind of keep track of it. And I'll just pull up the little calculator here if anybody's actually serious. I got the calculator up, guys. It's your call. Just checked your UK retro game store videos, and I'm pretty sure all but one is closed. We need to get you out to some visit of the new ones. That's up to you, dude. If I come out to Norwich again, I would like to stay longer in the UK, and then we could like do a whole thing separately. We go to stores. I'm down for that. It's just whenever. It's your con, you know. Maybe we'll get John Riggs back there again. Michelle Riggs was in here briefly. What if we each donate 10 and you collect the jellies to get 5? What do you mean, Gene? Because for 50, you can either have her eat the 1, or I'll eat 5. I'm not sure what you're proposing here exactly. Kyle asks a very legitimate question that I have a very sarcastic answer to, I guess. Since you're losing weight, and what was your starting weight, and what's your current weight now? I don't know, and I don't know. I don't use the information, so I just let the missus determine that. She's like, do you fit in your clothes better? Looks like it. All right, you're less fat. That's good. Have you used the RetroTink 4K on the Atari Jaguar CD and the buffering mode on the M Classic? I have not. Not that particular setup, no. All right, Gene put in 10. So 40 more, and Mrs. Koralik will eat that. I know, Gene, you meant for the donation pool. I got you. I've marked it down. We're 10 in. Anybody wants to add to the donation pool, it's your call. Anyway, regardless, thank you. If we don't reach the pool, by the way, Gene, I will eat 1 for you on that donation. Because I don't want to screw anybody over here. The PS5 Slim looks uglier than the OG PS5. Does anyone agree? Kind of. I mean, not that the PS5 was ever an attractive console, actually, but my thought on like whether a console was attractive or not is like, dude, I'm just trying to play it. I'm not trying to make out with it. Where do you rank the Wii U all time? That's a good one. I'd have to really sit down and think about that. I'd probably put it in my top 10, to be honest with you. It's a much better system than it has any right to be. But also, to be fair to it, you have to kind of ignore the fact that so many of its games were pilfered and taken by the Switch. Is there a point to the M Classic with 4K? I assume you mean the RetroTink 4K? Refine your question. All right, for the pool, Sega Steve donated on PayPal, and he put in 10 for the pool. Sick Nick also donated 10, so we're up to 30, everybody. We're at 30. We have $30 in. 20 more, and the missus will have to eat this. Thank you, Sega Steve, and thank you, Sick Nick. And again, if for some reason we don't reach the pool, I'll eat an additional one for each of you, so that would be 3 from me. Do you think the Switch will exceed the PS2 in terms of selling more units than the PS2 beating 155? I did a whole video on that. It's entirely possible. Cax adds $2 to the pool. All right, we're at 32, everybody. Only 18 away. Right, so the question, it's entirely possible that actually happens. Are we going to see her face? Not in this stream. If you want to see her, like literally yesterday, we put out a travel video of going to the Home Alone tour. She's in the video like a lot. You can see her there if you want to. She's not camera shy necessarily. It's more like context shy. Like she doesn't really want to be part of a live stream. Plus she'd want to like get dolled up and it's women, dude, women. But right now she's just like, I'll eat it and I'll hang out over there. You could hear it, but you wouldn't see her. But yeah, with the Switch, it could definitely surpass it. I don't know what their exact numbers are currently, but I would tell you Nintendo's not going to be motivated by, we want to be the most successful one. $20 Canadian. Okay, so it's not USD, so I got to do a little translation here. Currency conversion, but by the way, that's a huge one there. Let's see, CAD. We got 20. All right, see, he's just contributed 15. We're at 47. 47. By the way, Guillaume, again, forgive my pronunciation. If for some reason we don't get the other $3 for the pool, then I will do one for you as well. We didn't make the pool yet. You're $3 shy. Because that's not USD, it's CAD. It's $15 USD, effectively. Gene says it's 14 USD. I mean, it currently comes up as 1508, but yeah, I'm gonna give it to him as 15. Can you get deep dish pizza for $50? Yeah, of course. So the Switch is currently at 132 million. Wasn't that the same figure from like the last summer? I'm guessing that Nintendo just hasn't revealed or released the things. Okay, well, there's the other 3. We made it. Amy! Amy! Hang on. I hear her. Amy! I can hear her in the other room. Amy! I just texted her. Amy! Come here! No, you gotta come here. Come here. Come here. All right, we'll come back in a few minutes then. You got your 50. She's not happy about that. Yeah, she just said I have to eat the damn bean. Well, we'll wait a minute, I guess. We'll take some questions while we wait for her to come here. What do you think of the AAA video game development costs? Do you think it's sustainable from this Insomniac hack? Not really. Same with reason that big video movies aren't really sustainable in this model either. It's like you're betting your entire company on a single game way too often. Come here.
If you boss me around one more damn time,
yes.
You're sleeping outside in the fog and the rain.
Yes, ma'am. Anyway, here you go.
No, why is it green?
'Cause it is.
Okay. It smells funky. I don't like it.
Yep.
What's that supposed to be?
Keep going.
I can't even tell what it is.
Then how do you not taste that?
I can taste it. I don't know what it is.
It's the booger one.
Doesn't taste like anything to me.
What?
Sorry.
All right, well then will you do another one?
No.
Come on.
I said one bean.
Yeah, but that's not what? No. Wow. Wow, I'm sorry everybody. All right, I'm going to make up for that cuz that was a disappointing reaction. You can close the door. What?
Sorry, if anything it tasted kind of like grass.
Grass?
Yeah.
Or maybe you got the grass one.
I told you they're not associated with the colors.
Yeah, they are. They're
Right?
labeled right there.
Ew.
Yeah, you ate the booger one. Straight up, booger. You got lucky. It didn't taste as crappy for you.
No, not really.
Wow. All right, I'm going to...
It's got a horrible aftertaste if that.
Yeah, it is terrible. All right, I'm going to make that up to you guys because that was... Now I know it was like that time when I drank Malort once and had no reaction.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. You don't have to suffer. I do. Which you get paid too. I have to eat this for free. Yeah. She just flicked me off, everybody. All right. I'm going to make this up to you guys. I'll eat... Here, I don't know what this is. I'll do what's fair. Like 3 just out of nowhere. How's that? Is that fair, everybody? All right. Here we go. Oh, that's the dirt one. Oh.
Did you say that was dirt?
That's the dirt one.
That would not defeat me either because I used to eat dirt as a kid.
Why would you eat dirt as a kid?
Because I was a kid. I was like 2.
But you chose to eat dirt?
I was 2. I barely had 2 brain cells to rub together.
Because you're eating so much dirt.
No.
Oh.
I only did it once.
You remember it?
Of course I do. I have a really good memory. You know this.
Yeah, but wow.
What? I can remember crawling on the floor when I was a kid.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, it's not my fault that you just have a memory of a sieve.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to eat more garbage now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're
It
not.
must be horrible getting paid $10 each time.
This is for you. I did this for you. I know you don't care. This is what a relationship is like. Anyway, here we go. Earthworm. Oh my god. It's earthworm. That was revolting. Oh my god. That was truly, truly terrible. Ugh. Come on, give me one that isn't disgusting. And green apple. Ugh. Green apple's just as gross. Ugh. I got the dirt one and then the earthworm one. Gutted. AKA British for I don't care. That's exactly that. Oh. Ew. Why'd you guys do that? Oh, we got a super chat from Mr. Demon Sushi who says, here's some extra for your act of chivalry. Bought Air Twister and subbed to Candace's classic game shrine because I found Virtual Boy fascinating props. Well, thank you for that. And Candace, I'm sure will say thank you in a second. Green Apple is not good, Miss I Love Pickles, who is also Candace. Ugh. How is Green Apple just... Green Apple is a gross flavor. It's disgusting. It's not good. Like, as a general thing. Green apple is gross. How do you not know that? I know that's just one. That's like pickles. I like apples, but green apple, like the artificial flavor, is nasty. When it comes back. Ugh. That earthworm one. I'm sorry. I know this is gross, but this is your fault, guys. That red one. It looks like an earthworm for a reason. That is. As bad as earthworms. No, obviously the green apple isn't as bad as earthworms. It's just gross. I'm glad we were able to go out on that one at least. I really don't want to run to the booger one now. Just get like a shiver. Granny Smith. I like Granny Smith apples. Although the best apple, like a real apple, is Honeycrisp apples. Honeycrisp apples are no joke. You ever have a Honeycrisp apple? It's like having... This is going to sound like a stupid description. It's like you took apple juice and turned it into a physical item, which obviously is what apple juice comes from. But it's just, it's good. I should do an audition for Survivor. Is that even still a thing? You don't like Apple Jacks? Apple Jack cereal doesn't taste like that. Ugh. I have a headache now. Ugh. That was a good way to ruin Christmas. That was like the Grinch flavored. Ugh. Honeycrisp is good, says Candace. Yeah, that's right, it is. I'm in pain, you guys. Ugh. Candy grape. Grape is good. Honeycrisp apple pie from Gene. Yeah, that would be good. And I'll put earthworm candy in yours. What did I say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Do you like Fuji apples? Yeah, it's just that nothing competes with a Honeycrisp apple. Like, once you've had that, you just realize, like, that's the best apple ever. Amy, do you like Honeycrisp apples? Do you like Honeycrisp apples? She says yes. Does Adam eat cereal? I do. Boogers and the green apple, the spirit of Christmas. It's good. I have to pee really bad now. I've been drinking coffee and all this water to wash away the sin. Wash away the sin. Favorite bands? John Williams and the London Symphony Orchestra. There's an answer you didn't expect. Ugh. Guys, you ever just eat something and just like ruins your night completely? That's what just happened to me. You know, you sit there and everything's kind of alright, and then along comes someone named Gene who makes you eat earthworms. Anybody ever do that to you? Because that's what happened to my Christmas this year. The Gene that stole Christmas. I'm just messing. Gene and Grinch start with G. Just saying. Is Revenge of the Sith a good movie? It doesn't function as its own film. You kind of need to already like Star Wars, but yeah. How's Corey Marshall? I don't know. I haven't talked to him lately. He's kind of gone very socially distant. I think he's shut down like all of his social media accounts. I haven't heard from him in a while. Have you been to Gary, Indiana? Yeah, dude. It's in the travel video I did yesterday. We actually made a cameo to Michael Jackson's childhood home, which is in Gary, Indiana. I showed it in the video. I actually filmed a movie there when I was much younger. All right, how you guys feeling? It's almost 8, which means we'll have gone for about 5 hours. I might cut it off at that point. Partially because I have to pee, and also, I'm not going to lie, that earthworm thing just really just messed me up, man. Well, you gave me a Christmas experience I won't forget. Yeah, well, I won't forget in a very revenge-like way, yes. I guess to be fair to Gene, I have made him drink things like turkey soda, so I get it. What was that pickle ice cream I got you guys? So to be fair, we're even. Ugh. Was I in a band? No, I was never in a band. Am I doing any partying on New Year's? I have no current plans for New Year's. Everybody's telling me bye. I haven't actually left yet. I guess that's your way of saying you want me to stop. NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, you have to choose. I vote kill them both. It's fine. There's enough bullets to get all of them. Don't actually kill people. Chinese food. What about Chinese food? What do Americans eat on Christmas? Food? Everybody's it's not as standardized as say like Thanksgiving. I think a lot of people will do like Christmas hams, Christmas turkeys, Christmas whatever, but me it's just kind of like, what's in the fridge? No, don't stop. Well, I'll keep going for a little bit longer. I'm not gonna lie, I do need to pee, and that earthworm thing really messed me up. All right. Well, I'm not gonna say last call, but maybe we'll inch towards the last call on the jelly beans. So if you're just joining us, that would mean that for every $10 donation, which is either through Super Chats, PayPal, or Venmo, I am willing to eat one of these terrible, disgusting Harry Potter jelly bean things. And some of them are good. Most of them are not. We have things like black pepper, booger, grass, earthworms, dirt, rotten eggs, cinnamon, green apple. Yuck. That's up to you. Am I going to do a New Year's Eve stream? No. It's too soon. Chinese or Japanese food? In Japan, I would prefer Japanese food, but like locally, it's probably going to be Chinese food. Because unless you include sushi, which is obviously Japanese, I don't really eat much Japanese food outside of Japan. The Christmas tradition of what's in the fridge. How many beans have I had tonight alone? I don't know. I mean, on this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 bad ones here. We had a few good ones where I actually did finish them. But I don't know. I think all the good ones came from Gene initially, and then he decided to curse me later, which is appropriate Harry Potter curses. Nothing beats a succulent Chinese meal. Chinese food's good, man. But like anything, it depends on who preps it and like how good they did of a job of it. Thai food is good. I agree with you there. I had Thai food a couple weeks ago. It's pretty good. Pad Thai. No, not Pad Thai. What am I talking about? That's the standard white people one. I don't remember what I had, but it was good. Next stream will be Sunday, December 8th, 2024. That's probably true. You think I had 11 of the jelly beans. Yeah, they've mostly been terrible. Have you had Sarku, Japan? Not that I'm familiar with. Did I ever play the old SmackDown games? Yeah, I played SmackDown 1 on PS1 a lot. Would I do the one chip challenge? I don't know what that is. Angry with Panda Express for how much they charge for mediocre Chinese food. Well, it's Americanized Chinese food that is also fast food. So what do you expect? Funny thing about fast food is that it's just like, it's becoming more expensive. like to the point where it doesn't. It's like you can get a McDonald's burger or like a decent burger for like the same price. I'm still live, yes, but not for long. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm kind of giving everybody the last call if anybody else wants to either donate to support the channel, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all that stuff's in the description. Or if you want to make me suffer potentially one last time or give me a nice Christmas gift of not a terrible flavor. Either way, we don't really know until I try it. That's up to you. But we've been going for about 5 hours now, so it's probably a good time to shut it down. I also really need to pee. I don't want to let you guys have time with your families and all that stuff. The hottest tortilla chip in the world. Never heard of it. Freaking Adam skipped mine again. Skipped what? I just talked to you. Oh shit, never mind. He didn't. Yes, exactly. That's the problem. I'd rather have a good burger. Exactly. Maybe Xbox doesn't make a Pro because they want to start next gen early. That's a long shot. One chip challenge. Oh, it's to eat a very hot chip. She would never do that. I might. It would depend on how much I was getting paid for it though, because much like a lot of people, I'm not really into like suffering for no reason. Are you ready for Shenmue 4 in 2024? If it happened, the thing is, I don't think that will happen next year. Maybe an announcement at best case scenario. There's no way the game would drop next year. There's no way they would start development and release the game in the same year. There's just no way. What made Microsoft think the Xbox reveal was a good idea? Don Matrick is a moron. That's probably about it. Thoughts on GTA 6? I mean, you have the same information I do. I would only say that I was disappointed by the fact that it's Vice City again. I thought it would be way more interesting to do it somewhere more unique, somewhere we haven't seen a bunch of times. If you want a big city, but with also a lot of territorial options, I would have thought it'd be really interesting to set it in like Honolulu, because then you'd also have access to a whole bunch of other islands. So you could have like every type of topography plus an actual city. And if you want to do something a little bit more exotic, you could do like the Guam and the CNMI, because again, you have islands. Islands are always a great thing for game developers because they have a legitimate excuse why the character can't go beyond a certain point because it's just ocean everywhere. But they also have enough cityscape and landmass and all that stuff that you can make an interesting game in that environment. But Vice City, no doubt, is what they chose because they can market it the fact that it's Vice City, and the generation that played it will have played Vice City when they were kids and all that. Not that they need a whole lot of help with that, but I know GTA is super popular and it's obviously well done, but I've always found it just kind of uninspired. It's just kind of mayhem for mayhem's sake, which is fine. But I do value a good story in my games, but that's me. All right. We're doing the last call because I've gotten a headache and I'm hungry, and now I'm pissed off because of that tapeworm. Tapeworm. It's gonna give me a fucking tapeworm. It's disgusting. So, last call. We'll do a couple more questions. Anybody wants to super chat, PayPal, or Venmo stuff? That was your last chance and last chance to get on this. So, we'll give it a couple of minutes and then we're gonna bounce. So, let's see here. Thoughts on Joker 2 being a musical? I had not heard that. Who do you hate more, Peter or Don? I don't hate either of them. I just think they both did incredible disservice to a lot of people. I think Don's an idiot. Peter, I think, was more just self-serving. Thoughts on next-gen Nintendo? Too early. Basically, long story short with that, if you're asking me what I think Switch 2 will be, I would guess something akin to a PS5 Pro in your pocket, and that's about it. I think they'll basically emulate the Switch figuratively in as many ways and replicate it as many ways as they can with just upgraded hardware, a couple of different quirks here and there, improve on certain things. They'll probably try to find a better way not to make it so easily hacked, because the Switch original model was hacked relatively quickly. And, I think that's the kind of thing I would expect out of them. I don't think you would get native 4K or anything out of it. I would, like I said, I think you'd get like a 4K. Sorry, you get a PS4 Pro equivalency in your pocket. Is my guess. Was GTA banned in Australia? I have never heard that. I'd take a GTA 4 remake over GTA 6 any day of the week. Can you imagine the PR move of being like GTA 6 is a remake of the previous game, GTA 4? I mean, GTA 4 feels like an eternity ago because it kind of was, but at the same time, it's like, dude, it was just the one right before GTA 5. To say GTA 6 would be a remake of that would just. What? People would not like that. Which is worse, Bernie Stoller or Don? I think you said Don Matrix, but I assume you mean Don Matrick. Both of them did incredible damage. The thing with Bernie Stoller is he did incredible damage to the system he inherited, which was the Saturn, but he did an incredible job of setting up the Dreamcast. Don Matrick inherited the 360 and tanked it, then did incredible damage to the Xbox brand with the reveal of the Xbox One. So he's clearly the worst of the two. But Bernie Stoller is more associated with a famously bad quote about like burying the Saturn, so the Saturn is not our future thing. So I would say Don Matrick was a lot worse. All right. I'm guessing we're done with super chats and PayPal and stuff, which is totally cool. I appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to take one last question and then I'm calling it because I've got a headache. I'm hungry. I have to pee. And this earthworm flavored one just really killed my night. So let me wait for like a legit question here. I'm glad you guys have had fun. Happy holidays to a lot of you. Thanks, everyone. This was fun. Happy holidays. We're not quite done. We're just about wrapping it up here. I hope you guys have had fun. Go have some fun, play some video games, eat some good food, enjoy your evening, relax. Oh, we got one PayPal donation, apparently. Let's take a look and verify that. We got $1 from Adam Buzzkirk, who says, I guess we'll just wrap it up with this. He says, I can't remember if you have talked about this in videos on the subject, but what are your overall thoughts on Microsoft buying AKB and Bethesda? What's AKB? You mean Activision? You have to verify what you mean there. Because if that's something separate, I haven't heard about it. Well, some see this as a good thing for Game Pass. I feel it puts the industry in a slippery slope in terms of consolidation. One would think if Microsoft had billions of dollars to spend on buying AKB and Bethesda, they would instead invest that money into studios they already own. Before someone brings up Sony buying Bungie, both AKB and Bethesda are vastly bigger third-party developers than Bungie. While that part is true, thank you for the donation there. Microsoft's not a developer. I mean, Microsoft Game Studios has been a thing, but usually it was just yeah, he means Activision. Okay. The truth is they didn't buy them for development. They bought them for IP and establishment, credibility. So having Activision, which is one of the, if not the biggest third-party developer, suddenly under your umbrella says a lot. Having Bethesda under your umbrella says a lot. And you can essentially let them continue to do that, and all you do is just rake in cash from it, theoretically. I do think that the consolidation of all of that is not a good thing for customers. It's not really a great thing for the industry. It's not a great thing for competition. It is a good thing for licensing reduction problems. So, for example, this would be a positive to it. When we were talking about Xbox backwards compatibility, like OG Xbox and 360 games appearing on modern day Xbox hardware, one of the biggest reasons it couldn't work as well as we wanted it to was simply because developers and licensees and publishers and everything, the rights change hands over time, and therefore you can't just willy-nilly put whatever you want out. The consolidation of Activision and Bethesda into Microsoft does allow them to more freely re-release some of those games, which is a positive. But that's like a PR spin positive. It's like one positive and there's a whole lot of potential negatives. Not that I want to, scream gloom and doom here, but one thing that is negative potentially, as we talked earlier, about what would happen if Microsoft bowed out of consoles or the Xbox brand in general, which they did openly talk about openly meaning internally, but those leaks happened like a year and a half ago or whatever it was. And if they actually did bow out, like hypothetically, just say Microsoft said, yeah, you know what, we're done with the whole Xbox thing. We're going to shut all that down and we don't really care about any of this. Can you imagine the licensing problems that would occur from that and all the development job problems? They'd probably just have a fire sale on a lot of that stuff. So like where any of that would end up and like which games would be lost to time and all that kind of thing, like that would be a nightmare. So yeah, that's, like I said, it's got some positives. It's got a lot more negatives, but I can see why they don't do everything internally because they don't really have to. But there you go. And we got one last super chat here from Cax, and then we'll call it on this one. If you legitimately want me to look for a few things in Japan, let me know. I have no issue opening out the Koralik Preservation Project. No, you're good, man, but thank you very much. I'm unless you find a super cheap FM Towns Marty or something, but not really. So that'll do it, guys. Thank you, Cax, for that last super chat. Thank you guys for watching. As always, if you could check out the social media stuff in the description, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon, Spreadshirt, obviously my travel channel. I appreciate the support on all those platforms, obviously. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you guys had enjoyed the stream and you had a nice holiday and all that stuff. I appreciate that. Letting me come into your home here and somewhat amuse you for Christmas as well. Maybe we'll do this again next year. We will certainly be back on my birthday, I'm sure. So next December. But anyway, hope you guys had a nice one. Have a happy holidays. Stay safe. And keep in mind, there will be more videos coming out on the channel. And please, I'm serious, go check out my travel channel if you haven't watched that already. It's a lot of fun over there. A lot of cool adventures and things you never thought you might necessarily see is over there. And it's a lot of fun. So, I like the new Cosmix location that McDonald's did. I got to do a video on it. The John Hughes tour from Home Alone. All the stuff we just did it. A lot of weird locations and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. But yeah. Thank you guys very much for watching, as always. Again, please like the video, comment down below, subscribe if you haven't done that before. Check out all the other videos. Thank you so much for watching, and of course, I will see you all later. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year.